I am sorry. Are you okay?
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
BoxingVoice.com.
What broke him down? Was it just the body punching? When I was hitting him with body punching, I heard him, actually he was crying in there. You were saying that Biggs was crying when you hit him? Yes. When did that happen? And perhaps the fourth round on?
BoxingVoice.com.
So that you knew you had him by that time? Absolutely, but I knew he was tough and taking those punches.
Beyonce Productions.
Making women gestures like, oh.
Let's go, champ.
It's the champ. Shannon the champ. With the fake champ. With Tally, Vitamin Cusco.
BoxingVoice.com.
I'm gonna treat him like he's a C-plus fighter. I'm gonna dominate, I'm gonna dog this fighter.
I'm talking about punishment. We're gonna punish you for 12 rounds. Either the referee says you had enough, or you can say you had enough, or you can stay your ass there all night until you ain't had enough.
Man, I feel I'm the best in the sport, and to be the best, you got to beat the best. And all I did was beat opponents. I worked my way from the bottom to the top. I won a title by beating top competition and top fighters. This guy was hands title, he's a paper champion.
Do you feel that you're the best super middleweight right now?
100%.
Let's go, champ.
He can bring the pressure. He can box. I'm a true champion. I'm willing to go to his turf in Atlantic City. I'm going to step on him. I'm going to crush him. Y'all can mark my word to this. I'm going to crush him. He's a C-plus fighter. I'm an A-plus fighter. Come Saturday night next week, all the fans tune in because I'm going to dominate. This guy is flat-footed, swing wild. I'm not worried about who his trainer is because his trainer can't get in there and fight for him.
Beyonce Productions.
BoxingVoice.com. BoxingVoice.com.
What up, what up, what up, what up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to a Wednesday morning edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. We're here to discuss Fighter of the Year. Who deserves the accolade of Fighter of the Year? So much going around the internet. So many people recommending who they believe deserves the accolade, deserves the award. So that's what we're going to be doing here today. We're going to sit back and try to figure out who deserves the title of Fighter of the Year. Who did enough? Who fought who? What accolades did said fighter achieve? You know, that's what we want to talk about. Now, obviously, you have your usual suspects, right? Like who you believe automatically deserves to be mentioned. A guy like Canelo seems to always do enough to be at least mentioned in this conversation. I believe a guy like Tank may be mentioned in this conversation, being as though that he had two fights this year, both ending in knockout, and one of those fights being very successful in a big fight in terms of popularity for the sport, if not the biggest this year. You got Terrence Crawford, who this year got one of the best wins of his career, if not one of the best wins in boxing. Earl Spence was considered something special until Terrence ran through him. Then you got Inoue. And we all know that he is special, And he's proven that by undisputing 2 separate divisions in a 12 to 13 month span. And there's other names out there that potentially deserve to be mentioned, and I want you to recommend those because that's kind of how it is. I think Joseph Parker needs to be mentioned as Fighter of the Year. Picking up 4 wins and one of those being the greatest of his career, it's hard not to at least consider Parker being Fighter of the Year. We're going to value people who fought twice a year. Do we not value a person that fought 4 times, picked up 4 wins, and the 4th fight being the biggest win, the one where he was an underdog? Terrence was a favorite. While it was close, he was a favorite. Tank was a favorite to beat Ryan. And Canelo's always a favorite. Now, I know what you're thinking. Look, Ness, there's a box for that. It's called Upset of the Year. That doesn't mean that he can't win both awards in 2 separate categories. Is he the Upset of the Year and still the Fighter of the Year because of his determination? Because he got back on the saddle? Because he scheduled 4 fights? Because that 4th one is as great, if not greater than most other people's wins this year, not named, let's say, Earl Spence? Crawford got a very good win over Earl Spence, a 3-belt holder. Inoue got a win over Tapales, a 2-belt holder. Tank got the win over Ryan Garcia to solidify one of the biggest fights in the last 10 years. So I know we like to discredit Tank and Ryan for not having a title on the line, but their fight made history. So I think that's why Tank is being considered for Fight of the Year, because what he's done hasn't been done in a long time. And what he did broke records. Granted, it was 2 to tango, but he's the winner, so the victor goes the spoils. Or is it Canelo? What did Canelo do this year? I don't even know, truth be told. Can't really remember off top. I want to say Jamel Charlo and maybe Ryder. I don't know if that was all this year. But while there's a lot of nominations and can be multiple nominations, I think that the clear running for Fighter of the Year falls between Joseph Parker, Terrence Crawford, and Naoya Inoue. I think those 3 men have the most significant wins, if not the most important wins in their division, maybe. Like Joseph Parker ruining the plans of every fight fan and destroying the Wilder AJ fight is extremely relevant and significant. And again, I believe, he could win Fighter of the Year for doing such a thing. But, Crawford undisputing in a division where Earl was considered #man down, strap season, the big fish, the top dog, no tune-ups. And while Crawford was the slight favorite, Earl had a lot of people backing him, believing in him. Then the performance of Crawford. Because while Joseph Parker got the win, his performance was nowhere near as beautiful as Terrence Crawford's performance. It was nowhere near as vicious as Terrence Crawford's performance. And there's an argument that Inoue doesn't deserve it because his fight with Tapales was too competitive, where Crawford and Parker, they swept. They might as well came in with a push broom because they swept all the garbage out the ring. All the naysayers, swept them right up out of there. You know, some of these other fights like Inoue and Tapales, that was a little, granted, I didn't give Tapales, I don't know that I gave him a round, but he was competitive. You know, I don't want that to go by the wayside. Like, dude was fighting. That right hook was deadly. That uppercut was in there, you know. But Earl didn't do none of that to Crawford. Neither did Ryan. Some might want to give it to Tank because, again, the event that he put on, some saying he's the savior of boxing. You know, we thought pay-per-view was dead till Tank and Ryan. So you might want to give him Fighter of the Year for resurrecting the sport. You might want to give him Fighter of the Year for the performance. Keep in mind, Ryan barely touched him. Keep in mind, he barely threw punches for the first 5 minutes damn near. And when he did, picture perfect knockdown. You know, living up to his name, living up to the KOs. It's hard. It's really hard because I don't know that there is a defined criteria on how to pick Fighter of the Year. So for me, it's got to be what have you done? Not only lately, but this year. Who have you fought? What's the level of them? You know, where do we rank that opposition? What does that opposition mean? What does this fight mean for the division or for the sport? All those things I think matter. But again, I don't know that there is a clear criteria of what Fighter of the Year should be. What should a fighter do to earn such an award? I don't know that we can find that. Maybe the producers can send me something like that and we can read from it. But for me, regardless of what I read, it's got to be who you fought. Level of opposition is important. Timing. When did you fight said individual? You know, was it Sugar Shane Mosley that fought Floyd or was it Sugar Shane Mosley that fought Canelo? So I think that's very important. But, again, so many really different ways to go with Fighter of the Year, you know. It could be just simply the level of opposition. It could be significance of the fight. You know, what it meant for the division, what it means for the sport. Did you break records like Tank and Ryan? I think that all that has to be considered. Because it's Fighter of the Year, right? It's not fight. It's not accomplishment. It's fighter. So what has said person done in a 12-month period? You know, you got Devin Haney that defended undisputed and then moved up to beat a 2-weight division champ, right? Or become a 2-weight division champ by beating a 2-time champ. You got Inoue that undisputed this year. Crawford, who also undisputed this year. Ryan and, well, not Ryan because it's Tank. He is the victor, so he is the one that, you know, is on the list. Tank, again, set records and made us believe that the sport isn't dead. So I know a lot of people want to take him off because they don't really respect the Ryan win, but, you know, didn't the Ryan win help us as a community? Didn't the Ryan win help the sport? It felt like after that win, it was just a snowball effect of great fights throughout the year. So for Canelo, obviously, you know, he's going to be considered because he is the face of boxing, but you also have to consider him bringing boxing, big-time boxing, back to Mexico in that John Ryder fight. That was a beautiful event. It looked amazing. You know, we were not expecting as many people. We were not expecting the quality of the event that we got. But again, when considering who should win the award, I mean, John Ryder, do you perceive him as a better, more accomplished fighter than a Ryan Garcia, than a Regis Prograis, than a Vasil Lomachenko, than a, Jermell Charlo, than a Earl Spence, than a Deontay Wilder? Because those are the, that's the opposition. So you got to compare them. Was Ryan on that level with Parker, former champion? On that level with Earl, 3-belt champion. So these things have to, I guess, be, matched up and decide what was greater than. Like, again, Ryder and Jermell. Ryder, while he's while he's a good fighter that gives you good fights, he's not the top. He's not the elite. And while Jermell is the top, is an elite, he moved up 2 divisions to fight Canelo. From 54 to 68. So can you really consider Canelo Fighter of the Year, even though both his pay-per-views did over 500? I mean, Jermell and Canelo, Dan is reported 657, 100,000. So do you consider Canelo Fighter of the Year for having 2 very successful events? Because if you're going to consider Tank Fighter of the Year for having the event that he had with Ryan, where obviously, it made so much noise that we think boxing is back. So if you're going to give Tank credit and label him Fighter of the Year for beating the undefeated Ryan and putting on this grand event, you have to give Canelo credit for doing the same in Mexico and then again in Las Vegas. I think Parker may deserve it because of the 4 fights. How many times do callers call in and say, they want their fighters to fight more? How many times do we hear fighters say 3 or 4 times a year, I want to fight 3 or 4 times a year? We never actually see it. They never actually do it. But they say it all the time, 3 or 4 times a year. This man actually fought 4 times, with one of those being an elite level fighter, quote unquote. So I'm super leaning to Parker. He did what I didn't think he could do. He posted it too. Like he took clips of people that counted him out. He put clips of Wilder not believing that he being, Joseph Parker believed in himself, because he said, if you didn't believe in yourself when you was champion, how you going to be, confident as a challenger, Yeah, I see you, Mr. Hater, detractor. Parker might have fought 3 no-names, but he did what we asked. He fought 4 people. And that fourth name is bigger than any names he could have fought. You know what I'm saying? It's the biggest name, and it's a upset win where Crawford was the favorite, Canelo was the favorite, Inoue was the favorite, and Tank was the favorite. Devin was the favorite. Like, whatever fighter of the year you think you have, he was the favorite. And he only fought 2 times, if not 1 time. Parker fought 4 times. You know what I mean? And say what you want about the people he fought, Simon Keane was not unknown to us, I ain't saying his name in the chat so that there's not like a personal attack, but if you're a casual and you don't know somebody, that's on you. I used to do that a lot too. I didn't know certain names from the UK in the beginning, and I would obviously second guess or overlook, and that was on me. I got to do the research. I'm not saying Simon King was a world beater, but again, we thought Wilder was going to win by a knockout. So, to believe just because you don't know Simon King or you think what you think of Simon King, hey, people thought what they thought of Wilder and ended up, losing a lot of money at the betting line. So I really like what Parker did, but I do want to hear who you believe deserves to at least be mentioned or a nomination for Fighter of the Year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you just jumped in, Chad. You're saying Parker, and you're laughing, but Inoue was a favorite. We knew he was going to do to Tapales. We knew he was going to topple all over him. Let's be real. It wasn't a matter of was he going to do it. It was more of a matter of what round. We were giving him credit just yesterday because he didn't get stopped in the 4th and instead lasted to the 10th. So now you want to give Tank Fighter of the Year for knocking out a dude that you knew he would knock out that never won the world title? Or do you want to give Fighter of the Year to Crawford, who beat up a dude that you guys claim was weight drained? Or is it Devin, who you say lost his fight to Loma, but beat Regis? You understand? So everybody, we could pick shade at everybody. Like, oh, you're going to give it to Canelo? He fought John Ryder. He got like 6 losses, right? Like, we could kick shade on anybody. But what we have to do is, who got the best win? Who got the best win? Or wins? Because that's Haney's argument. I beat 2 top fighters in 1 year, where Joseph is beating 1 top fighter this year. Tank beat 1 top fighter this year. And who else? Canelo, he beat a top fighter this year in Jamel, but Jamel was 3 divisions below. Malcolm, that's what the phone lines are for, my friend. You don't have to agree with me. That's my choice. If I get a vote, I'm voting Parker. You vote Inoue. You vote Inoue because he beat Tapales, who we had been saying in this studio was getting beat up on in sparring. You pick him. Or you pick Canelo because he beat John Ryder. The same guy that got, 5, 6 losses. No disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their own opinion and everybody is able to choose what they want and who they want to be Fighter of the Year. Parker doesn't only have to win Upset of the Year. He's got 4 fights this year. Simon King was certainly top 10 in a sanctioning body. And then he's got an upset win. I don't even know anybody on the list with an upset win. And yes, Bud did become undisputed this year, just like Inoue. You guys have to stop trying to say that he undisputed twice. His last undisputed was in December of last year. So, we're talking Fighter of this year. He doesn't get to change the rules and he's Fighter of the Year from 12 to 12. It's not how it works. It's Fighter of the Year for 2023. Wilder's inactivity has nothing to do with Parker. Don't diminish Parker's achievement because you mad that Wilder and his super team could not get him a fight. You see, there's people in the chat that are laughing at Parker for having, quote unquote, 3 fights with nobodies. But those 3 fights with nobodies are the main reason he kicked Wilder's ass. So don't you feel dumb typing that nonsense. You can't discredit those wins in between Wilder when those wins in between Wilder are the fucking foundation. It was the get back. That's what he was doing, working with his new trainer. Like, I don't even understand. But hey, again, phone lines are open. Discord, Twitter Spaces is available. If you want to voice your opinion on Fighter of the Year, who do you think deserves it? And we have a poll here, a biased poll, because I don't know why Benavidez is there. I mean, I guess it's because there's only 4 options. I'm lost. I don't know. Benavidez fought 2 dudes without belts this year. Like, everybody else fought somebody for a belt. Like, Tank at least fought a champion in Hector. Haney, former champ, current champ. Inoue, current champ. Canelo, current champ. Bud, current champ. Okay, Parker didn't fight a champ, but he fought a former champ. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Hello, how are you, Brooke?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
I am good. Happy to have you. Welcome to the show. Obviously, I know that you're having a fight coming up on the UFC Fight Pass January 27th, so we wanted to get you on the show. That is a 360 Promotions, right, with Tom Loeffler?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So I see that you're very accomplished. When did you get into boxing?
Yes, we've been pretty busy. I started learning how to box, I guess you could say, about 4 years ago. I took fitness boxing classes and kind of eased my way into the world of boxing, but I really didn't dive into training until 2020. So, yeah, it's been pretty active, and I started competing 2021, May of 2021. So now we're here starting 2024 and about to go on for my second professional fight.
But why boxing? You could do so many things. What brought you to the sport?
Curiosity. I was at a point in my life where I was looking for something to pique my interest. And I went into those fitness boxing classes, and the community and the sport itself was something that was so new to me, and I instantly gravitated towards it. So I kept at it. And once I started to train with other fighters and actually spar, I knew that I had that instinct in me. So I just kept at it.
How'd you go from a fitness boxing class to actually, real boxing? And who seen that you had the skill, and how'd you find your actual trainer?
I think the fact that I've always been an athlete all of my life. My first love was soccer. I had that natural, I guess, athletic ability. So when I started the fitness boxing classes, I was, not, I guess, but a lot of people saw like a natural ability in me to encourage me to keep going. Once I kind of built that confidence, I sought out some trainers to do some one-on-ones, to pick up a little bit more of the technique. And then once I had that under my belt, I said, well, you know what? I'm training and I love it as so much. I might as well see if I can, get into an amateur fight, and that competitive spirit in me just kind of brought that out. And once I started to do my research, I found a gym with active fighters, both amateur and professional, and San Fernando Valley in California at 818 Boxing. And I walked in and I said, hey, I'm looking to train and for an amateur fight. And so Coach Edgar, the owner, and at the time he had a professional fighter that was coaching, and so he played Cupid, and he introduced me to Jose, who is now my fiance.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
yeah, and so from that point, we just trained, and he encouraged me to keep going, and he's been by my side every step of the way, from coaching assistant to just everything, helping us kind of get my story out there, and obviously do all the legwork and get these fights under my belt.
So your trainer is now your fiance.
My original trainer, yeah, is my
Oh.
fiance. So I now am trained under Marcos Caballero in Coachella, under the Lee Espinosa Coachella Valley Boxing Gym. But he is not only my teammate, but he's also my representative, and he helps with everything else in my life in the boxing world.
Your trainer helps with everything else in the boxing world, you mean?
No, Jose, my fiance.
Okay,
Yeah.
so your fiance no longer trains you, and now he's acting more as your manager.
Correct. Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
I'm just intrigued by that because we just seen Jessica McCaskill and Rick Ramos come out. They got engaged. They made their relationship public a couple of, I don't know, for me, time flies. So I don't know if it was a year or 2 years ago. But I do want to touch on the fact that you're Mexican and Salvadorian. I only know one other boxer that's Salvadorian, from Texas, but you're Mexican and Salvadorian. How's that been for you from a competitive standpoint? Have you been able to get love and embrace from both countries and both fan bases, or has one taken to you more than the other?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think it's I've felt love from both. I think more recently though, I've gotten a stronger, I guess, connection with my Salvadorian roots, simply because I had the pleasure and honor to represent El Salvador in the Central American Games, and so I connected with them in a whole different light, and actually going to El Salvador and being there. Um, it was really beautiful. But I think I've been so blessed to have love and support from both, and especially living in LA, and Riverside now. It's just the community here. There's both, and there's a lot of love. So
So how much time did you get for preparation, and how much time did you get once you actually knew who you were fighting?
uh, for this fight, it was approximately 8 weeks.
Okay,
Uh,
so you knew you were fighting her 8 weeks out?
no, I knew about the date.
Okay.
About I want to say, yeah, around 7 weeks. We knew, yeah, that we had our opponent.
Okay. And what
Yeah.
do you know of Nikita Williams?
Also SoCal. I think we were going to fight in the amateurs, or at least it was very possible, just because we were both SoCal. And I think about 5 amateur fights she had, roughly. And then we're familiar with the gym that she was training out of back then, but we've seen her first professional fight, and we've seen a couple of her amateur fights. So yeah.
Now, I know that you've gotten work with Jocasta Valle and Sinisa Superbad Estrada, right?
Yes, yes.
How were those two experiences, and are those the biggest female names you've shared the ring with in terms of sparring or amateurs, or are there any others?
Yeah, I mean, I've been really fortunate to, of course, share the ring with those two ladies. We've also been in there with so many others, both in the amateurs and the pros. And Fujioka's one, Gabriela Fundora. We've also been in there with her. She's great. Obviously, you know,
Ooh, I gotta ask that one. Wow, Gabriela Fondora, I love her. She's so tall. Was that difficult, or did you find a way to get in on the inside? Because she has a lot of range. And her last fight, man, she killed that upper. What was it? A hook, a right hook.
yes, no, she is great with her range, and she is very unique. And yeah, I'm a small fighter, and so I used my strengths to make it competitive. So it was really great experience to get in there with her. Yeah.
So, what is your height? I know, obviously, BoxRec lists people at certain things. Is it accurate?
I am 5 feet. Yes.
Wow. So, how many inches is that Gabriella had on you?
I believe it's 9.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of head movement, a lot of staying low.
But you were able to hit her.
Yeah, yeah. It's
You
going
know
for the
the
bottom.
reason I ask is because just yesterday, obviously with Inoue becoming undisputed, we were already matchmaking here on the show. This is a call-in show, so people would call in. I was recommending Rafael Espinoza that just won over Robeisy Ramirez because he's tall and he's long. Kind of the same situation you were in, the very smaller fighter versus a longer, taller fighter. Have you heard of Jadira Bustillos?
Yes. Yes.
You,
Yes.
have you guys happened to spar? I know you're all the way in Coachella, but you never know if you drive to Vegas.
No, no,
Oh,
we have. Mm-mm.
okay. Because I think that's in and around your division, and I know she's gotten work with Jocasta Valle and a few other girls out here. And she's, again, in your division. She's a little ahead, obviously. I think she's 8-1 at the moment.
Okay.
But where can people get tickets for your fight?
Yeah, we have them on hand. So feel free to reach out to me or Mega. That's my fiance. His goes by Mega Soto on Instagram. That's the best place to reach us. DM us, and we will coordinate and make it happen.
And can you give out your social media for those that aren't following you?
Of course, yes. Instagram is brooke.cibrian. Again, it's brooke.cibrian, and it's open. Feel free to message me, DM, comment. I love interacting with everyone, and just again, thank you so much for the support.
How do you pronounce that in Spanish?
Cibrian.
Cibrian. Hmm. I'm like Cibrian. So is that where does that come from? That last name?
So the Salvadorian. So there is a little bit of Armenian in there. I think the
Ah.
way, 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 way back. So I know we get that a lot.
So, how much boxing do you watch? Are you just focused on your career in the gym, or do you actually watch the sport as well?
No, we are huge boxing fans. We love studying, watching current stuff, old stuff, everything, classics. We're actually just we're on a binge right now, HBO and Showtime, just because with Showtime being gone now, and it's kind of sad. But yeah, we are huge on watching boxing.
So, who would be your fighter of the year? And do you need me to throw you some nominations, or you already have someone in mind? Fighter of the Year award goes to who?
Fighter of the year, I would say. We just watched him, and I have to give it to him, giving all of his accolades. In a way, I mean, yeah, finishing the year strong. I mean, to be, 4 divisions, I believe, and undisputed twice. I mean, hell of a hell of a record there. Trying to think. I mean, Terrence, obviously, he's a beast. Um, Haney too, in his own right. I mean, I can't see who's stopping him right now. It's just so hard with so many weight classes.
I know, I
Um,
know. But those are
yeah,
all good. Those are all good nominations. Who would you give female fighter of the year to?
female, I would say. I mean, I'm gonna give it to probably. I'm gonna give it to my girl Serrano.
Okay, okay. Well, speaking of Serrano, last question. Are you with 360 or are you just fighting on that card?
I am currently just fighting on the card.
Okay. So, any hopes on fighting on a Amanda Serrano card? I know they're going to Puerto Rico for February, maybe, or March.
Right now, I mean, I'm always open, but right now the focus is 360. Want to focus on the January 27th and see what that, what those doors open.
And again, people can watch the fight where exactly and how?
It will be on UFC Fight Pass, and there is an app for that, um, and it can be found right on that site.
And the fighting name is Mighty Brook?
Yes,
Where
Mighty.
where'd that originate from?
In the amateurs, I guess, I think it first came on Instagram. We would always uh, put up my fights on Instagram Live, and I guess a lot of the comments but I can't remember who initially used the term mighty, but they put it on and it just caught on and it kept going on, mighty, 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 and I guess it was just one of those things where, I mean, I think it was at 114, so I was always a smaller fighter, and I guess people just thought that the way I was fighting was big, or bigger than my small stature, so it just caught on.
Well, I want to thank you obviously for coming on. We look forward to watching your fight and continuing to follow your career. Hopefully, we could get you back on for the victory lap. Best of luck on January 27th.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Brooke Siberian, right? Siberian. Let's just go Spanish. Well, she did say Inoue and Crawford, right? In terms of her fighter of the year. When I asked the question about female fighter of the year, I didn't know who myself. Because Franchon upset me so bad this year, I'm like, damn, is it Franchon? Or is it Katie Taylor who got her revenge this year? So I didn't really know. I asked the question, but I didn't know who was female fighter of the year myself. But who would be your female fighter of the year, Danny? I'm struggling because again, my biasness wants to give it to Franchon for beating my girl. It's like no one thought you was gonna beat her. She was a huge underdog on the betting line. So it's like, does she not deserve it? That's the same reasons I'm giving it to Parker. It's like you did what we didn't think you can do, bro. Like the world counted you out. I know that there's a category for that, and it's called upset of the year. But the fact that Parker fought four times this year, and the last one is just the best win of his year, and the last one happens to be an underdog win. But Simon King was a top 10 in certain sanctioning bodies. So, I don't know. I like what Parker did. But, yeah, give me your thoughts on both, obviously, men's and women's fight of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I sound good.
You sure do.
Yeah, brother, you wildin'. I mean, Parker wasn't even the upset of the night. He wasn't,
the upset of
You
nothing.
you went too far there. Like Ajit Cabot isn't a bigger upset beating a dude that no one gives two fucks about, let alone knows or know how to spell and pronounce his name. Parker's upset
Perhaps in
over Wilder.
significance.
Parker's upset over Wilder is bigger than any upset this year, let alone the motherfucking
Absolutely not.
Espinoza
Like,
beating.
no, I'm not
There's no
saying
way,
that.
bro.
But
Come on, man. Wilder,
are
come
you
on.
basing it? Can I ask you? Are you basing it because of like what he potentially ruined?
No, I'm basing it off of who Wilder was. It was unthinkable. It was unthinkable. You seen the betting line? It was unthinkable. Like, yo, y'all trying to downplay what he did. I'm not saying purposely, but it was unthinkable, my friends. You know, Espinoza was unthinkable, but he's Espinoza, unknown. And Robisi already had a loss, you know, to an unknown. Wilder had losses to the top of the top. Only the top. Like, I don't know. I just value it way more. What Parker did, bro. What Parker did, we didn't think he could do it. Haney, while
There's
I
a
had
couple
Haney,
fights. There's a couple fights. There's a couple fights that I think of when I think of upset of the year for this year. And you know, for what it's worth, I guess the bookies had it the same. You know, Wilder opened up the same favorite against Parker that Fundora opened up against Brian Mendoza. You know, Brian Mendoza pulled it off. I think it's similar significance, but like at the end of the day, Parker's a former world champion. So you telling me that Parker couldn't do it is like, I mean, I don't really
I'm just
buy
saying,
that.
which one was bigger? Which one is bigger? Mendoza upsetting Fundora that people already forgot about, or Parker that upset Wilder that's gonna live in
I
history
mean,
forever?
when are you asking the question like today, December 27th, or because I mean
No, you heard the
you're
question.
just remembering the last fights you watched, brother.
But you
Shit,
heard the
like
question the way
that.
I phrased it. Which one is gonna be remembered longer? Like, we already forgot about Fundora getting knocked out. We
Right, I
not
mean
gonna
that was
forget.
that's what I'm saying. That's 7 months ago. I mean, Wilder just got swept on the cards. Like, are we
I just
gonna
don't think we'll
remember it?
forget that one.
But are we gonna remember it as this upset of the century 6 7 months from now? Like,
Yeah, listen, you asked me, am I, feeling this way because of what we're losing out on? And I said no. But the truth is, what we're losing out on will prop this win for Parker so high in the history books. The Rummy's Corner, he gonna do a video of the fight we never got because of Parker. The journalists, they're going to do the same thing they did with Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis, and the reason isn't Bowe
all right,
throwing the belt
beautiful,
away. The
beautiful.
reason now is
So
Parker. I'm just saying, but it's okay.
so one thing that we talked all year, at least the last like 5 6 months about doing, we didn't do. We probably should have done before doing this show, is put those options out there, get the category set, and bro, because it's like you making every great point for Parker to get upset of the year. Cool, great. I think he should be in the running. Sensational. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing.
I mean, it's
in
subjective,
me, nothing
though.
about his win. Nothing about the other three. Nothing about Wilder fighting 1 round in 2 years. There's nothing about the entire storyline that's like, I think I want to put that kid Joe Parker in the running for fight of the year. Like, maybe if there was like 12 options or something like that. But if it's like a normal 4 or 5 options, I don't even think he's in the running. But we, that was on us. We should have put the polls out there.
Name 5
How
people
so?
not named Parker, fighter of the year. You out of fucking control today.
What do you mean? That's easy, bro. Devin Haney's in the running. Devin Haney's in the running. Be the former unified, former multiple division, and a current world champion. David Benavidez, be a former 2 division, a former world champ. He be two of the top guys in his division. Inoue, he made me lose money. I thought that he would beat Fulton, but by decision. So he fucking beat the fuck out Fulton respectfully. Did that, was able to become unified champ, turns around 5 months later, undisputes, right? He did that. I mean, if you want to talk about significance, and I think that Gervonta Davis and Ryan, like you made the argument for them, not me. So it's like that was the reason they not even in the fucking poll. And the last one for me is Bud Crawford. He literally had the fight that we wanted the most in the sport in the last 5 years. He gave it to us, and it was a whitewash. It was an ass whooping. It was belt to ass. It was something that I think I'm not ever gonna forget. I think it's one of those fights that when you go back in the history books, that is going to be discussed as one of the biggest fights that was won in the most dominant fashion. So I think all 5 of those gentlemen would be considered before a Joseph Parker.
I mean, it sounds like the same dudes. What name did you add to the thumbnail that I don't already have?
David Benavidez.
Okay. So let's just break that down. Joe Parker does what every fighter claims to want to do.
Even Bam, I feel like Bam would deserve an honorable mention. You feel me?
Joe Parker does what every fighter claims to want to do, which is fight 3 to 4 times this in 1 year. He actually fought 4. Canelo fights Ryder and brings up Jamel. That ain't gonna do it. Tank brings up Garcia and then fights Garcia, who never had a belt. That ain't gonna do it. Bud only fights Earl. Magnificent performance. I mean, one of the best fights I've ever seen in terms of like performance. But that might be that. Performance of the year. Fight of the year. But fighter, I don't know. Devin, for me, obviously, 8-4-9-3 Loma, and then 12-0 Regis. So that's a big accomplishment, but in the public, they don't think it was 9-3-8-4 Loma. They think he lost the Loma fight. So that's something on his resume. Parker don't have that.
For sure.
Parker don't have the public questioning him.
Parker also doesn't have opponents that we know, or like opponents that is gonna get him a main event every time. Like Parker is taking some,
But that's the
touches.
beauty. That's the beauty of my pick. And again, it's my pick. This is all subjective. Everybody has the right to pick their own. But my pick is Parker because of that. Because he did what fighters say they want to do. He got back on the wagon. He got his 3 tune-up fights. He got in there with a top motherfucking 5-3 fighter. And he dismantled them. Now, arguably Regis, because of that belt, is 1, 2, or 3 in the division. But probably number 3. You know what I mean? Wilder was arguably 1 and 2. Fury 1, Wilder 2. Joe did that to the what? That's what the AJ fight was for.
Bro.
That's what the AJ
I
fight
think
was
it's
for.
the same shit. I would put Fury and Usyk ahead of Wilder, personally. But
Fury and Usyk. Oh yeah, I forgot about Usyk. Fucking guy. I always forget about him.
Like I don't know what top guy, because you said that he's doing what they all say they want to do.
That's right. They all say they want to fight 4 times a year. They never do it.
I've never seen somebody pick up the phone like at that top level and be like, yeah, Al, yeah, Eddie, put me on somebody's undercard with a guy most people don't know. If you could get me on the DAZN stream, cool. But if not, I'll take the before the bell stream.
Yeah.
You know, whichever.
Hey, bro, that's why him being fighter of the year. See, fighter of the year isn't one fight, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's fighter of the year. The year. He doing what we begged these motherfuckers to do. We had motherfuckers calling in yesterday asking Wilder to take tune-ups. So Joe Parker does that. You laughing at him fighting off TV. Yesterday I said motherfuckers need to fight off TV rather than not fight 1 round in 2 years. But you laughing that he was willing to get on the stream. But that was part of the master plan. Because the master plan led to beating the shit out of Wilder.
This is our problem. You and I fucked up. You and I said we were going to do something for months, over and over and over, and we didn't do it. So now we are here. Now we are end of the year with no end of the year list. No, with no end of the year list, though.
But what?
No fight of the year.
This is just a debate. We're not looking for a
No,
definitive answer.
I
We still got 4 days.
I mean, it's not just a debate when you were trying to close it a month ago to figure out who was going to get these awards for the next year.
And then you gave very good advice to wait for Tapales.
Yes. But what I'm saying is it's not just a debate because it's over now. Like, the year's over. Now it's time where these decisions are made. And what I'm telling you is we, for months, said, yeah, we're going to make these lists.
But Danny, we still got 4 days. Like, today's show can give us the nominees that we need. What's going on? You get caught up in the little things. We got 4 days for them to vote. We got the channel back.
You say I get caught up in the little things.
Yes, because we got the channel back and we can do the votes.
No, and I'm happy for that. But I think that had we done that little thing, we would not even be discussing Parker for a potential fighter.
Why not? You don't think people are gonna nominate him?
I mean, if you think that his win over Wilder is bigger than Bud's win over Earl, then yes. If it's not bigger than that, then no. Because
But bro, wasn't
Bud
Earl
had one fight this year? Bud had one fight this year, and that one fight is bigger than, in my opinion, Parker's 4 fights.
How, Sway? Bud was the favorite and always was the favorite. It just got tighter. He was always the favorite. And then he was the favorite not only on the bookies, but in the eyes of the public. We talking about a man that did what other fighters say, which is fight 4 times a year. We talking about a man that did what we, the people, asked him to do. Bruh, just take your tune-ups, come back. Took his tune-ups, come back. Fights his top 10 fighter, knocks him out. In a fight that we picked by decision.
He ain't just beat him, though. Like, he beat the fuck out of him. Like, that was the best version I've ever seen of Terrence Crawford. Most people feel that way. I think it was like how
but it's one fight.
He made him look.
It's one fight. You saying what he did in 1 month is good enough for 12 entire
I'm saying
months.
What he did is more significant than what Parker did on those 3 or 4 individual nights in 2023. Yeah.
Bro, if you want to talk significance, again, you thinking of one fight. So what Earl did, what Terrence did is just as significant as what Parker did. Terrence gave us a definitive champion of the division. Parker knocked off a definitive champion of the division. Like, people still wanted Wilder,
but bro,
but he was still one of the guys that we held in glory.
Just hear me out.
Go for it.
You said it, and I agree. Spence and Crawford gave us a definitive guy in the welterweight division, right?
Yes.
Parker and Wilder didn't even give us the best of the res, bro. Because I'd come in, if you say, oh no, Parker Wilder gave us the best of the rest, I'd be like, damn, what about Big Bang?
What do you mean best of the rest?
Parker and Wilder, while Spence and Crawford gave us the best welterweight in the fucking world, Parker and Wilder didn't even give us the best of the non-champions. Because again, the real champions, the champs is Fury and Usyk. Them the guys. So you the rest. I wouldn't even say they the best of the rest because if you feel that way, I would say, well, what about Big Bang? It ain't like it was the 3 and the 4 that fought. It was the 3.
But
and
Chan,
maybe like
listen to what you're saying. Somehow you trying to insinuate that maybe Big Bang could possibly be ahead of Parker when it's impossible. It's impossible. He's never been a champ. This is what I'm saying. Like, what y'all seeing ain't been done. Like, we talking about a former champ falling from grace, coming back. Remember, he got knocked out to Joe Parker. I mean, Joe Joyce.
Call it the comeback of the year.
But it's more
Again,
than.
brother, what you telling me is not fight of the year worthy.
It's all good. Again, your opinion, because you telling me one fight encapsulates 12 months. You just said that. You said what Terrence did is good enough for 12 months in your eyes.
No, I didn't say good enough. I said is more significant than what Joe Parker did on those 4 separate nights.
Which means you would choose Crawford for fighter of the year.
Over Parker, but that's not who I'm picking. No,
but that's fine. But over Parker, you would pick Crawford.
Absolutely.
And again, it just goes. I'm just breaking down what you're saying differently. You're picking a man who had one fight, and you're saying that he had a better 12-month span than the man that had 4 fights.
See, you're twisting my words.
No, I'm giving you the literal phrase.
No.
Your fighter fought once.
Better.
Your fighter fought once. Your fighter fought once, and you said that performance was good enough or greater than Parker's and everything Parker done. Like, what am I not saying that you're saying, brother?
I mean, my words were more significant. So yeah, I think that what he did on July 28th or 29th, whenever the fuck it was, that weekend of this year, I think that was more important and more significant and meant more for the sport of boxing.
I disagree.
Wilder taking his 4th imperfection or 4th flaw on his record.
I disagree. I think that both people have a story that needs to be highlighted. I think Joe Parker showed
I ain't say otherwise.
Dozens of PBC fighters that they need to grab the bull by the horn and get active, as my boy Crawford would say. Joe Parker's story needs to be highlighted because Joe Parker fought 4 times in 1 year, and because of his activity, he was able to get the biggest win of his career over a man that he was an underdog, not as small as Earl was. He was a bigger underdog than Earl to lose to Crawford. He was a bigger underdog than Ryan to lose to Tank. And so on and so forth. What he did needs to be highlighted. If he don't win, people still should be like, yo, I'm doing the Joe Parker. Get you your 4 fights, man, and hope that, in that. Look at Tevin Farmer. He doing it, and people laughing at him because he fighting in the 2300 arena. But that's what this does. Activity leads to great wins like that. But yeah, man, let's open it up unless you got anything else to add. No?
No, look, again, I think my names are the
Did you make this poll, by the way? Did you make this poll, or was that Brandon?
Nah, I made it. I was trying to.
Because I'm shocked. Benavidez is there. We haven't even talked about him. Like, you're the only one that said his name, and he only got 18%, which shows you that he don't belong.
Bro, nobody was talking Tank, and you said his name, so I was trying to be fair. I'm like, all right, fuck it.
Tank's the face of boxing, one of them. That's the argument we have every day. How could you not put Tank? And again, like, you talking significance of fights.
Two former champs is who Benavidez fought. and then he fought a current champ that he made move up in weight, and then he fought a guy at a catch weight. You get what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
like,
but you talked about significance. Yo, my man,
mhm.
chill with the Yokasta Valle. How many times you gonna put that, champ? I'm gonna let you hear this. I know we on a 15-second delay, but relax. I lost my train of thought with this dude, bro. Open up the phone lines. Fuck it.
Y'all know the number to call,
That's
425
actually down. We only
569.
rocking on Twitter and
Fuck.
Discord. Yeah, they've been down for like a week or more. I don't know what's going on. It worked like 2 days, but Chad, what up? Hold up, Chad. Looks like we gotta connect and reconnect. Check. Yo,
You got me, Ness?
I got you.
Yeah. What's up, man? Like this is a big topic this year for me. Like in the sense that before this Inoue fight with Tapales, I couldn't decide, man. I really was having trouble. And previous years, like last year, I had Bivol, and I had no struggle choosing Bivol. I don't remember who I had the year before that, but this year was like kind of tough. And now with Inoue in the mix, I think I'm going with Inoue, but I do believe I had it between him and Haney. I do like Haney, and I don't give a shit if people think he lost. I mean, look, it's like you were saying earlier. Anyone you name, everyone's going to shit on it, right? And I don't agree with Parker, but I like with the way you're presenting it. It's a good argument, and you're right. The fact that he has fought 3-4 times.
No, not 3, 4, bro. We
Yeah.
just don't see a fighter, a former champ. We don't see him fight 4 times. 4 times
Yeah.
as a B-side getting his ass kicked. If your name is like Thomas DeLome or some shit, like what former champ fights 4 times, bro? Like we gotta highlight that. Like Danny made a great point. Like the fact that my man said I'll go on an undercard stream, I ain't even know that because I watch him all, so I never noticed that he was on a stream.
Yeah. I mean, my thing is with this whole topic is like how everyone weighs things, right? The weight people give things. Like, is one inspirational performance like Bud's way heavier than a guy with 2 good performances? Like I don't know how to give the weight properly, man. Like it's almost like a thing where you have to like almost lay out like 3 or 4 like criteria because it just goes in circles debating it. But for this, I'm going to say I got Inoue. I had Haney behind close. I want honorable mention, like I said yesterday, to O'Shaquie Foster. Because look, he brought Vargas came up to fight him, yes, but he was still a huge underdog in that fight. And the last fight he did,
and Vargas was considered a champ moving up. Like he used his champion WBC status to get the fight.
Yeah. And everyone was thinking Foster was done, was cooked. And then his last fight, I mean, how inspirational was that? Like coming back in the last round to win. Who does that? No fighters do that anymore. We don't see that hardly anymore. So I got him in there too.
Shout out to you, Chad.
Nestor's future of the sport. He thinks this guy will be our savior one day.
Jake Paul?
No, the guy in Florida that fought on Jake's undercard.
I didn't say our savior. I said he is this version.
The James Toney.
That's right. Latin James Toney.
He called him so that guy, he was arguably losing and came back, got a last round knockout.
Arguably losing. Whoa. Yo, but this happens a lot, yo. This happens a lot because I am the host of the show and I like a guy.
I'm not being
They want to
funny.
see him lose.
No, wait.
Not you. I'm just saying. That's why it is.
No, wait.
That's why they all call it like, yo, your girl Shadeja Ness.
Champ.
Yo.
Was that not, because I could be wrong. Was that not the fight on the card where Buddy was down, came back, got the knockout to win the fight.
I mean, I don't know
And
that he was down, but he did go down. So there's an argument, Danny. There's an argument that you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying that I know how this goes, bro. I've been doing this shit mad years. Like anytime I take a liking to a dude, the audience wants to see him lose just to fuck with me because they know I like to fuck with y'all. So it's like, yeah, well, Ness, your guy don't look good. Your guy went. You know, that's how it is. That's how it is.
I'm gonna entertain you today, brother, because I think you're a good pal, and I think you alright. But bro, you want to talk about active fighters? Go look at Tim Tszyu.
How many fights he had this year?
Don't fight.
How many fights he had?
3 cans. He only had 3.
Oh, that ain't gonna do it. That ain't gonna do it.
I mean, don't fight 3 cans and then fight a guy we know.
Give
us everybody we know.
Yo, but look at the beauty in Parker. Your man Tim Tszyu had 3 fights this year, and it was all better than Parker's other 3 fights, not named Wilder. But guess what? He was the favorite to win. Not Parker. Like these dudes don't got a significant win without being the favorite, bruh. Like my man did the activity. He did the comeback. That is he's encapsulating fighter of the year because he's doing it all. He giving you the comeback. He giving you the activity. He giving you the upset win. I mean, what more you want? The man got to morph into Rocky for these dudes to love him.
Are you gonna play fair enough? Because if we're playing fair, if we are playing fair, I got a comeback for you. But if we're not playing fair,
I want to hit a comeback regardless.
I'll just be like, you got it.
I want to hit a comeback regardless.
You feel me? Although fighting 3 times, right? And being favored in those 3 fights, he did have a fight scheduled in which he was a big underdog in. You know, against the active and current champ. Not his fault the guy pulled out. It had 0 to do with him. He was in camp. He was ready for that fight, champ. So it's like, but
he didn't play. It didn't play out like that this year. Like he wanted it to play out where he had 3 fights and then an underdog fight with Mel, but it didn't. The one that played out like that.
It's not his fault.
And we're not gonna discredit him. All we can do is give him credit for what he did do this year.
Yeah, but again, I think that one could argue, like one with the time. Like I got time, but I ain't got that much time. But I think one with the time could argue, Nesta, that Tim Tszyu's 3 wins against former world champ Tony Harrison, right? Then he took on Carlos Ocampo, which was expensive. Then Brian Mendoza. The true upset of the year, right? Not Wilder.
He said he said Mendoza got a bigger upset than Parker. You're terrible.
Bro,
nobody's gonna remember that. Nobody gonna remember that. Nobody.
What do you mean?
Bro, Fundora wasn't even a champ. Cool. Fundora wasn't a champ. You talking about Parker upsetting a former fucking champ.
Bro,
you talking about Parker upsetting the bronze
What was
bomber.
The number what?
Bro,
he
number
2,
number 3,
regular, super, nothing.
Number 1
you just a number.
Number
you
1,
just a number.
Number 1 in the WBC.
You just a number like you an inmate.
Number 1 in the
number.
Number 1 in the WBC and number 3 arguably in the division. That's why we wanted the AJ fight. Come on, champ.
Come on. You're not a champ.
What number was Mendoza in the division? What number was Mendoza? No disrespect, but what number? Come on, champ.
Brian?
No.
Yeah. Top 5 guy, top 10 guy.
Negativo la base.
So he wasn't a top 10 guy when he fought
top 10, but not 5. You said 5.
I mean, I'm sure he could have squeezed into somebody's shit. I don't got the list from the week after the win.
Ain't no somebody. Top 5, he not. Like, we don't even have to go into that. You know he not. Like.
Hey guys.
Yeah,
I'm still here.
Name me for sure 1,000%. What was 5 154 pounders ahead of him?
All right, Tim Tszyu for sure. Jermell for sure. Fundora at the time for sure, right? And he upset him, but that don't matter. That don't matter. You said name 5 ahead of him.
Bro, I literally said Because we talking Zoo, bro. So that's before he fought Zoo. So how is the guy that Mendoza beat gonna be ahead of him?
Bro, but that's what I'm
I just
saying.
beat you.
I said before he beat Fundora was ahead of him, bro. He got an upset win over Fundora. So you said name 5 guys
you
ahead,
going back.
but whatever.
Okay,
let Chad finish. Is whatever. We going down
No,
the
no,
spiral.
I don't have too much more to add. I just want to say that, Danny, I kind of agree with Ness when he's talking about the activity. Like, I would rather see a guy taking a couple, like, untelevised, whatever we want to call them, smaller fights to stay active, and then bring it to a televised or a champion or whatever, a bigger fight that fans want to see. I would rather
I'm not
see
saying
that
there's anything
than.
wrong with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it.
I misunderstood that. What do you mean?
I brought it up because when Ness said it, he's like, he's doing what these other guys wish they could do. And I'm like, why would they wish they could fight off TV and not help their name get out there? And not, you get what I'm saying? Like, what top guy want to fight an unknown, you know?
That's fair. But I still think the activity matters, and we saw with Parker why it mattered, and with Wilder too. I mean, that's the example right there. So I mean, whatever the comeback is to it, I still think that activity matters. However, these guys can get it. I also think Parker, wouldn't geography play a role for him too? The guy's from New Zealand. Does he live in New Zealand? Does he live in the States?
He's in New Zealand. No, he lives in the UK now.
So
I'm pretty sure he
I mean,
in the UK.
geography. Yeah, so geography probably plays a role too. Like, I mean, I'm sure, okay, if the money's there, fine. But I'm sure for these guys to take a smaller fight somewhere to stay active that's closer, cheaper for them to travel, whatever the case is, it's probably makes sense for them rather than having to travel and invest in a team to prepare for a larger fight.
Bro,
I don't know. I'm guessing maybe that plays into it.
Country. He fought in front of the New Zealand people. He did what he had to do. But listen, I got to get to some other callers.
Yeah.
Your pick
Thanks,
was
guys.
Inoue, though. Your pick was Inoue, right?
Yeah, I got Inoue.
All right, anyway.
Sure it wasn't Parker.
But he liked the Parker story. So Parker fought Jack Macy in the UK, then went back home.
Bro, could we please stop talking Parker?
And beat a New Zealand dude. And then had 2 back-to-backs.
Not an option.
He had 2 back-to-backs in Riyadh. In Riyadh season, all right? Just saying. He gave 1 to the UK where he resides. He gave 1 to the New Zealand where he's from. And then he went out and slayed motherfuckers for Turkey al-Sheikh, His Excellency. Let's fucking go.
I mean, Slade and, boxing clinic is kind of different.
Nah, but, same shit, bro. When you 12-0 a motherfucker.
Yo, bro, but for real, bro. Like, let's stop bullshitting, bro.
What
Can
up?
We, like, move past Parker? Like, he's not a fucking option.
Nah, we passed it. I made him an option because that's how you do. You got to nominate. If people don't fuck with it, they don't fuck with it. What could I do? Majid, what it do?
Hey, no, I feel you, champ, because, like, when the last election, I put Kanye. You feel me? I nominated a motherfucker I knew wasn't going to win, but I still put him in.
We
I'm
hear
like,
you,
Kanye
Majid.
West.
Everybody need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for something. Man, if I had to pick 2, I like the legacy part of this shit, you know what I'm saying? So I like the fact that Crawford was the first fucking male to do the 2-time undisputed, that rematch clause and all that shit with the activity. I can't speak for none of that. But, I want to give it to him because he was the first male to make that history. Then you got little nigga Inoue right behind him fighting champ after champ, and then he got his 2-time undisputed and in a fucking year he did it, you know what I'm saying? So when it comes to that shit, I got
13
those
months.
who nominated, you know what I'm saying? Like, and as far as Joseph Parker, I feel like he did his thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, as far as the year shit, my brain ain't thinking that, you know what I'm saying? But I definitely, these UK people tell you, I was giving them their flowers for that shit, because I stayed away from even a pick on that fight because Joseph Parker ain't never been a bitch just because he lost, you know. And that shit that Big Nick brought to you, Ness, about that motherfucking Joseph Parker resume, that was me that started that shit. You know, I was on the back call and I just was trying to like get the vision a little bit more broad and not play this nigga Joseph Parker out like he just some type of bitch because he got an L. If these fighters really fight each other, everybody ain't gonna be no motherfucking Mayweather or Rocky Marciano or whoever for Joe Calzaghe, all them niggas that's undefeated. So you know, shout out to Crawford for being the first to do it, and shout out for Inoue for being right on his ass and doing that shit right behind him. And shout out for Parker for skunking that nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit. But that's all I got. Shout out to y'all.
All right, champ. All right. Unbiased Brim.
Twitter Spaces and Discord open. If you guys want to call in, voice your opinion, feel free to do so.
Unbiased Brim, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. Good morning, gentlemen.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. I'm glad you said what you said at the end because you had me losing my mind over here, man. I was about like, Danny, get your boy, man, with this Parker talk. Like, you would, because before this fight, you didn't say nothing about them 3 fights, bro. You didn't even know about them, nor did you care.
Man, I ain't even know about this shit.
We did make money on Simon King, so that's not true. That's not true. We made money on Simon King.
That's one fight you bet on, but you wasn't sitting here hedging your bet saying that he should be fighting of the year if he beats Deontay Wilder because he fought 4 times. That wasn't a topic coming from you.
Of course not. It comes from doing the unthinkable. That's what it is.
The unthinkable, come on, man. Not for fight of the year. He gets his props. You gotta give it to him, but for fight of the year, you gotta let it go, man. You just gotta let it go.
So you don't value his
y'all
activity.
Just gotta stop calling in entertaining it, bro.
You don't value his activity.
I know, right? You're right, Danny. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry, bro. Yo.
Because he just likes
really
to.
I get it. Wilder, I get it. Wilder fans won't allow it because that means Parker's getting the fucking accolade.
I think Wilder is exactly who I thought he was. He never was that guy, bro. He's gonna finish the 6 or 7 best.
Who are the Wilder fans these days, bro?
He's gonna finish the 6 or 7 best heavyweight when it's all said and done, bro. Right now, I got 5 people ahead of him already off rip: Parker, Usyk, Fury.
Yeah, you ain't have Parker. You ain't have Parker ahead of him before Saturday.
I mean, duh, because he hasn't lost. But I didn't sit here and say, "Yo, Wilder's gonna beat his ass."
So get that man his respect.
Either he's gonna get lucky and get the punch, or he's gonna lose a 12-round decision. With one of the two, he had a better chance of losing than the AJ. I was arguing with people about that.
He can be respected.
Yo,
unbiased Brim.
Unbiased Brim. You know for a fact, bro, that you didn't even fathom Parker
winning.
I
did fathom. I did fathom it because Wilder's not that great, bro. I never thought he was that great. His 2 best wins is Ortiz and Stavern, bro. I'm sorry. It's okay. America, we needed a heavyweight champion to get behind. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But we got to be honest about who all the fighters are, bro.
Bro, you
got
can say
one punch, and if you don't land that one punch, the game over.
Champ, you can say Wilder only got those 2. Those are his 2 best wins. That's fine to say, but then after that, he got a shitload of decent wins, a shitload of common opponents with other heavyweights that had to fight the same dude Wilder fought that they didn't do what Wilder did.
But here's the difference,
and I could give you about a dozen.
So Joshua accepts a team fight, bro. That's the difference, bro. They did a great job with his career. They moved him up real wise and real smart. But the truth of the matter, if he had fought any of these guys 6 years ago, 7 years ago, he would have probably lost. Anybody with real talent, real boxing skills, they can be able to nullify his right hand. The game is over. Right then and there, there's no plan B.
6 years ago,
there's no plan B.
Listen to me.
There's no plan B. Any elite heavyweight stop your right hand, the game's over.
Listen to me. 6 years ago, you and I both know, if you was watching boxing 6 years ago, you and I both know that before we got in this sport, there was a phrase, and that phrase is something like, he don't know how to lose because he undefeated. Wilder didn't know how to lose till Fury. You seen that. You seen his will and determination even in them Fury fights. Don't sit here and act like these
against
dudes.
Ortiz, he was about to lose if he didn't get that right hand in the ninth round.
And he got
Ortiz
it.
wasn't
And he got it
disciplined
in.
enough.
And
He
that's what.
wasn't disciplined enough.
So what you're
That's what I'm
saying,
saying. That's what I'm saying.
What you're saying is, so what you're saying is that
Parker's
Parker
on that
only beat
level.
a
He
guy
got
that
enough
was used to
discipline in his
sleeping in
game
silk
to
sheets.
win.
You muffled out, man. It's hard.
Parker's like the 8th best heavyweight, but he got enough discipline in the ring to be able to shut down one thing.
This
You gotta
is
have a plan
crazy.
B.
This is crazy. Y'all want to tear down Parker's win, not to give.
I'm not tearing down anything. I'm just calling for what it is. I didn't come into this fight thinking, oh, it's a guarantee Wilder's gonna knock him out. Bro, I didn't put that high on Wilder in the first place, bro.
I did.
I'm just being real with you.
I did, and so did all the fucking
Time is
bookies.
going to prove Fury and Wilder being overrated, and we overrated them fighting each other and making it seem like it was 1 and 2. When Usyk beat Fury, then what? It's going to be Usyk and Joshua as the 2 best heavyweights in this era, bro. Straight up.
All the bookies.
That's what time is going to tell us. And it's already started to show and prove, bro. Wilder, Fury don't got legs no more. Usyk finna box circles around him. Them 2 are overrated when we look at the landscape. We was wrong going into those fights. It's okay.
Man, bro, how you gonna call
It's
my man
okay to be
overrated? Like, he was unified before fucking
When it comes
Joshua
down
was
to
even
it, bro,
a champ.
Fury is living off of the Wilder victories, bro.
I gotta go. I gotta go. He ain't moving off the Wilder victories because he was unified before the Wilder fight. He was unified before the Wilder fight, bruh. He didn't beat a Vlad off 18 months and a loss. He beat Vlad in Germany on a double padded fucking ring. Like, you dudes is fickle, but that's okay. I'm here to remind you. Cliff, counterpunch.
Yo, you hear me today?
Yes, sir. You paid. You know how that go. When you pay, we can hear you. Fucking
That's the truth. Yo, what the fuck is up with Parker? Yo, is it because he fought 4 fights? Like, and the last one was Wilder. Like, who else? Who are some other notable fighters who fought 4 times?
None.
Besides him.
None.
Bro.
No former champ fought 4 times. And I ain't do the research. So CYP could catch me lying. I'm just guesstimating.
Okay.
You said no former champ fought 4 times this year?
Nope. And like I said earlier, no former champ Cliff fought 4 times this year, not being a B-side, okay? Like, yeah, we got Hank Land. Hank Lundy ain't a former champ, but there's Hank Lundys. You know what I'm saying? There's former champs that all they do is lose now. I'm not talking about like that. I'm not talking about like Pedraza. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about dudes that's actually.
So you just saying as long as they beat a bunch of cans, you good. They just gotta do it 4 times.
All right.
I mean, what you mean 4 cans? So you calling Wilder a can? Yo, the disrespect is crazy.
No.
Wilder's not a can.
I'm just being.
Wilder is definitely not a can.
But we're not
talking about Parker though. I'm saying you saying that no other motherfucker in the sport has beat.
Bro, let Cliff get his call, Cliff. I'm
gonna
gonna just rewind your shit. I don't know what's going on.
Word. Yeah, we don't even got to break it down. I think that's just a stretch. He should be like when they do it, he could be at best a notable mention, like a nominees that didn't make it, like that didn't make the nominee list. Like you could mention him before you sit down the top 3 or 4 guys that are actually going to win the award. But I feel like it has to go to out of Devin,
Parker,
Inoue, Devin, Inoue, motherfucking Benavidez or Crawford, just because of the magnitude of the fight and the way that he did it. And I guess you could put Tank in it, but Tank will be another one of the far out guys.
That's crazy. So Tank, you rather put Tank, who beat 2 dudes in 1 year we knew he was gonna beat, and one of them dudes never won a world title, but you won't back my vote for Parker, who be the former world champ, who's going down in history as one of the biggest punchers in the world. Like, this shit is crazy.
Hold on. That's a good point. Opinions could be swayed. I think you leave them both off. Then they could both be honorable mentions. I thought Tank fought.
This is crazy.
3
This
times.
is crazy. He said leave
I
them
forgot
both
he
off.
went. Yeah, leave them both off. I forgot Tank fought. I thought Tank fought 3 times. I forgot that when he went to jail.
He ain't want to fight. He ain't want to fight the third time.
Exactly. He was on pace, but he didn't. But you should give it. I think that it goes to Inoue because of the fashion. He beat both of his fighters in knockouts. They were both champions. It was both for big fights. It's almost like you got to give it to him. So that's my vote, is gonna go to Inoue. I like what Devin did, but Loma was just a former champ, and it was so controversial that that probably takes a little bit away. Crawford only fought 1 time, so that takes a little bit away. And Benavidez didn't fight champions neither. He fought like a former champion, and like they wasn't really champions when he fought them. But the way he beat them was up there. So Inoue number 1, Benavidez number 2. Devin and Crawford is like tied for 3 and 4, but you got to give. I think most of the votes is gonna go to Inoue today. He's really deserving of it. If you want to take all jokes to the side, no Parker, no bullshit, Inoue deserves the Fighter of the Year. That's my opinion.
Because he beat Fulton and Tapales, right?
That means something, right? And
Let me ask you a question. Have you watched Tapales fight before yesterday?
No. But I seen him. But I seen
See
him
what I'm
come
saying?
in the ring.
And I knew this was the case, right? Like I was gonna say this earlier, but I got caught up in my Parker shit. Like Inoue is he's the popular pick because of the hipsters. So if you want to be cool, you want to be the cool boxing kid, you say Inoue. But
how could you take away from what he did?
I'm not taking away. I'm not taking away.
I'm
not taking away. I'm just using the same excuses they're using for Parker about Wilder's inactivity, Fulton's inactivity. You understand? Parker fought unknowns. Tapales is unknown. Granted, he was a unified. Unknown though.
Right.
Unknown
That's
though.
crazy.
Unknown though, right? Because you didn't even watch him before yesterday. How is it crazy for me to say that he's unknown, but the caller, let me finish so they can hear.
He came in decorated.
It's crazy for me to say that Tapales is unknown, but the guy on the phone says he never heard of him till yesterday. I gotta go. That was your bell. That was your bell.
Whoa, I can't respond. Don't you get a free call?
That was your bell. Bro, this is crazy. It's either they hate Wilder so much they refuse to let Parker get some recognition, or I'm just crazy. But I will say this. The Discord did make a list of nominees, and it's pretty much the same. Terrence, Inoue, Haney. They added Zilly Zhang, David Benavidez, and they added Tim Tszyu. So pretty much the same list. We'll see. We're going to do the votes. We just need all the categories. I'll put those on the community page where everybody will be able to vote. And I'm nominating Parker, man. Fuck out of here, man. Bunch of haters. Parker, salute, baby. Andy Lee, we see you. Champ. We see you. Come on, man. Get these people they credit, man. They credit. I got Jay's Fight Party cutting the line. Counter punch. What up?
Yo, what up, Ness? What up, Danny?
Chilling. Danny stepped away, but he should be back.
What's good with you, though?
Oh, he there. No, we good.
All right.
We good.
Yeah, so look, with Crawford, I don't even put Crawford on the list. But Crawford's more like a performance of the year versus the fighter of the year. So I wouldn't even put Crawford on the list. I love what David Benavidez did this year and the fashion he did it in and the level of competition that he was fighting. So that's who I would give my fighter of the year to. It would be David Benavidez just because of the fashion and the level of competition. Inoue, close second. I also like what Tim Tszyu did. I like what Tim Tszyu did and the fashion that he did it in. You know what I'm saying? He knocked out of 2 former champions, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah, Harrison and
Mendoza,
oh no, Mendoza's not a former, but he was an interim. He was an interim. Or
right. But and it's like
Mendoza was
with
the
that
interim, and
Harrison was the former.
former champion, right?
To be clear, they opened up even on the Harrison fight, so he was not favorited when the odds opened up for that fight.
Damn, no way.
I thought Harrison was going to do better than he did. Like, I didn't think
They
Tim
both
Tszyu was
opened
gonna
up
do better.
minus 115.
Damn, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
And I agree. I agree with the
I really
caller.
didn't
I
think
had
that
money
he
on
was gonna do-
Harrison.
Me too, bro. Me too. Like, so it's like, yeah, I'll give it Benavidez, Inoue, and Tim Tszyu, top 3 fighters of the year candidates for me. You know, and I like Big Zhang. I like what he did, but he fought the same guy twice, so it's like I don't really want to give him that. But Crawford definitely shouldn't be on the list. I mean, he did great performance of the year for him, performance of the year. But yeah, that's my call, fellas.
All right, champ. Appreciate you.
All right.
Yes, sir. Appreciate the call.
Let me
Shout
get to
out
these
you.
super chats. Do apologize, man. First super chat of the day coming through from Aiden. Shout out to Aiden, man. He's been here on the daily now. He's a college student, and he says daily value, $5. Daily value. Inoue, number 1, fire emoji. Hardin emoji. Salute. What is this? Yep. They did open up.
Jonathan Jackson, $5, says Parker is not a fighter of the year.
The hate is.
Then he comes back
Devin
with another $2. Jonathan Jackson saying fighter of the year, Parker. Come on, Ness. 2 hands over your face emoji, 2 crying laughing emojis.
Bro.
And then we got
Aiden right back at us with a $10.
Right back. Shout out to Aiden. He says he got a Santa emoji, little devil emoji, Japanese flag emoji. He says the monster from Japan gave us a late KO Christmas gift. Demon emoji. He says quality opponents, KOs, belts on the line, belts to ass. People don't speak Japanese, so they underrate.
Nah, he's right. I mean, you know, he took 2 belts, sets of belts too this year. It's like, it's tough, bro. But again, Parker encapsulates what a fighter is, bro. It was the Rocky story. Counted out, undercard fights.
I'm not arguing that, bro. And you
That's
made
the
like
fighter
a lot
of the
of
year,
valid
bro.
points.
To me,
I think that you know, you've made points as to why he should be other things, you know. He's a hell of a guy. You know, I'm a Parker fan. I like Andy Lee. I just don't think that he just happens to fall under this one particular category that you have him in. That's all. You know,
Parker.
Tony Harrison. Look, bro, I don't even think if there was one guy from down under, I don't even think he should be the guy to represent the down under.
Damn, so you did this poll and you didn't put Bud? Is that true? How you didn't put Bud? See, you subliminally, subconsciously thought it was performance of the year, not fight of the year.
Nah, champ. Again, I was waiting and I'm just listening to what you saying. And like you just kept pushing Tank name and you kept pushing.
I pushed Parker name. You ain't throw him in there to let the people vote.
You
ain't let the people vote.
That was some nut shit. So I'm like, I'm gonna let them vote on the people who did fight twice this year.
Bro. For real, bro. You out of control. Let me get to these callers, man. No, I'm gonna make the poll.
$2 says Parker comeback fighter of the year.
I'm gonna make the poll. I'm about to make the poll right now while we taking callers. Fuck all that. Shh. Let me make sure we got nobody cutting the line before I get back to the line. All right, we got Treese Toledo. Fighter of the year. Who you got?
Yo.
Yo.
Hey, man, I ain't gonna hold you. My fighter of the year, I picked Tim Zoo, man. I like the Zoo.
Crazy.
I like Tim Zoo.
Jared fought 4 times this year. He's from Ohio. He's a heavyweight. You terrible.
Here
You terrible.
go,
You
man.
don't never pick your
Hey,
own.
here
That's
you go.
crazy. Y'all gotta
Cut
support
it the
your
fuck
own.
out. Hey, cut it. Hey, you silly, man. You
Coming
hey,
from
you
the guy
funny as
that
fuck
picked
though with this
Parker,
Joseph
right?
Parker shit, man. I can't believe you on this motherfucker with this Joseph Parker shit though.
Bruh.
But since you said that I don't pick my own, hold on. What I am gonna do is we
Nah,
gonna
don't
throw this
switch up
out here though.
now.
For promotion of the year, you know what the fuck going on. We gonna go ahead and rock with MVP. That's what promoter of the year was though. I like the MVP promotions. I'm rocking with them. I like what Jake Paul did. You feel me for boxing this year. We gonna rock with him. I like him over. Yeah, I like that. I'm like that. That's a solid pick. Can't nobody tell me I'm crazy either. I'm fucking with Jake Paul and them. But he did a lot for women's boxing. He gonna be putting on with the Olympics. They need that. He trying to save boxing in the Olympics. I'm fucking with it. MVP promotions for the promotion of the year, man. And shit. But yeah, man. But that Brian Mendoza, he was right though. I like him for upset of the year too, though. I like that.
Yeah, as a nominee.
No, no, I'm picking
Bro,
him,
even
Jack.
if it's a
No, I
nominee,
ain't gonna
even if
lie.
it's a
I gotta
nominee,
pick. I gotta pick the
it's the same.
Espinoza motherfucker. I gotta pick Buddy who beat
It's the
Robisi. I
same
gotta pick him.
category. It's the same
gotta pick.
category that your boy belong in, and Joe Parker in the upset of the year. You know, nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, I gotta pick the Espinoza cat though over Ramirez. That's gotta be it though on some real shit. But the hardest one gonna be that
Even
knockout of
with
the
the
year.
Wilder win, I'm with you, Treese. Even with the Wilder win, Tim Zoo had a better year than Joe Parker.
Yeah, man. I think Tim. Yeah, man. Cause like I say, that Tim Harrison. I ain't gonna hold you. I thought Tony Harrison was gonna pull it off for real. Thought Tony Harrison was gonna look a lot better than he did and shit. He got his ass up through. He did the same with Mendoza. So shit, I can't even that old if motherfuckers was giving if we gonna give Spence credit for the Ocampo shit too, we gotta give Tim Zoo credit for this shit. Yeah. And it was both a hometown fight, like Earl Spence had. He brought him to the Dallas Cowboys shit. Yeah. So it's the same type of, you feel me? Yeah, you gotta give credit when it's due. Now you tripping with that Joseph Parker shit though. I ain't gonna
You can hate me now, but I won't stop now.
I believe you won't stop now with the foolishness, man. Hey, and then I'm like, you don't even believe it, but you're gonna keep saying this shit so long, you're gonna convince yourself and some fucking casuals out here that Joseph Parker is it. But
Yo, he
shout out
deserve it.
TBV and shout out Toledo, Ohio, man. Y'all be cool, man.
He deserve it, bro. Y'all hating on him. I like his promotions though. He got me doing it, so I'm doing that on a community page. You could go vote on Fighter of the Year community page. Nike Hendricks. And Promoter of the Year will be there as well. Nike Hendricks.
Yo. Nike, what's the word?
All right. CYP.
I shot you down, bang, bang. You hit the ground, bang, bang. That awful sound. CYP shot you down. Hey, y'all know on the Discovery Channel, I realized this. There's actually only one fighter since the two-belt era where beating him made you Fighter of the Year. Only one fucking dude, right? Y'all remember, Tyson Fury won in 2020 for beating Wilder. If Joseph Parker wins for beating Wilder, it will be him and Evander Holyfield are the only two motherfuckers in history Well, you beat him twice, you become fighter of the year. If y'all telling me Deontay Wilder that good, then keep on pushing Joseph Parker. Keep on pushing Joseph Parker. If you must be out your fucking mind. Did Leon Spinks win fighter of the year for beating old Ali?
Damn, now
Did
he ain't good?
You're not listening. You're not listening. He ain't great as the dudes that are in this conversation. For you to beat a dude, right, and be fighter of the year for beating him, that means he's a great fighter. But if for it to happen twice, that motherfucker is one of the all-time greats. If beating him 3 years later, a whole nother person beats him, and they get fighter of the year too, that motherfucker is one of the GOATs. So I would advise you Wilder haters to stop mentioning Parker because you're going to make Wilder even greater than you say he is not. I looked up some things. I looked on the IBO, the WBO, the WBA, all that shit. I could not find Simon King ranked at all, and they got 15 dudes for each one of those sanctioning bodies. Couldn't find them nowhere. I also looked up the 3 dudes that Joseph Parker fought.
You checked the ring, right? You checked the ring, right?
No, he said sanctioning body. Ring ain't no damn sanctioning body. But listen to me.
Okay.
So it gives Simon King some leeway because you know so many boxers that could be ranked inside of those 4 sanctioning bodies. A lot of boxers.
Five. IBO.
Yes, I did them all. Okay. Call it what you want to call it. He wasn't ranked in none of those.
Not in IBO.
Simon,
oh no.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out. Look it up, but don't cut me off. Simon King is ranked number 40-something as a heavyweight. The other dude is ranked number 46 as a heavyweight. The first dude he fought in this year was a lifetime cruiserweight that he brought up for the first time ever. The dude fought at heavyweight to fight Joseph Parker. He's ranked number 56. So you got number 50-something, number 40-something, number 40-something in Deontay Wilder.
He was ranked 34. He was ranked 34. On box.
We talking about what he is. We talking about what he is now. Didn't you argue me last time? Is Isaac Cruz ranked there now, or was he ranked there before? Don't change it up.
It is before. You was trying to say now.
Energy. He ain't there now, though. That's my point. So which one is it? Doesn't matter what he is before, or is it now? Which one is it?
It should matter what you are the time of the fight, bro.
Okay, cool.
It only matters what you are after the fight if that win goes on to be better.
That's what we gonna do. Number 34 is who he fought. 34, 40-something, 50-something.
He 46 in the IBO, by the way.
Thank you. 46. You ain't got to lie to kick it.
In the IBO.
So what's your point? What's your point here?
My point is that you made up something. I told you ain't got to lie to kick it. He ain't ranked in no
What
sanctioning
exactly
body.
did I make up for the people? Let them know.
You said Simon King. Simon King is ranked in one of the no, he's not. You made that up. He's a nobody, unranked boxer.
Okay.
That's who he fought.
So why we talking about Simon King when he beat Wilder?
No, because you brought up Simon King. You the one introduced us to it. You the one brought up Simon Cowell.
He's one of the 4 wins this year.
Why didn't you mention the other 2?
My point was that he got 4 wins this year. He did what fighters say.
And you brought up one dude specifically.
Yeah, I thought Simon King was in the top 10 in one of the sanction divisions. That's what I said.
Cool. I'll let that slide because you said you thought. So I'll let that shit slide. No issue. Everybody makes motherfucking mistakes. But I'm going to tell y'all something that I noticed. Let me get my...
How does that take away...
He did say, CYP.
Go ahead.
There was something he said right after that, too, where he was like, I haven't fact-checked this, so CYP might do some discovery.
Exactly. Like that. He wasted his call on doing exactly what I said he would do.
No, I didn't, because he ain't even in the top 10, 15, 20. You just fucking lied.
But it don't matter. I said it. I said, yo, he's in the top 10 in the sanctioning division. And I said he might not be. But then I said it.
No, Ness, let me correct you.
I gotta go.
I can't.
Correct me, champ. Correct me.
I stand for the truth. You said that you didn't do research and CYP might come correct you. Was when you said no other former world champion has fought 4 times this year. Not when you said everything else you said. Only when you said that.
The point still remains that my reason for picking him is because he got 4 fights in 1 year. Something top guys only say and never do. And he got the biggest win of his career in that 4th fight. versus an underdog. Everyone else on the list, everyone else nominated, fought someone that they were favored to win. That's all. I just gave my reason why. And I said I wasn't sure about Simon Keene.
You know,
it don't matter to me.
I'm gonna tell you something, bro. And this ain't really like just an argument point, but this more so like the odds. Somebody said yesterday, somebody on Twitter was trying to talk down on Inoue's like win over Tapales. Like, bro, he was a minus 2,000. Like the bookies knew, right? And somebody's response to
that's my point. That's my point.
Somebody's response to that was, well, that's just a testament of how good he is. What other world champion is opening up as a minus 2,000 against a unified champion? And it made me wonder, bro, like, damn, is that really testament to just how good he is because of how big, so, people can argue, other ways, champ. That's all I'm saying.
That's cool, but again, he was a minus 2,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was Parker? Parker was a plus what? Nike Hendricks.
So is that again,
but it's
bro,
funny.
But
it's funny how nobody.
It just depends how you
people
look
just
at
need
it.
to. But why are people stuck on my nomination? Nominate your own dude. People so mad that I want Parker to win. Lord have mercy.
For you to say why are people stuck on it, I'm gonna ask you, why are you stuck on it? Because they're talking about it because you talked about it, brother. So you don't talk about it, they don't talk about it, nobody talk about it, everybody's happy.
Yeah, I talked about it. If you don't believe it, you could be like one of the callers, Ness, you bugging. I'm with Danny. And he kept it moving. He gave his reasons why his fighters deserve what they deserve. You understand? But you, not you specifically, but the person that feeds into it, you giving him more life. And you deep down, know I have an argument. If you have to come up with reasons why Parker can't be, and you gotta discredit Wilder. My man said, well, if Parker's fighter of the year, then Wilder's great. And he's not great. Like, damn, my man used to protect Wilder every day. Now he coming out to tell you there's no way Parker could get it because that would make Wilder great, and he ain't great. Hilarious. Knight trying for a third time.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, finally, my shit works. Hey, man, I don't like the disrespect. Devin the fighter of the year. I don't know why they ain't saying that Devin be the pound-for-pound fighter. But Crawford only fought once this year. Devin beat pound-for-pound Loma, then he went up to the belt for Regis. I mean, you can say Inoue too, because he beat 4-10 the champ in Japan. But it's like, damn, man, I don't know, Ness. I'm with everybody else. You tripping on that Parker shit. You comeback fighter of the year, but as far as fighter of the year, he got all next year to do that. So shit, he can do that next year, man. But I say Devin won. I like Benavidez too.
Yo, it's on a 15-second delay, so they hearing your background noise now. They like, damn, bro, at the Indy 500.
Yeah, I'm at work, man. But yeah, I say Devin won. Benavidez too. Crawford, I can't put him in there. Yeah, one fight. So yeah, performance of the year. But that's my call, man. They don't want Haney to be that because they don't like Bill. That's all that is. That's my call.
Alright. Bruh, the shots at Wilder's crazy. Now he got a soft chin. Bruh, he took that right hand from fucking Parker. Danny. Please, let me say this before I lose my train of thought because I have been trying to finish this poll. Give me promoters because I'm missing one.
We got Eddie Hearn. We
Matchroom.
got Frank Warren.
Oh,
Queensberry.
Queensberry. That's the one. Okay.
We got Bob Behrman, Top Rank.
Did that.
We got Al Heyman, Premier Boxing Champion.
Did that.
We got Jake Paul and
Did
Most
that.
Valuable Promotion.
Did that.
You got Eye of the Tiger.
Nah, they ain't big enough to make the list. That's it.
Trying to think.
That's the big five. That's the big five.
I feel like that's it. Yo.
You was gonna say?
No, I'm saying I think that's it.
No. I mean, before I cut you off, so that I didn't forget my train of thought, because I had that poll. I just needed that last promoter I couldn't think of.
Oh no, I threw my idea away the moment you cut me off, Champ.
Oh, you forgot it, you mean?
Yeah, I forgot.
Okay. Before I get to another caller, what other category? Fight of the year? Fight of the year? I'm just making my polls in the
what
background.
categories you have?
Right now we did fighter of the year and promoter of the year.
You may feel like it's your time.
On the community page here
You got
on
Golden Boy. You got Golden Boy on there, right?
Oh shit! Did I not put Golden Boy? You lying? I mean, they really they don't belong there though. I didn't put Golden Boy, but Queensberry got more Riyadh fights this year that were more relevant than really anything Golden Boy did. But if you know, maybe we get a lot of Golden Boys in the chat.
Golden Boy did put on, you know, the biggest fight of the year.
One fight doesn't. That's what I'm saying. It's year. We're not asking for, you know, promoter of the day, promoter of the month. It's promoter of the year.
What about knockout of the year?
Okay, knockout of the year. Well, I got to start with the other one, which is fight of the year. Fight of the year. Who'd you got? What's the nominees for fight of the year? I got fight of the year. Fight of the year.
I think and I can't really say because I didn't really watch it, but a lot of people felt the Espinoza and Robesi fight was fight of the year. I had a lot of people hitting me up saying that.
I can't think of a fight of the year. All right, taking a call. Tip Bellis. I can't think of one. Tip.
Yo. So we going over what? Fighter of the year? What else?
Nah, we just doing fight of the year. But you could give me your nomination for fight of the year since we're looking for nominations at the moment.
No, I don't even think I have a fight of the year. Like it's no like damn. I'm mad I missed that Robesi fight because it's kind of clear that I think that's the favorite. But I just can't think of any other fight that stood out this year that could be nominated for like fight of the year. Like what other fights were a war this year?
I think a lot of people is talking about again, shit, you said the Robesi as that the Santillan and whatchamacallit, but that could be upset of the year, not so much fight of the year.
Yeah, Alexis Rocha joint, right?
Yeah, Rocha. Yep.
Matter of fact, there's so many upsets. They might have to do like maybe 10 nominations for upset of the year. You're gonna have to like categorize them joints.
I just wanna say that this year, it was so much records broken, even in the Wilder fight. Like the Wilder fight, they just did the second best like punches landed and all that. Did you see that shit, Nuss? So you know how like Shakur and De Los Santos broke the record with like 40, and then Devin broke it with Regis with only 36. Well, Wilder and Parker, they was in second with like 38 or 39. So I think the four fights with the least
Yeah,
amount
but you
of
talking
punches
about
ever
Wilder.
landed.
You talking about Wilder threw 39, not Parker. Parker threw
Yeah,
89
yeah,
punches, homie.
yeah. I
That's all
mean,
they threw.
Parker threw
no,
89,
landed,
bruh.
landed. That's how he
Landed.
landed.
Nah, yeah, I heard Wilder landed 39.
Yeah, he landed 39.
All right. Well, let me see. Fighters of the year. I guess we got to go Inoue. Um, Benavidez. I ain't throwing Crawford in there. Crawford, like some said, his performance of the year. Dude only had one fight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got to throw my man in there, Oshagi. I got to throw Oshagi in there. People gonna be like, Oshagi, yeah,
For
bro.
what?
I
For
mean,
what?
yeah. Was Ray Vargas not an upset? Technically speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he had to fight with Rocky, where he had to come back win.
So you saying he's fighter of the year?
I'm saying he's a nomination. He's, you know what I'm saying? It's considerable.
Nah, I'm just making sure we hearing you.
Yeah, I think those are like my top three. I don't see anybody else that could really stand out. I would say Tim Zoo, but he had
You may feel like it's your
Zoo.
time,
Zoo had a
but it's
bullshit
not
fight.
your time.
Wait, did Tim fight 3 times this year?
Yeah.
He fought 3 times this year.
You know what?
And I could argue his wins was better than Parker's wins.
Yeah.
Bro, who we taking off this
double
list? Who we taking
just
off
about to
this
double back,
list? Who we taking off this list? Fight of the year. Cause
you gotta take turns off.
No, fight of the year. Haney Loma, Better Beef Yard, Wood Warrington, Munguia Dervinchenko, Espinoza, Ramirez. Who getting bumped? Who deserved to get bumped? Who don't belong on the list?
I don't remember the Munguia one. I don't remember the other one you said. What was the first one you said?
What you mean? Haney versus Loma.
No, after that.
After Haney
Better
versus
Beef
Loma?
Yard.
Better Beef Yard.
Yeah,
that was
I
a good
remember
fight,
that
bro.
one.
That was a good fight. Yard was giving Better Beef work.
No. He beat Yard ass, right? It wasn't
Nah,
no
but
line.
I mean, y'all was
work.
in that fight. He was showing us some shit. Y'all showed us some shit. I mean, it was as competitive as Tapales, right? Where like you losing, but you competitive. Or was it more competitive than that, in your opinion? Well, he dipped off. I was thinking Oshaki Rocky Rodriguez could be better than one of these options.
For what? For fight of the year?
For fight of the year.
I like that. I think it was a fight that was competitive, a fight that Shock was honestly losing, and a fight that he had to score that 12th round knockout to get the winner.
Yeah, so I need to know which one to take off the list. In the meantime,
it was 12th round, right? Wasn't it the 12th round he got the knockout in?
Who?
Shock.
Yo, can you hear me?
We hear you, Peso. We hear you.
All right, ¿cómo estás de los míos? I was about to say, come on now, the Rovesi Rafa fight was upset of the year, man. That guy was a 50-1 underdog with only 11 amateur fights, and he's not even a full-time boxer. And Rovesi's a 2-time Olympic gold man. That's fight of the year and upset of the year. And as for the Parker, bro, you're absolutely right. He definitely should be in the mix because what he pulled was an upset before the fight. What were they saying? Oh, Wilder by murder. Oh man, Parker's soft. Parker's one of the softest Samoan. Like, they wasn't saying that Parker could win. A lot of motherfuckers besides me and a few that actually said if it goes past a certain distance, Parker's just gonna UD him clear. Like, and that's exactly what happened. So, Danny's just being a hater. I don't know how Wilder. I mean, you can say what you want. Wilder's not the most skilled, but Wilder had a name and still was the top 5 heavyweight, top 3 arguably. And Parker just shut him out.
So
like,
what exactly makes me a hater, brother?
Because you're trying to discredit Parker's win over Wilder. How bro? Like, you didn't even pick Parker to beat Wilder.
Exactly.
I didn't.
No, you're being a hater, bro. You just don't want it because, bro.
And how him because there was better wins.
Carries weight. It's heavyweight boxing. He wasn't a vacant champion. He wasn't even. He didn't. He literally beat a champion and had 10 title defense and dropped the arguably damn near was seconds away from beating the best heavyweight of this era. Like, Parker shot him. Like, Fury didn't do that. Fury beat the shit out of him in the second fight, but Parker went in there and didn't even get dropped. Like, you know how crazy that is? He avoided that right hand. Like, that's
Straight
what I'm saying. And
schooled him.
To be clear, because I don't have him as fighter of the year, I'm a hater.
No, because you not
Right?
even
That's what
no,
you're
you're
accept him
saying
saying.
as
that
a
he shouldn't even be in the
nomination.
mix. Like, bro,
Exactly.
he
So when Nestor asked,
that win carries
hold
weight.
on, I just want to be clear, champ. I just want to be clear. So when Nestor asked me to name 5, and I named 5 that was better in my opinion, did you catch that or you
No,
missed
no,
it?
there's not five that's better. He should be up there. The only people that have an argument is Haney, Inoue, and Benavidez, but he's definitely up there, bro. You can't do that. Crawford could be
Yeah,
up there, but he
I
only
think
fought
Zoo
once.
had a better year than him, and I think
Fuck
Crawford
no,
had a
bro,
better year
bro,
than him.
bro. And Mendoza wasn't even a top 10 guy when Fedora when he beat Fedora. That was low key. I'm not gonna call it a cherry pick, but that was just a stay busy fight.
A
So
top 10
let's
where?
come on, let's be
Hold on. Let's
real.
be clear. Let's be clear, because this is an easy pull-up for me.
Nah, he was top
He was
10.
not top 10 where?
No, not when
Like in your
Fedora fought him. Not
eyes,
when in
or
Ring Magazine. In Ring Magazine, he wasn't top 10, bro. He got ranked top 10 after he beat Fedora. And
okay,
El
so
Campo, come on now,
but the
bro.
WBC,
Timzu had a good year, but
he
let's
was
look at
top
the
10.
competition. Tony and Mendoza are good wins, but Ocampo was a come on, bro. You're rating
I
Ocampo
mean,
that's better than Wilder.
bro, I would rate no, but it's better than the other guys he fucking fought this year. Yeah, for sure.
I'm not so sure about. I mean, Ocampo's probably a level below some of those guys. If we're being honest.
I mean, bro, like Ocampo is Simon Keane. So Parker's second best win, that's Zoo's worst win this year, right? And then
but I'm trying to tell you, bro,
Parker's
he should
best
be in the
win is
mix. Like,
better than all of Zoo's wins. That's what we saying.
bro, like that win that bro, he was an underdog.
But when you put a year together and the body of work,
I hear
that's
you,
not
Beso.
that don't make you fighter of the year to me. You beat a guy like Nestor said it earlier. Spence and Crawford gave us the best welterweight. Parker and Wilder didn't even give us the best non-champ.
Bro, he did because, bro, we wanted the AJ fight for 5-6 years, and Parker showed us that wasn't the fight. He showed us. Like, I don't get it. I mean, bro, come on, bro. We thought Wilder was the baddest man on the planet for how long? And Parker goes in there and just fucks up everybody's dream, bro. Like, and then he got 4 fights in a year. We begging motherfuckers to stay. I don't get why we not appraising that.
Bro, it's not like why y'all want to praise like somebody. I almost said bullshit, bro, but it's like you want to give a motherfucker a pat on the back for doing a fucking job. Like, what world do we live in?
Bro,
he fought guys we don't fucking know.
We live in a
Hold
world
on,
where fighters don't do it.
We don't fucking know. That's great, bro, but they doing better than.
But Danny,
you want them to fight guys we don't know, but motherfuckers is fighting guys we do know.
But we live in
guys
you saying what world we living
in with accolades.
You saying what world we living in? We living in a world where we don't see a former world champ have 4 fights. We living in a world where we don't see a former world champ do what they did to Wilder. We just don't. He did that, bro. He upset the apple cart, but it's all good. All good, all good, all good, all good. Caesar, what up?
Bro, but that's the problem, and that's why I told you and I fucked up, Nas. You and I fucked up.
Nah, I already got the poll.
I
They could go vote.
I agree with the upset, bro. He is one of the upsets of the year, for sure. There's zero doubt about that. But y'all trying to give him credit or more than because of one night is just insane to me.
So
Yo, what's up with y'all?
Caesar, before you start your call, should I take off Munguia Dervinchenko or you like that fight?
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I gotta take time to like think of this shit. I can't just like pull the fights out of my ass. I didn't even think that fight was this year. I had to go on fucking
Box
on
Rec?
Google and yeah, like, bro, I don't know. The guy coming off of a 1-year layoff is like, is that really? I don't know, bro.
Go ahead, champ. I won't do that poll now. I'll just move on.
No, I think Parker is definitely a good argument.
I'm not with it or against it. I'm just saying I don't have any fights that I could be like, oh no, like with fight of the year, I was 5 off the dome. I could name you better than who you said. But for
Do you got
fights
Tank
of
and
the
Ryan
year,
on there?
yeah, I would have to do homework.
Go ahead, champ. I'm sorry, I restarted that.
Hey, do you got Tank and Ryan on fight of the year?
I don't have it, but it's a nomination, right? Cause
I
Tank.
think that's a nomination just based off, they made a fight for the fans. They made the fights that we asked for. They put that shit to the side, the zone or whatever promotions, and they made a fight happen. So just like we're applauding Joseph Parker for fighter of the year, which I think is a good consideration based off he did have 4 fights. Uh, Danny, you're an NBA fan. I'm sure you see the new rule
Against who, brother?
in the NBA. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen the new rule in the NBA where you have to play 65 games out of the 82 season in order to be considered for like first team uh nominations, I think MVP votes, all that stuff because players would rest throughout the season. They didn't have a real reason not to play these games and they would rest and they would cheat the fan. So they had to make a rule that you gotta dress up, that you gotta be there for these games if you want to win these all-star votes or these MVP votes, any of those awards. These are awards that are for the fighters. So you gotta respect somebody who's fighting 4 years. I mean, four times out of the year. How many weeks is it in a training camp? Would you say?
I mean, shit, when I'm fighting a guy nobody in the world's really heard of, I mean, you tell me. How many weeks do you need to fight you get what I'm saying? Like, real quick, bro, it's just like,
I just think,
I
I
don't know, to
mean,
me,
you're fighting
to
four
me, it's
times.
just
You're
like,
fighting four times out of the year. You're not getting any real rest. You're putting your job. You know what I'm saying? You're taking that shit serious. You can only fight about 4 times out
look,
of the year. You don't
look,
have an
man,
off season.
I know, you watched both the Haney's fights this year, right?
Both Haney fights? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I know that when he fought in May against Loma, that camp started last December, right? So he was in camp from the last week of December till the third week of May for the fight. And then he was back in camp in the end of July for a fight in the beginning of December. So I don't know where he was supposed to fit 2 more fights in, but like most guys at the
And that's
top
why me
level,
and the caller, are appreciating what Joe Parker did,
yeah,
because you
yeah.
can't even
Again, so when
fathom
when 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 you
how
ain't
to do
fighting a
it.
top guy, you don't need that much preparation time. So when he asked me how much is a camp, I responded, yeah. When you not fighting a top guy,
But
when you're
Deontay
not
Wilder
fighting a
seems
guy
like
who
he needed
poses
that
real
time.
threat, you don't need that
Deontay
much
Wilder
time.
needed that time though because maybe it
Do you
showed
feel like it's your
Parker's
time?
activity was what kept
When
him
is
in the
not your
fight and
time?
made him win that 12-round decision. But
Exactly,
but yeah, that's just my take. Good looking out, y'all.
champ.
So now is what y'all describing again? Is that upset of the year? Is that performance of the
No,
year?
because
Or is that really
because
fighter? Is that really fighter of the year?
bro, again, you just told the world how difficult it is to have 4 camps, and now you're trying to minimize the 4 camps. I got to get to a
Bro,
caller.
because of the quality of
You are
opposition.
minimizing the 4 camps. He did four
Yeah,
camps
I
because he
am.
was
because of the
determined to
quality
come
of
back.
opposition.
He did four,
Absolutely.
and guess what?
Absolutely I
And
am.
his
Yes.
win is greater than. He took
Greater than what?
Then almost.
Greater than what?
In my opinion, better than everything everybody did, because I got him as fighter of the year. Fuck, don't you get? Alex. In my opinion, he did better than everyone
Just to be
else.
clear, out of the guys in the running, if you was representing all of them, you would rather you would prefer for them to have the Joe Parker year.
Yeah. Terrence Crawford had 1 fight, and Joe Parker had 4. Terrence Crawford had one
Hey, good
good
morning. Can you hear
performance,
me?
and
No, he
Joe
had
Parker
one
had
great
one
performance.
excellent performance.
Bro, so whoa. So you think Parker's performance was better than Bud's against Wilder?
Yeah. And again, it goes to the betting line because we didn't expect it. Nor did the experts, nor did the bookies. A few radical fans. You dudes trying to minimize. It's all good. Alex, take it away.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
You talking about betting lines for what?
No, he just saying how am I ranking Parker's performance over Wilder more than Terrence's over Earl's, and I'm just saying because I thought Earl could do that. Not like he did, but he was the favorite. We all thought he was winning.
So you didn't think he could perform the way he did?
Not in the way he did. But guess what? What I'm trying to get to.
So you
I'm
didn't.
trying to get to. We thought Bud would do what he did more than we thought what fucking Parker did was gonna happen. You get that? Do you
That's
get
called
that?
an upset, though, right?
Do you get that? Do you get that? Yeah,
Does he get that?
Hey, Alex,
Do you get that?
if that's called an upset, then what the fuck is it called when you beat somebody we know you gonna beat?
Taking care of business, I guess.
Oh, all right then.
But doesn't it matter how you do it versus who you do it, though?
So I value what Parker did in 1 year over what Terrence did in 1 year.
Do you feel like because the way Joe Parker was fighting, caused Deontay Wilder to be gun shy, to be on his back foot, to look the way he did?
I just feel that Parker in a year showed other fighters what they need to do. Alex, you and I get on here every single day and complain of people being inactive.
Though?
Oh, here we go, man.
No. I think Joe Parker definitely should be celebrated. He had a tremendous year, like you said, to go through 4 fights in 1 year, and like be real, right? The first fight he had, Jack Massey, that was on a pretty good card, right? The second fight, he fought a dude from his area. I believe it was a pay-per-view in his area. So that was a good local fight for him just to keep him busy. Then he goes and fights Simon Keane in Saudi Arabia, right? That was on the Ngannou card.
Yep.
And then does a quick turnaround. I think that hasn't been mentioned. Very quick turnaround to fight,
No, they only mention that when Canelo does it to Kovalev.
But to do a quick turnaround to fight, Deontay Wilder as an underdog, facing one of the biggest punchers of all time, or you could just say recent time, man, to 12-0 or 11-1, or basically just clearly win. Kudos to him, hand clap. I think he should be considered, but I don't have him in my top 3. I think for me,
but you at least considering him. You ain't being like Danny writing him off and acting like I'm crazy.
But you were basically like cheerleading for him to be fighter. You said specifically he's my fighter of the year.
I am cheerleading because if I don't cheerlead, they don't even see what he's done. If I don't cheerlead, a year goes by and we're gonna be saying, "Man, I wish fighters fight 4 times a year." It's like, yo, Parker did that.
Right.
Parker did that.
No. Right. You have to bring attention to it because, it'll be overlooked and we're not going to get more people to do it. You saw what he did. 3 fights, gets the biggest, one of the biggest fights of his career once again, after coming up short and wins. That's where we want. That will help devalue losses. That'll help fighters to get back in there and take risks. So, yeah, Joe Parker definitely should be talked about and should be praised.
I'm hoping it motivates, influences these other fucking dudes that are sitting on their ass not doing anything. I hope it influences them to take the fucking career by the horns and realize, damn, look at what that man did. I could do that. Stephen Fulton should be looking at Parker like this some bullshit. I should have had 4 fights this year too and be looking at a big fight early next year. People need to take note of what he did and get mad at their handlers. Because what he did put him in position. What he did was take a piece off the motherfucking board. There's no more super fight. He did that. And if there's one, he'll get a super fight too. An Ngannou, a Zhang, something. You understand?
Yeah, I just noticed after he got stopped by Joe Joyce, he came back 4 months later. So you don't really see that a lot of times, especially that kind of fight. Remember, he was being pressured by Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce has a very strong, hard jab. And he was literally getting beat from from pillar to pillar, right? but comes back 4 months, goes 10 rounds, comes back, gets a couple knockouts, and then gets his big win. So it even shows you, even after a devastating loss, you can come back, build yourself up, and yeah, go ahead and get what you believe you deserve, which is that
Bro,
win that brings
Alex,
attention to you to get you to that back to the top of the mountain.
Alex, isn't this the same fight plan we offered AJ when he suffered his first loss to Ruiz? The same fight plan we offered Deontay Wilder when he suffered the draw and then he suffered the knockout loss? Like, we always tell motherfuckers take a tune-up. The radical fans, nah, do the immediate rematch. You can't let those belts go. I'm the main dude, like, nah, go get you some tune-ups. Go work on some shit. You understand?
What we're saying what I know I've been saying for Errol is, you got to get a couple fights. There's some things you got to just to give yourself the best chance to win. You got to get in there.
Nah, we gonna
fight
coin
a couple
that
fights,
shit. You
and if
gotta
you
do the
want that
Parker.
blood smoke, get it again.
We're gonna coin it. You gotta do the Parker. Since they don't want to give him the award, we're just gonna make the phrase be him. Tell Earl go do the Parker before fighting Crawford. Tell
motherfuckers
Fulton.
gonna tell you, motherfuckers gonna think you talking about Miss Parker off of Friday, bro. You're gonna have to be very specific.
Yeah, we gonna
about
tell
what it
Fulton.
is you
We gonna
talking
tell
about.
Fulton
But listen,
do
like
the
I
Parker.
said, I don't have Parker in my top, 3. He's just not
Hey,
there
Miss
for me,
Parker.
but he deserves to be praised.
Exactly.
Absolutely, but we don't have to go so extra. But I think he definitely deserves
saying
time
I'm
to be
extra?
spoken
Oh,
on.
you saying
to,
I'm extra
to,
with
to
my
go
shit?
ahead and be bigged up. Because my top 3, I don't think there's really much of a debate. And to me, it's Bud Crawford, Inoue, and Haney. Now everyone keeps saying the one fight, but that one fight was so significant for boxing. I think the way he dominated, the build up to the fight, and and what's happened to him after.
It's
He
crazy.
has catapulted to
Vegas,
become a
Vega, I
superstar
could say the
in all of
same
boxing.
shit. I could say the same shit about
Nah,
Parker.
that's right
Parker
though. No, that's
eliminated.
right.
Listen to me.
That's right
Listen to me.
about people giving Parker his credit.
Parker eliminated one of the biggest heavyweight names in the last 10 years. He eliminated.
Is a strong word.
Bro, he's off the board. He contemplating retirement. Have you not seen the headlines?
I mean, eliminate is like you just killed somebody, knock their ass
Bro,
out.
this is
is
a game here, okay? There's a competition. There's pieces on the board. He is a piece, and he got removed. He is contemplating
retirement.
retirement.
Though. He do need to get his credit. You are right. He do need to get his credit. I say we give him.
We didn't remove Earl. We didn't remove Earl with the Crawford. We do think Earl could retire. We could.
No,
we do think Earl could
employee
retire.
of the week or employee of the month. You feel me?
Oh, now you want to put his name
No,
on the
yeah,
wall.
fighter of the month for sure. He
want to put
deserves
his
that.
name on the wall.
Employee of the
hopefully
month.
multiple
Y'all
thank
terrible.
anybody.
Employee of the month.
Bro,
Look at what y'all ridiculing him now.
You're
Nah,
getting mad
but
about
what's wrong with
something
that? That
every
is
other
something.
sport
That's
does.
something to be proud of. You like, let's not
Proud of.
devalue
Every
that.
sport does
That is
it.
great.
What are you talking
He
about?
deserves to be fighter of the month, and that will be, that they'll send him something from the WBO or the WBC, and he deserves to be highlighted. And like you said, it is a great
Let me
year.
ask
It's
you
a
a
great
question. Let me
cherry
ask you a
top.
question. Let me ask you a question. Who's more likely to retire, Earl or Wilder?
Deontay, he's 38
more
years
likely?
old. It's his
I
second
would
or
say the
third
38-year-old is more
loss
likely to
in the
retire.
last few
All
years.
right. You got to give him credit, bro. You got to give him credit. He taking him off the board. The biggest name.
Yo,
like Fury ain't like they gonna hate me, but Fury ain't do no pay-per-views till Wilder. And AJ wasn't a success in America. The biggest name in the heavyweight division was taken out by a Samoan, and y'all acting like it is nothing.
Well, he wasn't the biggest name currently to this day, but right, you have to give him credit for what he has accomplished previously. But listen, you're making my call not what I want to be. Shout out Joe Parker. Congratulations. Kudos to him. I just want to speak on the top 3 fighters. Inoue to take on an undefeated Stephen Fulton was great. He dominated, and then to go ahead and become undisputed against the Palas, it's great. And then Haney, I think him and Loma was fight of the year to me. That was the most high level fight I've seen all year. And then him to go up and look the way he did against Regis. That was his dominant performance. Those are the top 3. But there's one thing I think I'm surprised no one's mentioned. If we talk about Bud's opponent, if we talk about one of Inoue's opponents, if we go on, Parker's opponent. We mentioned what's another fighter that we named? I don't know, but
Tank
it
and
seems like those
Ryan?
type of guys, they all fought somebody coming off of a year layoff. Haney did not. Haney fought guys that were fighting, that were active, and so I'm surprised no one has really pushed that, because we talked about how much inactivity is a killer, and all these guys that we're mentioning, they got to fight against someone like that. Devin Haney did not. So I just want to give him his flowers as well for fighting guys that are not inactive, that are still sharp, and to go ahead and get 2 victories, even though you can listen. There's so many arguments to make,
Yeah, you
right?
could argue
Loma
that they're
could have won the
old.
fight. Regis didn't look that great in his last fight, but still, everyone is allowed to have, I think, one of those fights, but to get back in there even after those type of fights and to take on top competition should be applauded as well. So shout out Haney, shout out Joe Parker. Bud Crawford Howard is my fighter of the year.
I mean, you talking about people can say that they old, but last I checked, Wilder older than both Loma and Regis.
Yeah, and that's what people been saying about Wilder, specifically CYP. He's been calling in to say, "Oh, Wilder was 38, Wilder was 38, Wilder was 38." So yeah, why if people gonna say it about Wilder, we certainly gonna say it about Loma and Regis. Giovanni.
Even though neither guy is 38.
Giovanni, yeah, you're gonna have to jump back in, Giovanni. Not only
Yeah.
did it not work, but
Can you hear me?
Thought I just
oh,
heard him.
I do hear you. I do hear you, but I gotta mute you, okay? SDX has a
Yeah.
counterpunch. Give me 1 second. SDX, what up?
Yo, good morning, that's Danny.
What up, champ?
Not much.
Top of the morning. Top of the morning.
I ain't got too much data to throw around who I feel like my fighter of the year and all that. I'm still learning. Shout out to TBV for ending the year off with a bang. But I will say, based off what I'm hearing, and I like to look at the picture, you feel me, bigger view. Based off what you saying, Ness, I could make the same argument with what Danny's saying and saying, like, so basically, it's about what the fighter did. We could say Ngannou could be that fighter of the year in the same comparison, like you saying with Parker, because he didn't have many. He didn't have fights during.
Folks now, grave.
Look. He didn't have. He didn't have
even
4
win.
fights in the year, but he only had
How
one
do you
boxing
win?
fight.
How do you get fighter of the year without winning, bro? Come on,
Listen,
man. Are you a casual
let me
or
break
what?
down what you said, Ness. Let me break down what you said. You made a point. You said in the Parker fight, on the odds, according to the bookies, Parker didn't have not a fucking chance in hell. Same thing with Ngannou.
He didn't win.
But we talking about it's not
This
about
guy's
him winning
delusional.
though.
He's delusional. He's
You-
trying to talk about odds
look.
on a guy that didn't
Ness,
even win.
Ness, did you expect
Did he win?
him to even fucking put a hand on Tyson Fury?
Do not ask me to answer a question until you tell me if he won or not.
I said he didn't win.
So how
I
is this
said that.
relevant?
You know he didn't
so
win.
how is the odds relevant?
Because one, like you said, he only had one boxing fight in his career,
And he didn't
he went in there
win.
with the top competition.
My brother,
he
how
took the Jake
do you
Paul route on
how do
steroids,
you
bro,
give a fighter
and literally showed? And look, and this is another thing. He literally showed us. You know why? Because we thought Fury was gonna go straight into the Usyk fight after he walked through Ngannou, right? And what Fury had to do? Go back to the drawing board, like, oh shit, we might need to push the date back. He fucked up the fight everybody was looking for. He did the same thing that you
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Which fighter were you looking forward to more? Fury, Usyk, or Wilder, AJ? You answered your own question with your silence. We know what it is.
No.
We know what it is. We know what it is.
This year?
We know what it is.
Hold on.
Bruh, we know what it is. This community?
You asking him
This community?
You can't do that. Look, because I feel like that's a
But are you asking
two-sided
him for
question.
this year,
As
or
a
are you asking him
casual,
in general?
I'm asking him, Danny.
look, as a casual, I would only be able to say the Wilder because I wasn't as knowledgeable on boxing. But from a hardcore standpoint, I feel like the Usyk Fury fight has more. It's more important to the sport. Like y'all would up that fight to me more than that shit. Especially after seeing Deontay come off 2 losses. I just feel like that's like you can't put that question.
Like it's your time.
I come back for my free call. Look, I come back.
All right. Giovanni. Yo, if you haven't hit the thumbs up, go ahead and do so. Apple Jacks, I don't think you hit the thumbs up, so I'm going to time you out. That's how I'm doing. If I don't think you hit it, you getting sniped. So you better hit it.
Bro,
Giovanni, you
you
got it.
say I time people out for anything.
All right, Giovanni, what up? Nah.
Yeah, so off rip, right? I would say Haney is the box of the year. Second place would go to Bud. The third place would go to
Parker.
in Inoue. Nah,
Okay,
Parker.
okay.
Look, Ness, you know I got a bone to pick with that one because I mean, let's be real. Look, right? Parker is the second best fighter that Wilder has fought, and he lost to him. All right, the best fighter he fought was Fury, and he lost to him. You get what I'm saying? And the third best fighter is Luis Ortiz, who was never a champion. You have Parker, who fought all the big names, well, most of the big names, right? A Ruiz, a Joshua, a Joyce, Dillian White. Like he fought all the names. For people to act like Parker had no chance in that fight is just fucking ridiculous. Like, and especially the fact if you think about the fact that he lasted the 12 rounds, right? AJ, a lot of people forget that AJ had all his wins by knockout until he fought Parker. You get what I'm saying? And then after that, of course, he went on and get beat by Ruiz and got his heart snatched up out his chest. But that's besides the point, though. Before that, AJ had all his wins by knockout. You know what I mean? Parker lasted through that. So for him to last through Wilder's beating, I mean, I'm not too surprised about that shit. And like I said, that's the second biggest name on his resume. So you can't say that because of that he deserves fighter of the year. Like what the fuck? Joseph Parker is a decent fighter. You get what I'm saying? Like a former world champion, somebody who's actually been in the ring with all the top guys. Wilder has not. Like I said yesterday, Wilder has a decent resume. And the thing is, like, his main claim to fame is that he defended the belt 10 times, but against 9 different guys that we never heard of. We heard of Fury, that was it. Like, who else he defend against? You get what I'm saying? Like, let's be real here. Like, he just somebody who got a good right hand, and you saw it in that fight. All he was trying to do was right hand, right hand. All that ain't working. Let me just try to push him around. Right hand, right hand. He had no answers. You get what I'm saying? So Joseph Parker's definitely not even in contention. Not even uh, not even fight of the year, nothing, man. But yeah, so at the end of the day, boxes of the year is Haney, and now in this order is Haney, Bud, Inoue, and Benavides. And definitely got to give it to Haney because he was able to defend his undisputed championship against a guy like Loma who has some real skills, not somebody like Wilder who just throws windmills and hopes for a fucking punchline. You get what I'm saying? And that fight was very competitive. He moved up in weight and was able to show us some new things against Regis and show us that, you know what I mean? Shit, you can whitewash somebody, beat him every single round, knock him down, knock down somebody who's supposed to be the bigger guy, the power punch, all that shit. I mean, he did that shit impressively. And Bud, you know, obviously he beat Spence in a manner that nobody saw coming. Nobody saw that shit coming. I was going back and forth with one of my guys for real quick, just going back and forth for like 2 years on who would win that fight. And I said Bud, but not in that way. So yeah, that's it for my call.
All right, champ. Malik, what it do?
Appreciate the call. Just reminding everybody with the zone that Riyadh season has started their tennis cups. If you guys want to watch Carlos Alcaraz and Novak Djokovic, head on over to the zone as I have done and watch the match while enjoying the show.
Just reminding everyone that TBV needs to reach its goals. We're trying to get to 187,000. It would be amazing to get to that goal right now. We're at 186,964. So we need about 40 people to come over and subscribe. So are my Twitter people, X Spaces, are you subscribed to the YouTube channel, helping us get the numbers we need to get those big interviews? You know, the fighters see numbers, they want to sit down. All my Discord people, all subscribe. Now is the time to go ahead and do so. This is an absolutely free way to support the show. Malik, are you there?
Yo,
Yep.
you hear me?
Yep.
Man, what's up, man? What's up?
Chilling.
Hey, man, I gotta go.
The word.
Really, homie really took my call, man, because I had Bud, Inoue, and Haney. I don't really know the order. I'm leaning more Bud just because of the fact of, like, I feel like this particular year, Bud just, like, the way he washed Spence, that shit just shaped up the rest of the year of boxing, bro. After that fight, everybody just came with it after that. I just felt like Bud just set the tone for this year. So that's
I
the only
mean,
reason I just gotta lean Bud.
truth be told, Ryan set the tone, and Ryan told you he was setting the tone. And he said,
Ryan who?
Ryan Garcia took the Tank fight with all stipulations, went on social media and
Man, come on, Ness.
bro, he went on
Come on,
social
Ness.
media and said, hopefully me doing this inspires others. You
All right,
forgot.
all right, all right, all
You
right, all right,
forgot.
all right. I give you that.
And
I'm gonna
his
give you
fight,
that. I'm gonna
his
give you
fight
that.
was
I'm gonna
April.
give you that.
His fight was like April something. Bud and them wasn't even
I'm talking
announced
about as
yet.
far as winning. I'm talking about as far as just you called the man out, you said what you was gonna do, and you actually did that shit.
I hear you. I hear you, but you
That's
know,
the point I'm making. Like he actually
Ryan
went
set the
in
tone.
and
Ryan
said he
set
was
the
gonna
tone.
annihilate that motherfucker, and he annihilated that motherfucker. And look, with Bud, he only fought one time, but if Spence wanted to run that motherfucker back next month, Bud would have ran that bitch back next month. Right or wrong.
See, he need Bud might need a Parker team then, because Parker was able to do his thing this year.
But look, Bud was looking for them big fights after that, man. He wasn't looking for no more tune-ups. He was looking for a Canelo fight.
Oh, my bad. I ain't know Wilder wasn't a big ass fight. I forgot.
Man, look, I told you I lost money on Wilder, man. But I'm not about to sit there and act like Parker gonna win fighter of the year now, too. We can't give him that, Ness.
He deserved it.
We can't give him fighter of the year, and he took our bread. We can't give him all that. Like we gonna give him that one. Look, we gonna give him what's the award for him? Comeback fighter of the year. That's good. Comeback fighter of the year. That's a good one. He can have that. It's like, all right, you watch basketball, Jalen Brunson. That motherfucker playing phenomenal basketball. But I don't think he gonna win MVP. You playing phenomenal basketball. But
talking to
as
you,
far as
Danny.
MVP, what you think, Danny?
Danny.
Man, I agree, but you talking to the wrong guy, cause you tell we on the same page. This Nesta then accidentally hit the crack rock this morning, and now you feel me?
Yeah, man, that's
That's
all
the
I'm
dog.
saying, though, bro. I can't give it to Parker, man. You know, I'm giving him his respect, bro, because he did what he wasn't supposed to do. Like he wasn't supposed to go whoop up on Wilder like that. So I'm gonna give him all his credit. But fighter of the year, tough. That's tough, man. That's tough. But I hear what you're saying, though, Ness. I hear what you're saying, though, bro. You not fucked up for saying that shit, though. Like you giving the man his credit, he deserves credit for sure. But as far as just taking that away from Inoue and
Bro,
Crawford,
he giving them he giving them his flowers, he giving them his credit, his debit, he giving them man everything, bro. He giving them shit for shit he ain't even did. He giving them credit for the what he could have did.
Champ.
Champ.
This what you don't get. Like, as a real boxing fan, I made money on Simon King. You know, he might have been a 34 box rec fighter. We made money on Simon King versus Parker. So I don't care, bro. I care about activity. I care about a dude getting in there and fighting and staying active and working on his craft, getting better. That's what's important. And I want to highlight that. Like, him doing that is what led to the biggest win of his career. Not the biggest win of the year. Career. Beating Wilder is bigger than beating Andy when he beat Andy. You know, even now, post Andy, even now with Andy's accomplishments, it don't matter because my man out here fighting, nobody's doing nothing. But again, my opinion, my opinion. People's champ, people's champ. What up?
Yeah, bro. But
Yo,
again, it
yo.
just you can
Hold
give
I was
on,
him
about,
Brand.
his
Hold on,
credit
Brandon. We hear
without
you.
calling him something he's not.
hey,
But what up, Brandon?
hey, Daddy, hurry up and finish up so I can educate the TVV family. What's going on, everybody? Hope everybody having a great day. Ness, you
My
fucking
bad. Let's
annoying,
get to
bro.
his very urgent call, Ness.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
hands on board. If you're driving, pull on over so you can get this
yes,
very
About to get
yes.
educated. About to
important
get educated.
education.
Education.
Yeah,
Ness,
yeah.
Ness, you're full of shit, bro. And I know what you're doing, but I'm not even gonna feed into it. Fighter of the year is undoubtedly a Naoya Inoue. He's the definition of I've came, I saw, I conquered. Became undisputed last year. Said, you know what, I'm about to move up. No tune-up fights to get acclimated to the weight. No Pedro fight. Where the champions at? Give me the champions. I just want to fuck them up. I remember the narratives going into that Stephen Fulton fight. And that's your narratives. He's the old taker. He's took about 6 or 7 undefeated records. Slick black fighter. He ain't never fought a guy like Stephen Fulton. He ain't never even sparred a guy like Stephen Fulton. I'm just sitting there like these casual nick and poops don't know what's about to happen. And knew he's a fucking monster.
Nincompoops.
But not only does he do that, he not only does he beat Stephen Fulton, beats him in like dramatic fashion, made him look like a rank amateur. Then said, you know what? I'm not done yet. Who's the other champion? Tapales, you just upset MJ, the guy they wanted me to fight a year or two ago. Bring your ass on over here to the great country of Japan and get your best payday. Because unlike some of your favorite fighters, we don't use A-side status to avoid the fights. We say, hey, we the A-side, come on over to Japan, get your best paycheck, but you're leaving without your belt. You're going to leave with your ass kicked and without your belt. That's what Stephen Fulton did, came and got his best paycheck. That's what Tapales did, came and got his best paycheck, but they left with their ass kicked and their belts taken. So because of that, Inoue became 2-time undisputed in 12 months, and that's why he's the fighter of the year. I love Bud to death, but he only fought once. I love David Benavidez, but he didn't do what Naoya Inoue did. And next, you over here pitching this fucking Joseph Parker fighter of the year. Stop that, bro. Stop that. If anything, he was the narrative killer of the year because for so many years we had to hear guys say, couldn't nobody beat Wilder that wasn't 60 pounds heavier than him. Or Tyson Fury was the only man that could beat Wilder. So he get props for that. He get props for that. So yeah, he's the narrative killer of the year. And I
I mean,
almost wanted to
shit.
give him comeback. I almost wanted to give him comeback fighter of the year until Tip Bayless reminded me of Oshaki fucking Foster. You want to talk about guys facing adversity? Oshaki Foster lost to fringe journeymen and contenders like Tsunami Sam. Rest in peace to Tsunami Sam. Ronald Chania.
Bro,
Earlier in his
you
career,
went
bro.
out here
Let me cook. Let me
man.
teach. Cause your fucking audience don't know these things. You want to talk about facing adversity? Oshaki Foster lost to fringe contenders early in his career. How many fighters would have hung it up?
Tevin
How
did
many
it.
fighters would? Can I cook? Tevin is another guy who could have
Joe
been
didn't.
comeback fighter of the year. When he did it, he was comeback fighter of the year for me. So Oshaki Foster not only overcame that type of adversity, kept winning, didn't have the best promotional back end, didn't have all the glitz and glamour, fighting on, nondescript cards, just working, just getting wins, raking up wins. Finally got his opportunity, came in as the underdog against Ray Vargas, upset the apple card, had to go to Mexico against a tough fighter, pulled off the win, faced adversity. That's comeback fighter of the year shit. He became champion, and then he put the cherry on top when he defended it, and then he parlayed that shit into a top ranked deal. What Joseph Parker did was cool, but what Oshaki Foster accomplished, that's comeback fighter of the year shit. That's comeback career of the year shit right there. So
Oshaki
yeah,
didn't fight the level of Wilder. Like y'all wilding.
yeah, he didn't fight the level of Wilder. Why? Because we were dumb enough to believe that Wilder was this killer.
No,
Because we
because
was
he was
stupid enough to
killing.
because we
Because
was
he was
dumb enough
killing.
to
Because he was
believe because he
killing.
beat Bermain Stavern, who had already got knocked out by a journeyman.
Because he was killing. What is you talking about?
My fault, Ness, because he beat guys like Bermain Stavern and Spilka. We wanted to believe he was this killer, but once he stepped up and fought somebody deep, he got his ass kicked.
Bermain wasn't a champion. Bermain wasn't a champion.
Hey Ness, you forget who you talking to. Bermain Stavern was a guy who had already got knocked out by a journeyman named Demetrius fucking King, and he won a
It's the
fucking vacant
heavyweight
belt.
division.
And he won a
It's the
vacant belt
heavyweight
against
division.
Chris Ariola. And he won a vacant belt against a bum named Chris Ariola.
Oh, now he's a bum. Wow. Damn, you went that
Charles
far.
Martin.
You are
He's
that.
Charles Martin.
You are that.
I
You
mean,
are
Charles
that.
Martin became
You are
world
that
champ.
emotional.
He's
You
Charles
are that
Martin.
emotional.
He's Charles Martin,
You
bro.
are that
He's Charles Martin.
emotional.
He kept the belt warm for its rightful owner. The same way Charles Martin won a vacant and kept it warm for a few months. That's the same thing Bermain Stavern did. And if Bermain Stavern was just so great, he never got a decent win after that. So let's cut it out. Comeback fighter of the year, Oshaki Foster. Naoya Inoue, fighter of the year. Fighter of the year, I give you Devin and Loma because it had the perfect blend of action and skill, and it was a chess match, and it kept us excited. Back and forth, it was close. And for me, promoter of the year is Samson Lewikovich because he does the most with the least. He ain't got the TV deal, but he's got good fighters in there that be whooping ass. David Benavidez, De Los Santos. How does that Rayo win look for De Los Santos right now? It looks damn good. Roman Villa stopped Speedy Rashidi. Yeah, he lost against Boots, but you know Roman Villa had a good win. So I say Samson Lewikovich is my promoter of the year. Hardcore shit, man. I don't want to you talking casual shit. I know what you want to do. You're trying to keep the casuals around, so you keep guys like Joseph Parker and his win over Deontay Wilder to keep the Wilder fans around, making them feel like they got some kind of consolation win. Man, we not doing that, man. This guy's out here putting in real work. What Parker did was cool, but what Oshaki did was way better. He's a champion. That's my call, man. I'm done educating for the day,
That don't
man.
even make sense. Rocky Hernandez. Won't you tell the audience since you educate
Rocky Hernandez was his mandatory.
Can I speak?
That was his mandatory.
Can I speak, Mr. Teacher? Can I speak?
Go right ahead, sir.
My question is, who Rocky fought before Shocky?
I don't care. That was his man. Talk to the sanctioning body. That was his man, though. He was a 36-1 fighter who he fought as mandatory. Ray Vargas was undefeated. Killing everybody.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's my call, man.
Ray Vargas was undefeated, killing everybody. Won't you tell the audience when the last time Ray Vargas had fought before he fought Oshaki? Oh, wow, he left. Matador, what up? Matador.
I mean, he had only fought. It had only been like 6 months, to be fair.
Versus who, Danny?
Mark Moxayo.
And before that, no activity on him. My point is no activity. But Matador, what up?
You asked about the fight before. I told you it was only 6 months. Not like a huge layoff or nothing like that.
Matador.
All right. What up? So really, for me, there's really only two options for the fighter of the year, and it's between Haney and Inoue. For this kind of stuff, you have to nitpick. Okay, so breaking it down, both of these guys fought the two best in their division for that year. For this year. The others, they didn't do that. So for me, it comes down to accolades and who you fought. They both had at least one 50-50 fight, according to the fans. The other fight, either Haney or Inoue, was more of a favorite, but still beat the current world champion. Now, the little slight differences is Inoue moved up this year and entered a new division, and became undisputed, fighting the number one guy in the division both times. Well, the number one guy with the belts. Haney beat a first ballot Hall of Famer and two-time world champion. Inoue got 2 knockouts moving up. Haney got 2 decisions. Inoue fought 2 guys coming off their best wins. So Fulton with Figueroa and Tapales with MJ. Haney's opponents, they didn't come off their best wins. They didn't have the best performance. Prograis and then Lomachenko with Ortiz. Uh, Inoue Fulton is a potential contender for fight of the year, but in my opinion, Haney is the fight of the year with Lomachenko. Um, and also Inoue was the B side, technically, quote unquote, the B side in the Fulton fight. So he overcame that and became
He's
champion
not
undisputed. So in my opinion, I
champ.
pick Inoue by very little.
All right. That's it?
Yeah, that's it. If you have anything to say, I'm
B-side
dropping
how
it.
though?
Yeah, I was just gonna say you can't be
Oh,
B-side if you're making the offer. You're fighting in your hometown, like
right.
you know.
Right. I mean, the name
Making
was on the
more
right side, I
money.
guess. So if you could take that off, I guess you could take that off. Technically, just because his name was on the right side in the Fulton fight, but that's like really like kind of not true. Yeah, it's not really that much.
All right.
But I mean, what do you think about that breakdown?
Nah, I mean, there's no argument there. Fulton fought the better opposition on
You may
paper.
feel like it's your time, but it's
I mean,
not your
not
time.
Fulton, but Inoue. You know, Inoue's opponents had more belts. Loma didn't have a belt, and neither did, and Regis didn't have 2. Tapales had 2, and Fulton had 2. Tyron, what up?
One could argue though, Ness, because of what Inoue has done in the past, right? Like, yes, he has shown his pound for pound level, but in the past, this year, however, one guy was able to show that he could go up, and one guy was in the same division. But again, Inoue's been able to do it in the past. So
Yeah, I mean, he didn't go
Yo,
up. I mean,
yo,
this is a corny argument because he didn't go up this year because he wanted to clean out the division.
yo, what's good?
no, for
That's what's
sure.
good,
But
man.
while some people may weigh the cleaning out the division more, some people could say, "Oh, well, he showed he could go up in division." That's all.
Yo,
Go ahead.
what's good, man?
We hear
What's
you,
good?
champ.
That's how you are, man. Shouts out TVV. Hope everyone blessed tuning in. To me, it's pretty simple. It's not that hard. Fight of the year is Devin Haney, without a doubt. Fight of the year to me is Haney and Loma. I mean, that was probably the most competitive fight we had this year. And the replay value is high. You can go back and you can score it different type of ways. So um, I got Loma and Haney fight of the year. And honestly, you can really throw in Tyson Fury and Ngannou as one of the fights of the year because
Whoa.
that was a. I mean, when you look at it as
Negative.
to me, this is just my opinion. Like the competitiveness, like it was an actual fight.
Bro, that shit
Like
was
it
boring. We was
I mean,
mad
it
as
was
hell that
boring.
Fury was just jabbing, like, yo, take this motherfucker out, lean on him. But we
Yeah,
knew
yeah, for
why.
sure.
He didn't fight like he fought Wilder because he had the Usyk fucking $50 million payday or more because they saying he got $50 million to fight Ngannou. So like,
Yeah,
bro,
but I mean,
he
yeah,
wasn't
that's not
going
my
out
top.
there
But
to make a statement with Ngannou. Once he seen Ngannou was a dude that he couldn't just tip over, he wasn't about to do a Wilder fight when he got the Usyk money there. But I
yeah,
don't get how
right.
y'all keep bringing up Ngannou as a loser. He didn't even
I mean,
win.
I'm just talking about the fight that he put up. It was on my end. He made the fight entertaining, and honestly, when you looked at the odds and going late, he was kind of getting favored into the later rounds. To me, he hurt Tyson. He could have dropped him and like could have KO'd him. Like, I mean, to me, that was one of the fights that you could put up there, expedition or not. The case may
Champ, let
be.
me ask you a
But I got
question. Have
yes,
you
sir.
gone back and rewatched it?
I rewatched it about twice. That was
Oh
really
my
about it. But that's
God.
just,
I
but
wouldn't
that
even
just, but
dare rewatch
no,
that
but that
shit.
just
What
popped.
the
That
fuck?
just no,
Oh
that just
wow.
popped in my mind just now. But obviously, the fighter of the year is Haney and Loma without a doubt. Fighter of the year is Haney without a doubt. Um, Upset of the year is Parker over Wilder, like for sure, because everybody talking, tuning in, calling in. They know. I'm sure nobody didn't put Parker on their ticket that he was going to beat him. All of a sudden, Wilder this, Wilder that. Everybody knew. I thought that Wilder was going to get him out between 1 through 6 rounds. I had that on my ticket. I did not see that coming. So Parker is the upset of the year for me. The comeback fighter of the year for me is T.O., man. I mean, without a doubt, for everything what T.O. been through this year and everything like
Man,
that to come
Parker's
back at
win over
140.
Wilder's bigger than fucking Taylor, man. Nobody
Comeback
gonna
fighter of the
remember.
year.
Nobody gonna remember
Comeback fighter of the
Taylor,
year.
bro.
Ness.
We
Comeback
barely
fighter of the year though, Ness.
we
We talk
barely
about the stuff
talk
that
about Taylor. That's what I'm saying.
man.
How
Listen.
how
No,
how
no. Okay,
long is
so you
these
barely talk
wins
about the.
gonna
Okay, so
last?
so
How
we was
long are
barely
these
talking about
wins,
that. Was you barely talking about Regis? Was you barely talking about Regis?
bro? How
Was you?
long are your wins gonna last? The
Ness.
test of
Ness.
time.
Ness. So
LL
you
Cool
telling me
J,
T.O. isn't the comeback
Jay
fighter of the year?
Z,
His damn near
these
career was on the
motherfuckers the
line.
best because of that. Come on, man. You kidding me?
Champ. Taylor was number one in the 140 division, champ. Let's not do that. We ain't gonna do T.O. like that, man. We ain't gonna do T.O. like that, champ. And the stuff that T.O. went through, his damn near career was on line versus Taylor. If he would have lost that fight, it kind of would have been no more T.O.
My
He already
brother,
kind of
my
get
brother, we
blackballed.
arguing two different things. I'm not saying anything that you're saying is wrong or a lie. I'm just saying that the name Josh Taylor is just looking like we might not ever remember it. Like
Yeah, because what T.O. did
what
afterwards.
no, not what T.O. did. What did Taylor do since winning the belts? Tell us.
I mean, I understand what you're
No,
saying,
no,
but
no,
I'm
no,
just
no, no,
looking
no,
at
no, 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 no. Don't
T.O. I'm
understand
looking
me.
at
Don't
T.O.
understand
standpoint
me.
because going
Don't
into the fight,
understand me. I want you to tell the audience what did he do since winning the belts?
I understand. I get your point, but I'm saying I'm just looking at the T.O.'s perspective. Like his career was damn near dangling, and so let me ask you a question: Who was the best 140 pounder in the division, Josh Taylor or Regis?
So,
Before
so,
Devin Haney?
so, since you ain't answer my question, I'll just answer your question with a question. Regis believes he beat Josh. And what it looks like is that Regis had a better career since the Josh fight. Since the Regis fight, has Josh had a better career or has his career gone on a downslide?
I mean,
No, I
you
would
can
say
argue
he's
that.
had a
You can
better
argue
career
that,
for
but
sure.
yeah, you can argue that. But to come back to me, just looking at T.O. how he performed, it was like, okay, now we finally got the T.O. that everyone fell in love with. He's back. Like to me, he the comeback fighter, man. Especially when he just dealt with just the adversity, the health, and the mental, and just everything that he had on to come in that night and do what he did. Like, come on, man, it's hard to give it to
I
anybody
hear
else.
you, champ.
But
I hear you. Gotta go though. That was the bell. I just don't know how long we gonna remember that win, Danny. I'm not even trying to be mean. Like I rock with
No, so
Tio.
look, you're right, bro. Like, you are right when you say that some of these wins we're not gonna remember. You're absolutely right. But I think that, and I said it earlier, two things can be right. I think that a fight that perhaps is less memorable could still win, fight of the year or comeback of the year. I think that significance plays into it along with popularity. So yeah, you got to be popular, but it's like,
bro,
that's only but so much, Ness. That's only but so
champion.
much.
Champion, it's the heavyweight division. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. It's just my belief. It's just my belief that Josh Taylor, undisputing, will be forgotten faster than Joe Parker beating Deontay Wilder. There will be documentaries made about Joe Parker beating Deontay Wilder.
Documentaries about it, you think?
What? Bro, he was counted out.
Yeah, but he wasn't counted out the way Dustin Douglas was, or the way
My bro,
or I mean Buster
my
Douglas
bro,
or Andy Ruiz.
Carl Froch said it the best. The best. Joe Parker lost every step-up fight. And the only one you could argue that he won, people argued that he lost. Andy Ruiz, it was argued that he lost. When he fought AJ, he lost. When he fought Joe, he lost. His step-ups, he lost. And the one that he won is arguable. I'm just saying, whatever, I'm telling you, you'll see. Y'all will see. Y'all will see.
I mean,
Y'all
you just said that the win is gonna bring documentaries and shit. Like, I
yes,
don't
because
know.
of who Wilder is. Like, it ain't gonna be based on Joe. It ain't gonna be based on Joe. It's gonna be based on Wilder and his story, and they will be forced to bring up Joe being the
you're
guy.
saying like in a Deontay Wilder documentary, they're gonna mention him losing to Joe Parker, of course.
Of course, he's gonna be in the history books, deeper rooted.
Yeah, I mean,
he's gonna be in the history books deeper rooted than Taylor, because the heavyweight division is for the casuals. That's what they know. People know the heavyweight division. So
look,
Joe
bro,
Parker doing what he did,
that,
fucking up the massive fight that we was expecting, that's going to be remembered more than Taylor undisputing versus Ramirez, was it? Was it Ramirez or Regis?
Yo, you talking about was it like you don't know?
No, I'm
but
being serious. Yo, your camera's off, FYI.
Okay.
I don't know. You
yeah,
probably
no, I know. I'm in the garage, but
oh yeah,
bro, I think you're getting like popularity and like significance mixed up. Like somebody can have a significant win that's just not as popular as probably somebody else's win.
But that's the beauty of Parker's. Parker's is significant and popular because of how popular Wilder was and the significant position he held in the division. He was number 3, arguably. Like we would get in the AJ fight to let us know who was number 3.
Yeah, again, bro, that's just where we just like don't agree per se, like 100%.
For sure. Papa Chubby, which is Chad in Canada, $2. Robbery of the year. I got Sandy Ryan. Who she robbed? Robbed my ticket. Ain't that the girl that got the knockout, fake knockout? They threw the towel in. Chad right back at us. He says, Women's Fight of the Year, Ryan versus McCaskill, $2. You think that was Women's Fight of the Year?
I don't know about Fight of the Year. Maybe like I don't know.
Okay.
It was up there. Like I think people can put it in the running. I wouldn't have it in the running per se myself. I think that the Cameron Taylor, both fights were better. I think that the Yoshida, and actually that was more of an upset, not so much like Fight of the Year. Because that was just like a one-sided ass whooping, you ask me. With the Yoshida Ebony Bridges. Is there any women fight that come to mind for you?
Nah.
But not really.
Box for money, $2. Franchon Cruz over Joseph Parker. No clue what he means. Rally, $2. Elijah Garcia versus...
Whoa. So when Clarissa call out Keith Thurman, you know what she mean. But when he say that Franchon beat...
Well, he's not her to speak for her and put her in the ring with a man. So I just overlooked what he was saying because it doesn't make sense. Why are you putting a female in with a man? Okay. He says Elijah Garcia rally $2. Elijah Garcia versus Resendez, Fight of the Year. What'd you think about that? That was a good fight. Jose Resendez, the guy that beat Jarrett Hurd.
I mean, shit not memorable to me.
Keep it moving, $2.
Especially what you just talking about, like what's gonna be remembered and shit like that.
Keep it moving. $2. I remember Fulton landed one punch. Danny went crazy. Okay.
I mean, look, man. I don't know that that's the case, but it was early in the morning. Nesta left me hanging, so I did it alone. And our money was with Fulton, so what can I say?
All right. We got J-Matt on the check-in.
I'm in the ocean. You say you the big fish. I'm looking for you. Maybe a spins, get his tail out his butt, and he'll fight me.
You are watching a master at work.
Target practice, baby. When I stop him, y'all gonna say he was too weak.
Ocean big in the motherfucker, man. We ain't gonna be able to fire your punk ass out here.
What you wanna bet on? You can bet 100,000 on that. Let's bet $1 million. I'll break your fucking neck.
J-Matt, New Orleans.
Don't like what I said, nigga? Do something fucking about it.
One of the best finishers in the game. Give me the towel. Give me the towel.
SDS Promotion.
Get ready for the back attack.
Yo, good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what up, Ness? What up, Danny? Shout out to popularity and significance to that's a good point Danny was bringing. I was gonna lean towards Bud not being, but it's Bud, Devin, Inoue, and David. The reason why I put Bud on top of everybody else is because when it comes down to 50-50 fight, significance, most value, been waiting on hold, everybody's attention. That fight was arguably the biggest fight out of all those fights. Now, some of these fights had a lot of they like brought to a lot to the table. Like Devin, he beat a Regis moving up. A Regis that had already been beat. Lomachenko that had already been beat as well too. But we had Devin favored in both of those fights. David beat Caleb and he beat undefeated Andrade, which Errol was a way bigger name than Andrade was. But we had David still favored in both of those fights. Anyway, Fulton probably was an undefeated. He was an undefeated fighter that brought one belt. I think one belt to the table.
Two.
If I'm mistaken, correct. Two, okay. But Errol still had 3 belts and still was way more of a dominant opponent than Fulton. For as how many times they fought it that year, I mean, I can't match my argument with that. But I'm still gonna lean it off of significance and dominant effect. I think Bud left like a bad taste in boxing in everybody's mouth after that type of performance. And being that he did have that one performance, that performance was so dominant that I think he could be acknowledged as the fighter of the year off of that one performance. I mean, just hands down, no fight was bigger, no win was bigger than any of the fight. Even with the Joseph Parker and the Wilder mention. Wilder been out for damn near 2 years. He had a 1 round, just coming off those losses and what have you. And we still had Wilder favored over that fight. But Errol and Bud was only the true 50-50 fight. Well, from what I can remember out of all those fights, other than Fulton
Technically, it
and
wasn't
Inoue.
true, remember?
What'd you say?
Technically, it wasn't a true 50-50. Crawford always was a favorite, opened up, and always stood as the favorite.
Right, Ness. What I'm talking about from like a boxing crowd, from the fans, from everything on ESPN, from private promotion, everybody still thought that was a 50-50 fight. Then
I mean,
you had the
the
hardcore
Fulton
fans.
fight too, though. The Fulton and Inoue fight too, though.
Right, but when you compare
You
the
tripping,
two,
bro. You
hold on,
tripping.
I got it.
Nah,
When you
she
compare the
wasn't
two,
even.
Errol
Nah, she
still,
wasn't even. Go
Bro,
ahead,
there was a
bro.
lot of people picking Fulton. What you talking about? There was a lot of people like me saying he's bigger man.
It still didn't have the airtime or the length of the dominance in that fight that Errol had. And Errol is still a bigger name than Fulton could ever be. Like Fulton, like he's a really good young champion, but Errol was still more accomplished. Errol was way more dominant. Nobody saw how you can beat an Errol, by no means. And you can say the same thing with Fulton, but putting Errol against Bud, it still was a bigger, more dominant. It was more significant for as a win.
I mean, you could say that nobody knew, no one said, or however you phrased it about how to beat Earl, but people literally were saying only Fury can beat Wilder. Like, I don't have to say anything. That's what was being said.
Well, Ness, let me respond to that. You're right, but we seen Wilder beat and dominated twice.
By
So whether
only
we want to
Fury.
say by only Fury, but them two losses and how he got beat in a dominant stage, it kind of took some of the life out of Wilder. So
Oh,
we kind of thought Wilder was rebuilding.
oh,
So
let
like,
me
and
let
what?
me let me respond to that, champ.
Go ahead.
That
Go ahead.
accident and that detached retina, we kind of thought Earl was rebuilding. You feel me, champ?
Hey, Arrow
He may
was
feel like it's
rebuilding off of three. I'm going into my regular call. Arrow was rebuilding, but he looked so dominant, dominating Danny, dominating who else? Sean Porter was before the accident. Danny Ugas going straight into those performances. He looked like he didn't miss a beat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 240 pounders moving up. You know what I'm saying? One that was
Uh,
already broken. You know what I'm saying?
man, Ugas was the champion who just beat Pacquiao, the Pacquiao that beat Keith Thurman,
No, it
and
wasn't the
Danny.
Pacquiao to beat
Yeah,
Keith Thurman. Look up the date.
no, not
Look up the date.
no,
He took
man.
a
Hey, look,
whole nother year and
look.
some change off, right, Danny? Am I exaggerating or am I right?
Ness, listen, that's my point. That's
No,
my
for
From what
argument,
fight
sure.
to
and that's
what
what I'm
fight?
going with.
From Thurman to Ugas.
I'm
For
not
who?
arguing the time frame and all
No,
that.
you
It's still
good.
a
You
name
good.
that
Keep
he won.
going.
Everybody thought Ugas was going to lose to Pacquiao. Ugas wasn't a favorite in that fight when he upset Pacquiao. So
You
like I
right.
said, man, that's
No, it
my strong
wasn't.
argument.
So he was like a
That's my
plus
argument.
350.
No, he right. I ain't saying he wrong.
Hey, man, look, Bud performance and how he dominated and dispatched Errol, so a dominant Errol that everybody had as a 50-50 fight.
Weight drain
Everybody
Earl.
thought that was
Weight
a
drain
competitive
Earl.
fight.
Weight drain
Hey,
Earl.
that's the after effects.
But that's
I
not
got Bud being
even
the fight of
before
the
the
year.
fight. Even before the fight, they were saying that.
Right. Ness, look,
I'm
it was
just
a
saying.
50-50
I'm just
fight.
saying there was no.
It was a 50-50 fight, and it was the best 50-50 fight out of all those fights that I named amongst all the guys. You got Bud, Devin, Inoue, and David Benavidez. That's my top four. That's my call.
Y'all heard the argument. You see, there's an argument for that, man. Y'all know there's an argument for that. What we got here? Don't forget to hit the thumbs up, man. What's going on, man? Them thumbs up looking crazy. Y'all acting stingy. Suleiman Escala in the building.
Hi, yes. Hello.
Okay, wow. Listen, okay. Let's go back to the statement you said. Listen, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. Activity. Um, this is you're talking about the guys that are divas. They're waiting for big purses. But you're right. The guy is active. The first guy that he fought after losing to Joe Joyce. Okay, a fight that was very competitive.
You
And
going
the
in and
product
out,
that he fought on
Suleiman,
the inside a little too much.
Suleiman. Are you on a Bluetooth or something? You going in and out?
Okay. Are you hearing me better now?
It
Okay.
sounds the
So he
same.
was like, okay, well, I'm
Okay,
talking. I'm not on a
way
Bluetooth.
better,
Okay.
way better.
Okay. So he was fighting. Okay. He was fighting Joe Joyce, right? He lost to Joe Joyce. Okay. He could have retired, but what he did, he reasserted himself with Andy Lee. Okay, as his trainer, and he fought at that time the current IBO champion, cruiserweight champion. Okay, who got stripped for fighting Joe Joyce. He fought Joe Joyce, and the guy is 6'4". Jack Messi is 6'4". Okay, he appointed Jack Messi right after the Joe Joyce loss. People would another fighter would have took a year off. He would have retired or whatever. But this guy persevered and continued. Then he went on the road and he fought a guy in his country and knocked him out. Okay, who's a credible journeyman, right? Then he went and he beat Simon King, the Grizzly. Okay, who is 6'5". He's big. Okay, almost compatible in size to Joe Joyce, and knocked him out, right? So then he went, after he knocked him out, upset him, the opportunity arose for him to fight Wilder, okay? He was chosen to be a possible opponent for Wilder. He went in the ring with Wilder,
Short
okay?
notice,
There were
short
a quick,
notice.
short notice, a quick training camp. He kept himself fit. He didn't blow up in weight doing fights, because that's what happened with a lot of these fighters. They don't want to fight often because you know why? They want to fatten up. They want to get fat.
They
You know
want
what I'm
to
saying?
eat. They
They
want
want
to
to get
eat,
fat.
bro. They want to
Yeah,
be
they want to pig
undisciplined.
out. So yeah, they want to get fat, and they're also divas. They're waiting for big paydays, right?
So what happened? He fought Wilder. He boxed. He moved. He persevered. He worked. He didn't get deterred by the power, by the boogeyman aura that Wilder has. Mind you, Wilder dropped Tyson Fury in every single fight he fought. Every single fight he fought, he dropped them. Okay. He's still a credible ranked fighter. He's ranked number one. He was ranked number one in WBC. So that upset win that he got puts him as fighter of the year. Is 100% right. Is excellent pick. The other guys are champions, but they're not as active. They're diva like. They're diva like. These guys are sitting in their house, getting fat. You can't compare that win that you did. That was excellent. He is the fighter of the year, in my opinion. I also agree with you and nominate him. He's 6'4". He was very active. He's not fighting no tune-up fight. Those guys were all credible opponents. Okay, he fought one guy on the road.
Only one of them was three of them were definitely tune-ups. Absolutely tune-ups.
I mean, you know, he told you they accolades. You want to discredit him. One was a former IBO champ.
And then
you heard him. You heard him. Great call. Great call.
Could he send me the footage of Wilder?
We can't see you. What you say? I can't see you. What'd you say?
Yeah, that's cool. I said, could he send me the footage of this alleged Wilder knockdown in the second Fury fight? I'd love to see it.
Wilder didn't knock him down in that fight?
I mean, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I must have missed it live. So if he could send me that footage.
So you saying it ain't happened?
Again, I must have went to the bathroom.
Yo, my nominee for knockout of the year, Jake Paul over Andre August. Was yours?
Yeah, my knockout of the year. I think my knockout of the year.
My man got the fucking the snorkel.
I think my knockout of the year, champ. Oh man, it's tough. I think
Oshaki versus Hernandez.
Shot title on the line. 12th round.
Yo, watch.
I gotta give it to Shot.
Watch knockdown of the year be Francis Ngannou on Tyson Fury. Fucking cornballs. Elohim James, what up?
I mean, shit, something nobody saw coming. I think more people gave Parker a chance than Ngannou dropping.
Get the fuck out of here. Parker was a bigger underdog than
Parker
Ngannou.
Was the former world champ though.
A bigger underdog than Ngannou.
Here we go.
Go
Here
for
we
it.
go.
I don't even know if that's true. Can you check, Danny? Is that true? Was Ngannou a bigger underdog than Parker versus Wilder or what?
I'd say.
Talk to me, Elohim.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening, Ness? What's happening, Danny? My boy.
Chilling. Danny made me want to go throw my coat on too and shit. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's crazy, man. This weather is crazy, bro. Well, let me get into it, man. Fighter of the year for me was Devin Haney. Trainer of the year got Bomac. And the fight of the year was without a doubt Spence versus Bud. This Parker stuff you talking is crazy, bro. Like, I mean, I hear you, but he ain't do it like he ain't beat no world beaters on his little journey coming up to beat Wilder. He didn't beat Wilder down. It wasn't no like memorial performance like we're gonna go back and watch how Parker whoop Wilder's ass. No, it wasn't none of that.
You crazy.
And
trainers are gonna have their fighters watch the tape of that to learn how to not get hit with the right.
They've had plenty of footage. They've had plenty of footage, bro.
You crazy,
of how
bro.
to dodge a
There's
right
already
hand from
trainers.
the ages.
There's already
Since
trainers.
The ages of right hands.
There's
bro.
already
What are you talking about?
There's already trainers slowing down the footage and giving Joe Parker credit on their Instagram. I'm gonna screen share right here for you.
Listen, the credit you giving Parker
boxing.
is the credit you should have gave him if he would have took the fight when he was originally supposed to take the fight.
The great
when Wilder
Mustafa
was a champion,
boxing, man.
When Wilder was in his prime.
Bro,
if Parker had did what he did, then you could talk like Parker is fighter of the year.
Maybe
Wilder Wilder wasn't even a champion,
Wilder
bro.
should
It
have
was on the
offered him.
decline.
Maybe Wilder should have offered him a good enough fucking offer because AJ offered him 33.3%.
Here we go. There you go with the money talk.
Oh, so
there you go with the money talk.
why did Ryan fight
Listen,
Tank
man,
first? Why did
I
Ryan
don't know.
fight
I
Tank
don't know.
first?
I don't know all the business, bro. And neither do you. For real, for real.
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't
Okay,
know.
so we do know that fight got ducked. That's what we do know. Feel me? And if he would have took it then, his mystique would be a lot better than what it is right now.
Maybe Wilder should have put a better offer together, champ.
Listen, it don't matter about all that. None of that matters. None of that matters, bro.
Looked like Parker team cared about him and gave him 4 fights. Looked like Parker team cared about him and didn't let him take the Wilder fight.
The Saudis
took
is
the
the only
AJ
reason
fight
he needed to
for
fight.
more money.
The Saudis is the only reason he fought, bro.
Who?
The Saudis gave out the bag. Your Excellency gave out the bag for that fight. That's the only reason Parker even took the fight. What are you talking about, bro?
Bro,
if he
you
was
sound
in
crazy.
America or New
You sound
Zealand
crazy.
or
You
wherever else,
mean
he
the
would have
only
not have taken that fight with Wilder,
my bro, you really mean the only reason Wilder took the fight? You forgot Parker was already fighting for His Excellency. You forgot that was Wilder's debut, and it was a bad one. Cho ass out of here. See, it's quick. They quickly forget. That was Wilder's debut with His Excellency. Parker was already getting it in out there. He already had beat up Simon Keane out there. Feel me? Back to back. They brought him back. Back to back like Drake. And he about to come back in February or March. You watch. You watch. JB, what up? Out here talking this. Parker should have fought Wilder back then. Wilder should have gave him a better offer. Motherfucking AJ offered that man 33.7 or 33.3.
Talking Parker at
Go
all.
ahead, JB. We not. We talking JB. We talking Alabama shit. What up?
Yo, what's up, man? Yo, man.
Uh-oh, you went. Okay, you got a call or you good? Because it sounded like you broke up.
Yeah.
You breaking up. Y'all hating on my Parker pick? It's all good. Hawk, Marilyn. Hawk, Marilyn. You gotta unmute, champ. Gotta unmute. We hear you.
Yo, Ness. Okay. I got Haney. I got Zoo. I got Haney, Zoo, and who the hell though? I got Haney, Zoo for fight of the year, and one other one. Inoue. I got Inoue for the fight of the year. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm driving, so I already know. But as far as Joe Joyce, man, back in 2005, right? The fight of the year was Diego Corrales, but Kevin McBride beat undisputed, baddest man on the planet, former heavyweight champion who was 39 years old, Mike Tyson. That didn't get fight of the year because he beat Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson is just as popular or was more popular than Deontay Wilder, but they both look terrible in their fights. I guess because of their age or whatever, but they both look terrible. So I don't know how you give Joe Joyce that much because that boy looked terrible, man. Wilder looked awful.
So you ain't come to help?
Oh. I don't know about the Joe Joyce deal, bro. I just don't, man. I know he was he did everything you said he did, and that's true. But Wilder just looked like, in the words of Canelo, a horrible fighter that night. He just looked horrible, man. I mean, just like he beat him, but he just beat a horrible fighter that night. That Wilder just looked horrible, bro.
You mean Joseph Parker made him look horrible? Not even Fury did that.
Yeah, Fury ain't do that because he looked horrible, bro. He looked horrible. He looked horrible, bro. That's my only thing.
But I agree with Joseph Parker fighting the 4 fights, like you said. He do deserve major credit for beating Wilder. I just looked at, but the Wilder just looked so bad, man. I mean, he just looked so bad. But maybe you're right. Joe Parker was inside with Wilder, and he looked like Wilder can't fight inside. I didn't notice that as much until that fight. But he looked so bad that whole fight. I don't know, man. But for us fight of the year, I got Haney. I think Zoo and Inoue. Inoue number 2, Haney 1, and I got Zoo number 3. And number 4, I will go with Benavidez. But yeah, that's it. That's my card.
You said number 5 was Parker, right?
Oh yeah, we can throw Parker in there. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Damn, you
We can
said
throw Parker in
you
there.
said
He ain't
no
got.
Bud. You said no Bud.
Oh, nah. I got Bud for fight. I got Bud for fight of the year, and for the fight, I mean fighter of the year, and for the fight of the year, I got Dubois and Fat Boy, Big Boy, because we didn't expect. I thought Dubois was
The
gonna
real
quit.
big baby. The real big baby.
Yeah, the real
Miller.
big baby. That was a real fight. I ain't gonna lie, that was a fight.
They said he earned his
So
name back with that fight. That's what they saying.
I got that fighter of the year.
Mm.
I got that fighter of the year.
Fighter of the year,
But,
fighter
yep.
of the year. Hawk, appreciate you.
All right. Later.
JB, place to be.
Yo, Nez, Danny, y'all hear me this time?
Yes,
Yo.
Yo, man. Okay, man. With fight of the year, it gotta go to Bud, man. Bud and Spence, man. That's like the most significant fight of this year. Fighter of the year, it's close to me, man, between Benavidez and Haney, but I think I had to give it to Haney though, man. Just due to the fact of just how the Lomachenko fight was and his impressive performance of stepping up in weight, man, to the 140 division. To comeback fighter of the year, it might have to go to Joseph Parker, man, because people thought he was done after the Joe Joyce fight, man. And like you, Ness, man, I appreciate you actually acknowledging that was a good win over Simon King, because I mean Simon King, he actually beat a recognizable opponent on his resume, which is Eric Molina, who AJ and Wilder both fought, man, and he beat Eric Molina. So that doesn't mean he's not a bad heavyweight. He's just not a
That
recognizable.
only loses by knockout, Eric Molina.
But my nigga, man, he's still a recognizable name, though, man. Still, a name is a name, man. You know, and what I want to say is prospect of the year.
But why are you a name? You're a name because everybody sleeps you. Oh, okay, cool. That's all.
Oh shit, man! Here we go.
Bro,
Danny,
you
man.
know, like we all had
Danny,
that one hoe in the neighborhood that was passed around by like a lot of people. You feel me? Like she was known, but it wasn't for none good. She was the one that been around. He been around.
Come on, man. But come on, man. It was for something good, man, because she been around, man.
So now
she was the one that we all. She was the one that we all got our reps in before we became adults, man. Before we grew up for real.
Man,
that.
I'm just saying. Simon King, all of a sudden, Simon King the top heavyweight now, bro, because he slept somebody that everybody else.
It was sink or swim. It was sink or swim for Parker. It was sink or swim.
Like, stop it. It was either that or he was gonna be done for real.
Yo, they on some hating shit. If he would have lost to Simon King, we wouldn't be talking about this shit. Feel me?
Fuck no.
That was Simon King's time to shine. They was selling Parker out.
Bro, but
he
let's
stepped
not
up
pretend
to the plate.
Like Simon King just like some killer, like he was that guy.
He was a draw in Canada. He a draw. Just like Butterbean.
Ain't he? Oh, he's from Canada. Where he from?
I think you talking about Jack Macy. Ain't Macy from Australia?
Macy's from Australia.
He trying to confuse everybody, man. This guy terrible.
Yeah. Prospect of the year, it gotta go to Ernesto Mercado.
That's right.
He started off the year beating off Hank Lundy, and then he beat the shit out of goddamn one of Shakur's toughest fights in Nakatilia. He got to be prospect of the year. You know, Ness, man, I appreciate the show, appreciate the content, man, as always, man. And trainer of the year, man, it probably got to go to Bomac, man, because I mean, if if he actually coached Bud through the most significant fight of the year, man, he also deserves that award of Coach of the Year as well. And that's my call, Ness, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to the community, man. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Who next? Who next? We got Venom. What up? I think
Yo,
it's Venom. What up?
bro, it's brick out here.
Nah,
And it
it's,
ain't
it's
even
cold
like
everywhere,
cold, but
champ. It's cold everywhere.
I've I've been gone for so long.
Yo, Venom, before you say something, let me screen share this real quick. Cause Crawford must be listening to the show or something. Cause he talking about who deserves pound for pound. I mean, who deserves fight of the year at this very moment. It's 9:30 a.m. Pacific, and he tweeted at 9:25. Let me screen share. He tweeted, "I'm the only fighter to be the top 5 pound for pound fighter this year. And the way I beat him was unmatched. 2023 fighter of the year is me. Some might say, but I only fought one time. But that one fight was bigger than any of the others. Hashtag facts." Danny, what do you think about his tweet? Was his fight more significant than anything anyone else done? They said Danny looked cold as fuck. Oh, Danny disappeared. Shit. There he
I
goes.
disappeared.
Nah, you're back. I mean, I guess you. I don't know. Whatever. You're there.
He was. Nah, man, I'm in the garage. I ain't in nobody's basement. But I think that he could be right about.
Did Bivol beat Canelo this year?
No. I think he could be right in terms of the significance. I just think that it's hard.
Nah, he right about the pound for pound though. Nobody else was a top 5 pound for pound fighter. Not Wilder, not the Pales, definitely not Fulton. He was top 10, but not top 5, and he was only top 10.
I don't
I was
even
gonna
know
say
that.
that. I was gonna say that he was only top 10 in certain, content creators lists. I ain't even see him like in a major list. Yeah, so Bud got that one. Let me get to some other callers though, unless you want to add something.
Nah, brother, go ahead.
Venom, trying you again. Venom, that ain't work. Marcus, what up? Is this DC, Marcus?
Yeah, for sure, man.
What up, champ?
Disconnected. Good morning, man. Or good afternoon now, man. Men lie, women lie. Boxing Voice archives don't lie. Hey, yo, Ness, when somebody's a 2000, when somebody's a negative 2000 as an underdog and they win, what's the term for that in the gambling term if they win?
A negative 2,000 and they
Let's say
win.
somebody's a, yeah, what do you call that? I mean, they positive,
He did what he's
2000,
supposed to.
they plus 2000 and they win. Sorry. Yeah, plus
They upset the
Oh,
apple
that's a huge
cart.
Okay,
upset.
stop right there. Joseph Parker fight was the upset of the year. That's it. Don't go any further with it. The reason why he had 4 fights because he had come off of a knockout loss to Joe Joyce, and any promoter's going to get you back in there and try to build you back up to get to the fight that he got to, which is the Wilder fight, and he made the most of it. So I'm not going to take anything from him. But to make it seem like he fought 4 times a year because he was fighting lesser fighters because he just come off a Joyce fight, he couldn't. He nowhere in the world he can fight 4 top 10 fighters in a year. But when we talk about that, we have to keep it in context.
Yeah,
He fought
that
fighters
is
that
the
you're able to.
context, though.
He fought fighters that you're able to get under contract. He fought fighters that you're able to get under contract 3 and 4 fighters a year up until the Wilder fight.
But champ, who else has done that in
That's
recent
not the metric.
memory?
See what you're trying to do. You're trying to do the Mayweather thing and make us believe 50-0 is the metric. for greatness. It's not. Nobody ever thought Rocky Marciano was the best fighter ever because he's 49-0. Mayweather made you all accept that.
What that got to do with Parker
Because you're trying
rebuilding
to make us
himself?
accept fighting. Because you're trying to make us accept as fighting 4 times a year is greatness, and that's not. You're not synonymously correct.
It's part of the
He happened to
greatness.
fight 4
It's
times a
part of
year.
the greatness. If he
Okay,
didn't
let
do
me
what
ask you
he
a
did, he
question.
wouldn't beat Wilder.
If his 4th fight was not against Wilder, would you say he was fighter of the year? If it was another nondescript opponent just because he fought 4 times, would you
Bro,
Of
nominate him?
course not. Of course
bro.
not.
I did. So even if he fought twice
Hold
and
up.
fought Wilder, you would nominate him for fighter of the year.
No, I won't. No,
Hold
I
You
up,
won't.
would
though.
if he
No, I
Hold
fought
up,
won't.
twice
No,
though.
I
before he
Hold up,
won't.
fought
No,
though.
I
Wilder.
won't. No, I
Neff,
won't. My
Neff,
Hold up,
if
brother.
he
though.
fought twice,
Hold
My
no,
up.
brother.
listen,
Hold
Neff.
up.
All right,
Hold
just
up.
No,
tell
Neff,
Hold
me
you
who
up.
gonna get
Hold
you gonna
else.
up.
get your
Hold
chance,
up.
Neff.
Just
Hold
tell
up.
me
If he
who
Hold
fought
up.
else.
Hold
twice,
up.
Just tell.
Hold up.
Listen,
Hold
I
up.
say you
Hold up.
win.
Hold
I
up.
say you
Hold up.
win. If
Hold
you
up.
could tell me who
Hold up.
else on this level has fought 4 times in 1 year.
on his level, he's a
Yes,
C-level fighter at the time. There's a
man,
lot of C-level fighters fight
bro.
3
He's a
times a year.
former
How
champ.
many times?
He's a former champ.
He's a
Don't do that. Don't do
no.
that.
He
Don't do
was a
that.
defeated. He was a defeated contender
On a 3-fight
against Joe
win
Joyce.
streak.
He
On a
was not the
3-fight
champ.
win streak. On a
He
3-fight win
didn't fight
streak.
3 times when he was the champ, Ness. He
Huh?
fought twice. He fought 1 time the year he fought Joyce.
Who?
He was not known for this.
I'm
This
talking
is
about.
Bro.
what you do to
I'm
get
talking about
traded back into
after.
relevance.
I'm talking about after
No,
the Joe Joyce. He's on a 3-fight win streak.
But he's not a former champion in that sense. He lost by knockout to Joe Joyce. He's a contender.
Chip,
And
you can't take
contenders.
that. You can't take that. You say he's
No,
not a
listen
former
what I'm saying.
champ.
You're missing what I'm saying. You're trying to make it seem because he had 4 fights that's the definition of people you should consider for fight for the year. If he had 2 fights and still fought Wilder, you could consider him because of the fight with Wilder. I call it the upset of the year. The fighter of the year makes the biggest fight, the best fight, the most significant fight. Wilder's not a significant fight.
But you
It's just not.
yelling them.
Bro, how the
But you
fuck
lying though.
It's not a
You
is
significant
it
fight.
lying
not
though, champ.
significant, bro?
Tell me,
Champ, hold
so
on, but he
compare it to Crawford,
champ, but
compare it
the
to
base
Crawford
of your
Spence,
call is a
with
lie though. The base of your call
who's
was a lie. What sports book had Parker a plus 2,000?
no, I said an example. If you have somebody up 2,000, what do you call it? It's an upset. And my basis was that it's the upset of the year, it's not fighter of the year. There was no significance in his previous 3 fights. Yes, he fought a
Yeah, but
former
how
world
is that
champion
the example that you use when that's nowhere near the odds that he in real life was?
Thank you.
because the point I was trying to make was that it was the upset of the year, Danny. You're missing the context because you're cold. I was
But champ, how is that the point you
Danny.
trying to make
His
with
The point I'm
fake
making is that it could be
information?
considered upset. Danny, the point I'm making is it could be considered upset of the year because it was an upset. It's not the fight of the year. He did not have a
Yeah,
body
but
of
what
work
he's
that
saying,
says fight
I
of the
what
year.
he's
agree.
saying is
Look,
that you're
listen. Just
using
listen to
your
me. Listen to
basis
me.
of that as
Listen to me.
odds when the odds were nowhere near as close as what he's saying.
I'm,
I get what
he's
you're
because
saying,
he's
Danny.
matching the odds, and I said, no, but listen, I said, what do you call it if a fighter was plus 2,000 and loses? And you say the
Yeah,
upset. I
but
say yes, exactly. So I
you
agree
lied
that
to us,
Parker was
champ.
the
You lied
upset of the
to
year,
us.
not because the numbers match, Danny. You're missing the
Champ,
context
just
of
hear
the
me. Just hear
example.
me. Hear me real
Go
quick.
ahead.
Hear me real
Go ahead.
quick. I am upset that Ness even mentioned that motherfucker's name for fight of the year because I do
I
not
understand.
believe he should be even in the mentioning,
I,
respectfully.
I agree. I agree.
But you cannot call me and tell me that a guy that was plus 4 or plus 500 to I know what he was in real life, but forget that and let's pretend he was a plus 2,000. What would you call that? Well, that's not really what it was, you know?
I'm not because you're missing. You just had it and you missed it. I said in the gambling scene, and somebody's a plus 2,000. They win a fight. What do you call it? Nasty upset. And I said, okay, Joseph Parker. Not to make the correlation between exact numbers, but it was the upset of the year because previously he had said, "Who saw this coming?" Even the bookies were against him. So therefore, that is the definition of an upset. Therefore, that fight is the fight that he's trying to push the narrative to say fight of the year when really he's pushing the narrative for upset of the year.
No, I'm
That's
not.
it.
Listen to
The
me.
fighter
Listen
of
to
the
me.
year, the
I
fighter of the
am
year,
not
the fighter of
pushing
the
the
listen,
narrative that fight makes him. I'm saying the
it does,
fighter
Ness,
of the
because if he had
year.
another, you just said if he had another nondescript opponent you would not have considered him for fight of the year.
Yes.
Therefore, you
Yes.
eliminate your ideology of 4 fights making him somehow the fighter of the year.
Yes.
It
No,
is the Wilder fight.
because the fourth fight is
Correct.
Wilder, you have to
Right.
consider everything that he's done.
No, because
Yes.
you didn't
Listen,
consider it
again,
before the
again,
Wilder
again.
fight.
That's cool. You gave your argument why you don't agree. I gave my
All right,
argument
so
why he
the
is there,
fighter of
you
the
know?
year, the fighter of the year is Bud. The second close second is Haney. Third is Inoue. Bud showed everybody, and he also gets the stoppage of the year too. Because when do we see fighters stop other A-level fighters? You don't. All these other dudes, oh, I wanted to go rounds and do that. He stopped he stopped Spence, and he made the fight against Spence. It was the biggest fight. It was the most relevant fight. It was for undisputed. It was for
It's
his second
arguable.
undisputed.
Everything you saying is arguable.
Everything anybody is saying is arguable, but if we're going to look at the metrics of what is means something
Don't
in
use the word.
boxing,
Don't use the word metrics because then that means you lost your argument. Because Tank and Ryan showed that metrically they were more significant and the bigger fight.
if you're talking about sales,
No, if we
that's one
talking
metric.
metrics,
Well, I said,
metrics
but you
means
didn't hear me say
numbers.
sales. I said relevant.
No,
I
metrics
said
means
relevant.
numbers.
Oh,
You can't.
okay, well
How the
let's see.
fuck do we get numbers of
Let's
relevancy?
let's match the metrics. Let's match the metrics. 2 pound for pound fighters in the top 3 pound for pound, not arguable. Going for undisputed welterweight, 2 undefeated fighters, not arguable, right? Uh, everybody and their mama was at that fight,
Well, you
right?
said
Not
they was
arguable.
two top three. I mean, I wasn't
2 of the
there,
top
but
3 pound for pound fighters.
Gardner wasn't there. Fuck you mean? But you said they was two top 3 pound for pound.
2 of the top 3 pound for pound fighters in boxing. Yes,
Who?
are they not?
Who?
That's
Spence and
arguable,
Crawford.
my brother.
Spence
What
and
are you?
Crawford.
What?
What? When?
Spence
When?
and Crawford are
When?
considered two.
Inoue and Usyk. Inoue and
Which
Usyk. Are
Bro,
you dumb?
when was
First of all,
Crawford and Earl top
Hold on,
five
stop. Pound
together?
for pound doesn't count for heavyweights. That was the purpose of pound for pound
Bro,
list. Stop.
exactly. He
You can't
started
count
at
Usyk
cruiserweight,
unless he's a
undisputed
cruiserweight.
there, moved up
No,
and
Yeah,
went
bro.
you
to
can't take out
heavyweight.
Usyk. You can't
Don't
take
beat
Up
out
and
Usyk.
Danny.
went
Don't beat
to heavyweight.
Danny. Don't read the definition of why the pound for pound list was created, and then tell me how you can put a heavyweight on that
Yeah,
list.
but he didn't start as a heavyweight, so you can't take Usyk off the
No, but he
list.
can't
Moved
pay me
up
as a
and
heavyweight.
went
Yeah,
to
Bro,
heavyweight.
you
So
sound
if
crazy,
how
Marcus.
can he be? Hold
That's
on,
the
hold
definition
on.
of getting
How
on the
can
list. He moving up. That's the
not,
definition.
but he's
how can
in
he
the
be on the
heavyweight
list as a
division where
cruiserweight?
But he
How
ain't
can he be
start
on the
there.
list? But he ain't gonna be on the
listen.
list when he move up.
You
Now
tripping.
listen,
You tripping.
no, he's not, man, because y'all not understanding. Listen, the reason why Wilder is good
Cool.
because he had
Hold
one
on.
punch. This was
Pause. That. Canelo would have been ahead of Spence on pound for pound anyway. So
he said he
cool.
would have. He lost the big
Yes.
ball. He lost the triple G.
At best,
He
he would have been
listen.
at
He lost
5.
the big ball. He lost the triple G. They
And
first fight
still,
should have been. And
I
and
mean,
everybody and their
according to
mama and
who? According
everybody
to
and
who
their
did he
mama.
lose the first fight?
Listen,
He
and
currently at
everybody and
that
their
point
mama
held the
believe.
undisputed crown. He had
Listen,
the
and at that
undisputed
point,
title. Had
everybody
just made a
believed he
successful
took.
defense.
Listen. Everybody believed he took the most path of least resistance. He could have unified at 54. He could have unified at 60. Why did he choose to unify at 68? Less path of resistance, bro. Stop
I
playing.
mean,
Stop acting
Bud could
like
have
him
signed with
and
Al.
Charlo
What are we
and
talking
Google didn't
about?
all
Bud
have
could have
titles
signed
at
with Al
54.
too. Like,
Stop acting
if
like
you
he
want to
didn't
talk
go
about
unify.
that,
Stop acting like he didn't go
Bud could have
unified and
signed
Boo
with
Boo had the
Al.
only other title at 160. Boo Boo had the only other title at 160. Why he didn't do unified then if he was so worried about being unified, being pound for pound? He took the path of least resistance. You ask yourself, would you rather fight Boo Boo Andre, would you rather fight Billy Ho Sanders, Callum Smith, and Caleb Plant? Tell the truth. If you his promoter and
Would I
manager
rather
right now.
undispute? Yeah,
No,
shit. I would
you
rather
could have did
undisputed.
that at 54. All of y'all had a title. Both
Champ, man,
Charlos and
we
people
gotta
with
go,
the other
man. You going down rabbit
title.
holes and
You
Canelo
talking about
resume.
54 away from like 9 years ago. We talking about right now.
Angel, what up?
Or you talking about July.
Yo,
finally.
Yo, so I think I got to do it as the pound for pound. It's really just because Bud only had one fight. That's the only critique. That's the only critique I have with Bud. He just had one fight,
He said
and I
what he
know people
did.
say
You heard his tweet?
Yeah, but the thing was, like, come on, who really had Earl in the top five pound for pound? I mean, that's you was paraded saying Earl shouldn't be in the top five. That Arthur Bitterby did the same thing against better competition. So I mean, and then you gotta look at Earl. Like Earl and Inoue, they kind of comparable when you really look at who they are. You know, they both unified in the same division, and the only difference is, Floyd did it in less time than Errol. He did it less time, and he beat like six undefeated fighters in the process. You know, people really believed it for it. I'm not saying people didn't believe in Errol. It was more of a fan base of Errol, but people actually believed that Floyd was going to get the job done. And Inoue put on the same masterclass performance Bud put on, which was a hellacious ass whooping. So I just go with the Inoue just because he had the extra fight. I think Bud, he needed, if he just would have fought anybody, if he would have fought Blair Cobbs, then I would have given it to him. It's just one fight in a whole year. I wouldn't give it to someone like that. I'd rather put Devin ahead of a Bud. So that's my thought.
I mean, my boy Buzz said what he did is just better than what anybody did. Period. One fight, two fights, four fights. Who is next?
Who we got on the line? I did get off camera just because transitioning back to the mobile studio.
We got Real Jose in this place.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, shit, man.
Real Jose. I got Tip Bellis, member for 7 months on that champ level. He says Earl versus Bud was not 50-50. The real 50-50 was and still is Thurman versus Bud at 47. Had Keith not been inactive, there would be no argument for this. Okay. Call that some delusion. Stick Talk Boxing, Parker for Fighter of the Year. Shout out to that Hardin. Two Hardin Smoke Clouds. Cesar Bautista. Did Canelo undispute in a year? 11 months. Right, Denny?
11 months, but it was not within the same calendar year.
Ooh,
Yeah.
everything you was hating on. Ryan Frazier, $2 Canadian. Danny in the Basement, TBV edition. Rider of the Storm, $5. Fight of the year is Inoue. Parker beat up an old ass hype job. Haney had a controversial win versus Loma. Bud beat up a drunk pirate. Canelo didn't fight anyone. Damn. You boxing fans are harsh. LV Slugger.
TBV fellas,
Straight.
Yeah,
Sensational. What
man.
up, Tom?
Fight of the year. Fight of the year. I think it's Haney, man. But I feel like you can't go wrong with the new way thing. What he's able to do over a year. In a year time, you really can't go wrong. You know what I'm saying? I think Bud can definitely be in that conversation as well. So I think it's between Haney and New Way and Bud. But just like what a lot of the callers saying with Bud, he only was able to get that one fight in. Even though it has been a fight we've been asking for years, for us to finally get it and do it in the fashion he did it. You know what I'm saying? If it is a category as performance of the year, I think he got that hands down. But as far as fighter, I'm a rock with Haney, man. Doing what in a close fight with Loma, staying down, getting that out the way, and going straight up and 12 zipping the champion. I feel like that's real good work. And Inoue, he stopped two guys too. You know what I'm saying? Stopping Fulton and stopping the guy he just got out the ring with a couple of days ago. So you can't go wrong. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if either of them guys won, but like I said, I think Haney just off the strength because Loma, he was number one pound for pound at one point, and I think he even was on the pound for pound list, and he beat him. I had to fact check it for sure, but I think they still had him like on the lower part of the top 10 pound for pound. And Fulton, he was on his way on getting on the pound for pound, but I'm not sure he was able to crack the top 10 at the time. At the time, Inoue did what he did, but Inoue was moving up first fight at 122 and stopped him. You know what I mean? And he did the same with the dude he just got out the ring with. So I think it's gonna be between Inoue and Haney for real, man. But like I said, Haney did that to Loma and going straight up in 12 zip in the two-time champion Regis. I think he definitely could win it as well. So yeah, I think it's just them three names, man, for sure. And if I had fight of the year, I think Loma Haney could definitely be that. Entertaining back and forth fight. A lot of people still think Loma did enough to win, which I don't agree. But I definitely think that was a good back and forth, good fight. I can go back and watch that fight again, man. So yeah, trainer of the year, I think Bo Mac as well too, man. Trainer of the year, we talking Bo Mac because not only did he get the Bud win over Spence, but then he in the corner when Eubank went back on the rematch against Liam Smith. Then Liam Smith knocked him out the first time, and Bo Mac
Yep,
was in the corner
yep,
with him.
yep. Correct the
Yeah,
mundo.
yeah. So yeah, definitely, yeah. I think Bo Mac got that, man. I think Bo Mac gets trainer of the year. I think it's been a long time coming for him. So yeah, he'll be my trainer of the year. But yeah, that's all I really got, man. Haney fighter,
You may feel like it's your time,
performance, talents, and
but
trainer
it's
Bo
not your
Mac.
time.
But yeah, that's
All right, champ. Jay. You. Brandon.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello? Can you hear me? What up, Boxing Voice? Man, it's obvious. The answer to the question is fucking obvious as shit, bro. What the fuck? It's Crawford. It's Crawford, man. Crawford is the best fighter of the year. He beat Spence in a superb fashion. Do you not see this guy, what he did, bro? He's the fucking greatest fighter in the whole fucking world right now, my guy. I mean, besides maybe Bivol is next to him, but Bivol doesn't have as much wins as him, so he's probably number two. But Bivol is still good as fuck, bro. What you mean, bro? And by the way, Haney is good as fuck. I got nothing against Haney. Nothing against Haney, my guy. I respect Haney, and I think he's a good fighter. But the thing about Haney is I dislike is that he's kind of boring as fuck to watch sometimes, and I'd rather watch Crawford. I'd rather go back and look at Crawford's
You said
previous fights.
Crawford than Bivol? You must not
I said
watch the
Crawford
day of reckoning this past weekend. What
pound,
the
bro,
fuck?
bro, bro, pound for pound, Crawford number one, Bivol number two. That's what I would say for my top two. Um, Haney would be in top five, man. Come on, man. He's not bad. He's not bad. Dude can throw a punch. Dude can throw multiple punches in a row. That's the thing that makes him special. And he has a stiff arm jab. You can't get past it. Whoever you are, whoever he's fighting. So that's why I think he poses a threat to Tank. He poses a threat to Garcia, and he's just an overall threat in the division. But when it comes to pure boxing skills, pure unadulterated boxing skills, I'll go with Crawford any day of the week. Um, and Bivol number two because Bivol and they're just so amazing to watch. I look at fighters when they're good, when they're amazing to watch, enjoyable, entertaining people to watch, to fight people. And I look at wins too, but wins come secondary to pure enjoyment. That's just how it goes, bro. I don't know if people talk about wins are the most important thing in the whole league, man. What the fuck are they talking about, bro? You gotta understand wins are important. However, the style of fighting and the enjoyability of your style of fighting is also as just almost as much as important as if not more important than your wins. Okay, So that's all I'll say about that. That's why I says Crawford. And I won't say Tank because, listen, Tank hasn't fought anybody this year. Has he fought anybody this year? Nah. I think it was last year. Or maybe it was early in the year. But nah, Tank, if Tank has a good 2024 with multiple different fighters, I'd say Tank will be the number one pound for pound in 2024.
Like it's your
Yeah.
time, but it's not your time.
Elijah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Ness. How you doing, bro?
Good.
Yeah. Fighter of the year. I'm gonna say Crawford purely because if we put it into perspective, that fight was like the Wilder AJ fight. It was anticipated for years. So for Crawford, and then obviously Terrence Errol had his injuries and whatnot in the car crash and everything there, but the fight got made and people were calling it 50-50. Let's be real. People were calling it 50-50 at the time. And for Terrence to dispatch of him like that, one-sided, there's no debate for me. Look, Haney's my Muslim brother. I love Bill Haney. I love Devin Haney. I love Bill Haney. Haney's close because the Lomachenko fight was big and he came back. Even though I don't rate Regis, he still got that win, two-time champion and whatnot. But we got to give it Crawford. Crawford held it down. And I remember watching your what's it called? Your like your reaction video, or you was at the cinema, innit?
Yeah.
Watching the fight, and the way you man reacted to that, it kind of speaks volumes. I don't think there was another reaction like that the whole year, you know. So I think Crawford gets it, and his tweet, he's speaking facts. Crawford's a real one, you know. So yeah, I'm giving it to Crawford. That's my call.
All right, champ. Rickster.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
What's up, boys? What's going on? Happy holidays, man. Yeah,
Likewise.
so I'm looking at things and I'm hearing what everyone's saying, man. I think there should be a two-tier kind of like a voting thing because a lot of the individuals are looking at the impact of a visual kind of perspective. So visually, Terrence fucking dismantled fucking Spence. And that level of dismantling and fucking annihilation, in due context, has not been seen in mad time. Mad fucking time. So a lot of people will vote that as being like, holy shit, my guy, he stepped up. He decimated fucking Spence. And we haven't seen that in a mad time. The other way is quantifiable is actual wins and stats. So that can be weighed out in the context so I would say Inoue and Spencer, and Terrence and Bud are interchangeable. But what you guys have forgotten is the actual fight of the year was Ismael Barroso winning over Ronaldo Romero.
All
You guys
right.
there?
Yeah, no, we're here. I mean, you mean he deserved the win?
Hey man, he won, man. I'm saying, man, Ronaldo, he got his little, he got what's his Weeks got his payout, but man, we know that old man, that fucking mummified brother, he won that shit. So I don't know, man. There's some other no, but on a serious note, no, fight of the year is definitely Spence and Bud, man, because
You're saying
yeah,
fight.
like
We're asking who's the fighter. You're saying fight of the year. We're asking for fighter.
fighter of the year, I will give it to Terrence again because like that level of dismantling we haven't seen in Mad Time, man. That I definitely give it to, and I think a lot of people are just holding on to recency bias. They're like they're watching, they're seeing all the recent fights that'll come by. So Devin and fucking thing. I mean, Inouye did his shit, man. And I would say vote trainer of the year. His dad, Inouye's dad. Everyone's forgetting about Inouye's dad because he fucking he trained his boy, man. that level of accomplishment is something else.
All right, Rick. Appreciate you. Looks like Big Gucci Nick.
What up?
Go
What up,
Jay.
man?
What up?
TBV. Everybody smash that like and subscribe, man. Um, yo, great topic. Uh, yeah, fight of the year. First of all, how's the audio, man?
So far, so good.
All right, bad, man. It's hard to pick, man, but it's hard to pick between two people. It's easy to narrow it down to two people, Inoue and Terrence, but I would have to, I would have to give it to Inoue, man. I feel like I feel like Terrence fought the more known competition, but I feel like Inoue's fought the same level of competition. Just the guys are just not as known. But I feel like those guys are unified champs that he fought undefeated, um, but completed that two-time undisputed in a lot shorter amount of time, man. And geez, he has not had a fight that was close at all, man. All his fights were just, devastating. Um, but yeah, I have to give him the slight edge, but I'd say it's up for grabs, fight of the year. Um, but yeah, man, I say the shocker of the year, to be honest with you, you gotta give that to like Ngannou. I don't know how you want to put it, but you can't say it's an upset, but that's one of the craziest shocking moments like ever. But But yeah, man, that's my call. That's all I got. Shout out to y'all, man. I'm gonna keep listening.
Appreciate you, champ. Info Joe, what it do?
It ain't no show.
Joe, you got to unmute.
Yo, 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 what up, Danny? What up, Ness? You hear me?
Yes, sir.
What up,
Shout out
champ?
to
Got
boxing
that
guys. What's up, my
papa.
brothers? Hey, put me down for fight of the year is Bud versus Spence, hands down, man. I would say that is the most significant fight of this year. Uh, Fighter of the year, I gotta give to Haney. Number two was Bud. Number three is Inoue. And honorary mention is David Benavidez. KO of the year, I got to give it to Nakatani versus Andrew Maloney. It was a one-shot kill. That was a devastating knockout. Nakatani for the KO of the year. Robbery of the year, I got Rolly Romero versus Ishmael Basario. Man, that was some bullshit, man. They robbed that old man.
You may feel like it's your time.
Barroso.
Yeah, how you say his name? Barroso?
Barroso. Yes.
Yeah, to me that was robbery of the year, man. Uh, that's all I got, man. Great show, fellas. Hey, make sure y'all subscribe, hit the thumbs up. Everybody have a blessed, no stress day. Peace.
Champ, that bell was by mistake, B.
That's all I had, Ness.
Oh,
I think
wow.
that's all I had. Peace, brothers.
You got it.
All right.
Marcus, if you there, there's a counter punch from J Mac. J Mac, boomerang.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yep. What up?
Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, true water walker shit. Bud must have heard the greatness of my calling inspired his tweet. And I see your tone and changes at the same time because he might be listening. But like, man, like it's a hand down, man. Or it's really I understand everybody else's arguments, but I still like when I weigh that fight on Bud and Spence, it just still outweigh a lot of those arguments, man. Like I think Devin has did some great things moving up. But like it's hard to beat out that Bud and Spence because both of those fighters was bigger than any of those two fighters or any of them names that you could put together. You can't say Regis and Devin was bigger than Bud and Crawford. You can't say Inoue and Fulton was. You can't say Benavidez and Andrade, Benavidez and Caleb. Uh, like everybody else. The Marcus made a really good argument with the with the argument you've been talking with oh boy, the one that just beat Wilder, Joseph Parker. Like he fought fights that he was rebuilding from, and he's getting credit from the fact of where he was in his career when he needed to rebuild. And I'm supposed to take credit for a fighter like Crawford who has put himself in a position where he can fight one fight a year and be just fine. Some fighters at certain points of their careers they get to that status where that's what they can bring to the table. As much as I would like them to fight more, but honestly, how they getting paid, the negotiations, what it takes to make the fight, a lot of it's taking credit. So Bud can't be penalized for him and where he's at in his career. That fight was just that big, and I whether he's going to do good or not, due to the fact of how he dominated Arrow. And even a fight like that of that magnitude, it's not even worth the rematch only due to the fact how dominated it was. But nobody never thought that fight was going to play out that way. But if Mark is on, give me my counter punch. I really ain't got much on anything. I hop back on to somebody respond.
Dom, what up?
Hey, yo. Mike good, Mike
Yo,
good?
Yep.
yo.
All right.
Hey.
So real quick, I want to mention that Romero versus Barroso, that ain't fight of the year. Definitely robbery of the year. Moving on, I got Joseph Parker, comeback fighter of the year. Can't give him fighter of the year just by beating Wilder off of a more than year layoff, but he really did his thing. And shout out to Joseph. I got upset of the year, Fundora versus Mendoza. I just wanted to highlight this one. It was a great fight, and I think Mendoza really showed off against Fundora there. I'll go with the dishonorable mention there, Wilder versus Parker. Parker did his thing, but it's one of those things in hindsight. I think we all sort of got fleeced and sold a dream with that fight. Shout out to Wilder, though. I hope he comes back next year. Fight of the year, I got Haney versus Loma. I don't think Haney edges out for fight of the year, but that was a great fight, and I think he set himself up for a great 2024. He probably second in my fight of the year. And the fight of the year is undoubtedly Terrence Bud Crawford. Nobody else did what he did in the way that he did this year. He went undisputed in a weight class we've never seen before. The way he earned the magnitude of respect that he has now inside the ring against another top 5 opponent is the greatest display of athletic achievement I've seen in my lifetime, really. Forget this year. And I say that while I think he's still underrated, because I remember the way the media and the fans wrote Bud off before the fight. The only place you would find consistent support for Bud was the books. And he blew those lines out of the water. He showed up and went up against his career nemesis after all the years of narratives, the delays, his own promoters not believing in him, all the doubters, and he came out on top. He washed that man, Spence. I don't think we'll ever see a performance like that again anytime soon. And, we got to give our flowers a bud. July 29th, that was a historic night. And who else do you know got a parade off their performance? Bud's the only one I know. That's it for me. Peace, TBV.
Appreciate you, champ.
I don't know that he's the only one, but definitely hell of a performance. We were there for the parade. Um, that was one of the better calls today, Nuss, in my opinion.
Rider of the Storm, $2. Sandman of the Year, Shakur Nightquill Stevenson. Tip
I will
Bellis
say
counter.
that Bud, though. I will say that Bud wasn't the only one. Inoue literally did it in a year, fighting back-to-back unified champs. I do think that Bud's fight with Spence was more significant, though.
Sorry, calls. I have to go to Tip. I'm sorry. Must have hit you by mistake.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Y'all gotta start this bullshit, bro. First of all, let me talk to Crawford first. Hey, nigga, you done fought one time in the last 4 years each year. Each year you've only fought one time. I don't give a fuck about any significance of any type of fight. That's not winning you fighter of the year, fighting one time a year. I'm sorry, bro. Just not happening. I'm not giving it to you like that. Not gonna go down. Then another thing. A lot of y'all seem to think it's crazy that I'm saying Thurman and Bud is the real 50-50. First of all, bro,
Bro, don't nobody care about that shit. You about to waste our
see, see,
time with a dude that
see, that's
don't
the thing.
fight,
That's the thing.
man.
Y'all should, right? Because
Don't
y'all didn't get a real
nobody
50-50 fight. Y'all got a hype job.
care.
Y'all got a hype job fight, and y'all living off that hype job fight. And this is why Crawford get away with the bullshit he does, bro. Come
Yeah,
on, bro.
yeah.
Y'all about to sit here and lie to yourselves and say Earl was a 50-50 fight, bro.
I'm screen
Like, this is what
sharing
we
Keith
doing?
Thurman as we speak. This is who Keith Thurman is. If you thought Wilder was domesticated, that's what Keith Thurman is. Domesticated. It's over, bro. It's over.
I guess, bro. I mean, when a dude is sitting here beating another dude's opponents, we talking about he a 50-50 fight with this dude and
In
he the
better
best guy in the
fashion,
division. Like, bro,
don't forget to
come on,
say that. Don't forget to say that
come
Thurman
on,
never
bro.
dropped Porter. Don't forget to say that Thurman never dropped or stopped Danny, let
Earl,
alone let
time
alone
out,
shut him out.
Was Earl not arguably losing to Porter?
What?
He was losing. He needed that
Who
knockdown.
dropped
He
him?
needed the knockdown.
He
He
showed
needed the
you. That's what
knockdown.
dogs
And he
is
could,
made of.
and,
That's what dogs
and it
is
wasn't
made
like,
of. You wish
man,
Wilder
come on with
had
that
that
shit,
dog
man.
on Saturday night.
I don't give a fuck about Wilder. Not my favorite fighter. I'm talking.
I
Look,
wish, I
I'm speaking about
wish
my
I
favorite
had
fighter.
money on that fucking fight.
And we not going like Thurman ain't take the fight to Danny. Thurman was beating Danny
Bruh, you
down, bro.
talking about somebody that, you know what I'm
Come on,
saying?
bro.
You know how it go.
Like,
What have you
Hey
done
man,
for me
let's be for
he was
lately?
real. Like,
beating
let's
him
be for
down. He
real
was
here.
beating him
Let's,
down, but
That shit
he
was
bro,
ain't
like,
been the same since the Danny
he damn
fight.
near got Danny
He
out of
ain't
he
been the
damn near got
he ain't
Danny
been the
out of there in
same
the
since
first
the Danny
round, bro.
fight.
champ,
You
that
ain't
shit
never
was,
seen. Oh, talking about.
champ, that
He
shit
ain't
was
been
like
he ain't been the
7 years
same since
ago,
the Danny
man. You
fight.
talking about Thurman fights that
Bro,
was
did
like
you see
7 years ago.
Danny was hitting Earl with some shit, bro? It was like in that fight you could clearly see that Earl wasn't ready for any type of puncher, bro. It was never going to be a fight between.
Oh,
It was never going to be a fight between him
bro, this
and
dude
Bud,
is
bro. It was never going to
notorious
be a
for
fight,
hating
bro.
on fighters. Wow,
It was never going to
he
be
was
a
hating
fight,
on,
bro. Y'all
Bro, how
giving
much
this
time you
Earl the
gonna
Regis.
give
delusion,
this
bro. It was
guy?
never going to be fight. Earl
He
never
on
had
the
a chance
clock.
against a boxer or a boxer puncher, bro.
Oh, okay,
He never
okay,
had
my
a
bad.
chance, bro. Bud
Never.
been fighting these same type of styles. He been fighting these same type of styles, and y'all gonna keep letting him get away with this shit. Watch, he gonna fight Tim Tszyu next, and y'all gonna love it. It's gonna be the same type of
I'ma
fight. I'm
love
telling
it.
you what's
I'ma
gonna happen.
love an
I'm
undefeated
telling you what's
fighter
gonna happen.
with a
Y'all gonna
belt.
love a
What the
bullshit
hell?
fight. Y'all gonna love a bullshit fight, and y'all know that damn Tim Tszyu ain't nowhere near
Somehow
the
Tim
level of a
Tszyu,
Keith
who's
Thurman, bro.
active,
Oh, come on now.
somehow Tim
It's it.
Tszyu, who's active and actually getting knockouts, is not a better fight than Thurman, who's inactive and hasn't getting knockouts. Lord have mercy. Yo, calls unmute is on you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We hear you. We hear you.
Oh, also I want to say for Women's Fight of the Year, I think has to go to Katie Taylor and Chantel Cameron. The both fights were really good. I have to go rewatch. I
I
have to go
agree. I
rewatch them.
agree. I
Like
like that.
I have to go back and watch them to see which one was better. But like either one of them were such amazing fights. And I wanted to say like I don't know who should like who's women's fighter of the year too. Either it's Katie Taylor or Amanda Serrano, because Amanda she did fight like 3 times, and one of them was for undisputed. But it's like I think Chantel Cameron like is a better opponent than all the 3 opponents that Amanda fought, and then also because Clarissa Shields she fought like 1 time. I would put Alicia Baumgartner in the conversation, but like you know what happened with the allegations, so I don't know if that's even fair to put her in. But I just wanted to like just share my thoughts on the women's side. And for the fighter of the round of the year, it has to go to Shaquille Foster and Rocky Hernandez. Man, that's definitely round of the year, round 11. And knockout of the year, I'll give it to Junto Nakatani over Maloney. For fight of the year, I have probably I was debating either Luis Neri and Crazy against Crazy A because I feel like people don't forgot about that fight. But I think I'll give it to Haney versus Loma, man, just because of the whole controversial. Some people still believe the Loma won or the Haney won, and people still talk about it. So, and it was such a classic fight, and also it was really entertaining. And for what I was gonna say for performance of the year, I'll probably give it to Terrence Crawford or Errol Spence, man, because like I wasn't expecting or nobody was expecting Errol Spence to get dropped like 3 times and they get stopped. And the way how Bud Crawford just dominated Errol Spence, like we were all saying that Errol Spence was gonna be the bigger man, and Terrence Crawford was literally pushing him back in the ring. So I have to give it to Terrence Crawford for performance of the year. And for trainer of the year, I want to say Bill Haney, but then like my friends were telling me I have to give it to Bomac, so I'm still debating between those two guys. But yeah, guys, those are my picks, and yeah, man.
Well, all
right,
right.
man.
We got a
Appreciate
counterpunch from
the
Malik.
picks, and I appreciate the love for the women's the women, right?
Counterpunch Malik.
Man, you know I don't usually do this shit, man. But Tip, I gotta fucking address that one, bro. What kind of fucking fighters do you like, bro? Cause it's
None.
coming down to the point you shitting on every fucking good fighter, dude. Like, who do you like? Like, you telling me
Oshaki
Gary Russell is
Foster.
the only good fighter?
And Oshaki
Gary
Foster.
Russell and Oshaki, that's the only good fighters in the world to you? Like, who is fucking good? Dude sitting on Bud Crawford. Like, bro, nobody in their fucking right mind is gonna come out after that fight and say, "Oh man, he was supposed to go and do that." Like that's nothing. Like, come on, bro. How you downplay a fucking fight like that, bro? A fight that everybody in the fucking world was
Disgusting.
borderline, so they don't know what side they want to be on. But you gonna sit there and say, "Oh, man, it was just clear as day that Bud was about to just do this and that." Bro, I had fucking Bud winning. But still, I'm not gonna sit there and downplay that shit like that man didn't just do something that was just that fucking great. Like, you gotta be, bro, there's no way you a fucking boxer and you hating like that, bro. Like, you can't expect people to like you as a boxer and you hating on everybody else, bro. Like, it don't make sense. That's like me playing football and I'm hating on every motherfucker that play football. It's like, bro, you gotta say somebody is fucking good. Like, somebody gotta be good. Like, who do you like as a boxer, bro? Like, I just want to hear you say who is fucking good. That's all I gotta say, bro.
Well, there you go.
Appreciate your counterpunch, champ. He said he had to go at Tip.
Yo, I ain't know if Tip was a hater or a troll because he did it with the Regis, so I'm like, all right, well, maybe this is a Devin Haney thing. Like, he knows we rock with Devin, so he trying to troll us. But, he did it with the Bud. He doing it with Parker. It just don't matter. Like, he only rocks with Gary Antoine and Oshaki Foster, which is crazy to me. It's just crazy. Like, ain't nothing wrong with those two fighters. One is 100% knockout ratio, and the other had an amazing year. But, man, why the hate? I got a fat $20 super chat from Sequoia, $20. Drop a bomb for the dub. Appreciate the love. And he says, peace, G's. Fighter of the year is David, the monster Benavidez, dominating plan after the fourth and made Andrade quit. True. We got...
Yo, not as many people calling in for David as I was expecting.
Exactly.
To be
He's
honest
low on the poll anyway, too, bro. Like, he got no votes, bro. Tip Bella's counterpunch. Where you at? I don't see you, so we going to
be fair
Tommy.
though, Ness.
Yes, sir.
To be fair,
listening.
I think it speaks volumes that he's even in the running. Given that this was one of the best years we've seen in the sport in the last 15, 20 years.
Buenas tardes.
What up?
Gentlemen, how's it going? Real
What's
quick,
the word? What's the word?
yeah, if we're talking about fight of the year, I think we have to define
No,
what makes the fight of
fighter.
the year.
Fighter, not
Fighter of the year?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if we're talking about fighter of the year, let's define what that means. Personally, I believe that it's two lenses we have to view it under. A technical, hardcore, meaning what you have accomplished in the ring and your influence outside of the ring. So I am biased. I do want to say Haney. However, I'm going to say Bud because Bud's performance against Crawford or against Spence was, you know, from an inside the ring hardcore standpoint, he dominated him. And outside of the ring, it created buzz for the sport. I think Crawford was on Joe Rogan's podcast. It was blowing up on Twitter. So I have to give him that. So I'm going to go ahead and just say it's Bud, even though I do want to say it's Haney. Um, Two other nominations. Don't know if this is in consideration. Trainer of the year. I'm going to give it to David Benavidez' dad, Jose Benavidez Sr. David beat Plant and Andrade the same year, and now he's putting himself in position to fight Canelo. That's a big year.
Not to
Comeback player or
mention,
comeback.
not to mention,
Yeah.
he had an undefeated year with Daniel Blancas and Diego Pacheco.
Right. And is Ryo? Does he train
No,
Ryo?
no, but he was in the
Okay.
corner for the rematch.
Right, and I mean Ryo's being talked about a big payday now with Tank, so his influences. I think it's time we got to give him his credit. And comeback fighter of the year, that's Anthony Joshua. Um, he put himself in position. Now I don't
No
know. Look at
way,
the landscape.
no way,
I
bro.
think so. I think
His
so, man.
win,
Look,
his win over Valine is not better than Joseph. Joseph's comeback, like first of all,
look.
Joseph got knocked out by Park
Yeah,
by Joyce. AJ just lost a points decision as an A side.
I,
Joseph is the
I,
forgotten son.
I've
AJ
thought
is
about
still
that.
glorified.
I think, because people have been, I'm not protecting AJ, but because people have shit on AJ's mentality, small, feeble, mental midgetry, um, the fact that he came out there, he kind of abandoned all that, and he just went kind of, he pulled a Wilder. He went in there, just ape shit, right? He just, he's beat on his opponent. And Joseph Parker, that's close. Like I want to give him his credit too, but I don't know. It's tough. Other than that, great show. Looking forward to 2024 fights and you guys keeping us entertained while we're here at work. So I appreciate that.
Appreciate you, champ. Thank you for calling in. Going out to more callers.
Bro,
If you
the fact
guys,
that they don't want
what
to
up? What
give
up? What up?
Joseph fighter of the year. Now they trying to take comeback of the year. Lord, come on.
Yeah, my friend, you wilding with the fight of the year, but come back for sure, for sure, for sure. Upset of the year for sure. He could, not fighting, not fighting. Oh
Tip,
no.
man.
Yeah,
Counter
yeah,
punch,
man.
man.
Let me apologize. Let me apologize to Earl and Bud, man. Let me apologize to them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Earl. You know what I'm saying? For your best win being a dude that just got beat by a guy, Keith Thurman, got a tune-up off. I'm sorry, Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? For your best win being a guy that was just fighting Keith Thurman leftovers. I apologize. You know what I'm saying? Y'all deserve more respect. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, crazy.
Who's Earl's
Look,
biggest win again? I'm sorry,
come
you
on.
confused me
You
with
know
that.
who his biggest win? His biggest win is Ugas. Ugas. A guy who just lost to Mario Barrios. A guy that Keith Thurman just basically 12-0. And we talking about, once again, Earl Smith was the 50-50 fight. Yo, best win, bro. Yo, best motherfucking win. Just got beat by a guy that got 12-0 and knocked out in the fight before that. Like, come on, bro. Like, what
I
we
mean,
talking about here?
it's arguable that his best win is Brooke doing it on the road as a
Come on, dog.
as a young contender,
So
taking the
just think about,
title
all
from
right,
the champion.
so let's look at it like this. His best wins are guys that are coming off of losses, basically. Or, but, if you want to say that, if you want to say that.
I mean, if you want to say that,
Outside of Ugas,
I mean, if
Danny,
you want to say that, because if you live through that career, then you can say that he beat arguably the number one welterweight. That was the debate whether Brook or Keith was the number one welterweight, and Brook with the win over Porter, he kind of stole that spot. So you could say whatever you want about coming off a loss, but was he or was he not the number one welterweight?
Did Brook just not go up and lose the Triple G and then come back down?
Yeah, in a valiant fight where he
Come on,
uppercutted the
man.
shit out of Triple G.
Come on, bro. Like he's bound to lose, bro. He was
Hey,
bound to lose.
my man's
It was
pulled
set up for that.
Valiant out the
It was set up. It
out
was
the
set up for
bag
that
of
man to win,
words.
bro. It was set up for that man to win, bro.
Set up,
It was set up
bruh.
for him to win.
Answer
There was
Malik's
no way.
question before your time runs out, man.
There
Who
was no
do
way.
you like, man?
Listen, bro.
Why do you dislike boxing so much and all the fighters? What's going on with you?
I like boxing. What I hate is the bullshit fights they give us and who people try to say are the best and who aren't. Listen, y'all gotta look at it. Sometimes people gotta look
So
at
if these people that we talking about are having bullshit fights, what is Gary Antoine Russell fighting?
Hey, listen, this is why I'm calling for Devin Haney. This is why I'm calling for y'all think Devin Haney the best. Devin Haney is a great fighter. I'm not saying that Devin Haney is a great fighter. But in order for Devin Haney to test himself, Devin Haney got to get into the ring with a guy like Gary Antoine Russell. It's as simple as that, bro.
Gary Antoine Russell need to get put in position before he can even speak to Devin Haney.
Come on, bro. It's like I said before. Gary is third in the WBC. He already beat a former champion. So
that's the bell, homie.
He got to
Home
go
skillet.
beat a champion.
You the homie. We got J-Mac with the counter.
Yo, Ness, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
We
man.
hear you. What's
if
up?
Malik don't do it, I do it for Malik, man. Tip Bayless need to be ran out of here, man. Like whatever he smoking, sipping on, or what he drinking on a day to day, to keep that hate, man. That hatred is a disease, man. He's sickly infested with it. I've been listening to the integrity of his calls, and his calls don't have no substance whatsoever. He'll make an argument and say Arrow Keith Thurman leftovers, but Keith Thurman was the one that chose not to give Arrow that feed. Because Errol was running around there calling him ponytail Keith on Keith Thurman heels, but Keith Thurman wasn't trying to give him no action. Right to the fact that Keith was chasing the big fights, but we're not gonna sit up here like Errol wasn't fighting his way or he didn't get a unification in the weight division by beating champions or taking the belts out of dudes or beating dudes to the pulp to get those belts, and Keith chose to send himself in rehab or retirement or whatever the hell he was going through. We can't get mad because Errol never got the option to beat Keith Thurman ass, and Keith Thurman is a retired fighter at this point. So I don't know what's the comparison, because I wouldn't even want to see Bud beating up a retired fighter, because like Keith has been out the sport. It's nothing there for Bud to gain. Tip Bayless, man, like you took it right out. You took it right from me. He said Antron Gary Russell, whatever the Gary Russell, one of the Russell brothers. He'll sit up here and call in and troll Devin Haney and say Devin need to prove himself a undisputed champion at 135 and a now champion, two-time division champion at 140. And we need to be looking for Gary Russell for proof. Not Lomachenko. Not a champion in Regis. Like man, like dude, like callers like this, man, like I get it, man. Like, and I understand he want to get his fighters in the ring and stuff like that, but sitting up here diminishing other proven greats, champions like Bud, what Errol did, like you can't take that away from them guys, man. Like the dude has no substance, man. I thought he was trolling at one point, but he's dead serious, man. Dude got that sickness, man. Hatred is a sickness and it's a disease and it's infesting his brain, man. That's my call.
No, that's what I said. I said I ain't know at first if it was just like a hate for Haney. Cause I felt like it started with the Regis fight, and he started talking to his Gary Antoine Russell. I'm like, what the fuck? But then it moved from there, and he no love for Parker, and now it's like, yo, no love for Bud, no love for Earl.
Bro, I got love for Parker, bro, but you put me in a very tough position today with this Fighter of the Year bullcrap.
I mean, it's like I said. If I don't big it up, he won't get the love because, truthfully, look at what they doing. They already trying to steal comeback of the year from him. Like, damn, I'm trying to slide him in other categories because I knew
We heard one person.
That's how it starts. That's how it starts, right? Dom, I
But
feel like I went
why
to you,
you
Dom. You know we
start
got
the
to do
fighter
counter
of the
punches
year
around here for
shit?
second call. Say what, champ?
I said, why did you start the
Did I not
fighter of
go
the
to
year
Dom?
shit?
I feel like. Why did I start it? Because of what he did, bro. It's unheard of. Malik, I see a second counter punch, but I don't see you where you at. Malik, I don't see you where you at. All right, okay, we got a $4. Okay, Dom, I do see the counter punch. I had to refresh. Pardon me. I got Twin, $4. Devin Haney, fighter of the year, based off the level of competition. Dom, counterpunch.
Yo, calling back. Appreciate you, Danny, saying you like my call. But you mentioned that Inoue had went undisputed as well, and yeah, I know that. But Bud did it at 147, historic division that when it's had 4 belts, never been that one fighter. Bud's the first to do it, and he's the first to, he said it himself, make undisputed really a thing in this era. Nobody was looking to do it until he did it, and now he's done it twice. And shout out to Anyway, he's done it twice too. But he's not. Man, he's smaller weight class, and I know that's easy to say, but I mean he's in Japan too. He's just not as culturally relevant to the sport. As unfortunate as that is, I don't think he has any chance to surpass what Bud did. At least amongst our community, TBV, I feel like you're being a little fraudulent there if you give it anyway the nod. Maybe you are the super hardcore and you are, really tapped into those lower weight divisions and you know what's going on in these other countries like Japan. And if so, go ahead and give anyway the edge. He did it twice within the calendar year. That's really, really great. But Bud, I mean, he what his win meant so
And
much
he
to
did it
boxing.
once
He
in the calendar
say
year.
that again, Danny.
He undisputed once in the calendar year. It was like twice in
It had to be close though. He did it like what, December
it was
last
like
year.
300. It was like 380 days. You feel me? Something
Yeah, I
like
mean
that.
that's got to be a record right there in itself. So I think that should get compiled in with the context here. But context is everything, and that's what I'm getting at. Bud wasn't Bud who he is today to the mass large boxing community until after he did what he did to Spence. And the truth be told, that's always been who Bud is. And everybody's giving him that credit now. It's not, oh, Bud had a good night. It's, oh, Bud is that guy. And moving forward, I don't think anybody's ever going to doubt Bud. You put Inoue in a ring with, I don't know. We just got to see with Inoue. People was just doubting him against Fulton. Credit to Inoue, and I'm going to try my best to, follow his career more. He had a great win this week. But, I think we as boxing fans should really give it to what impacts us and what moves us as a community. And I think Bud had us all talking. Arrow, the both of them up into that fight, and the lead up was crazy. We know that fight was so anticipated. I think we really should cherish that moment for what it is and not move past it just because somebody has some comparable accolades on paper. But that's it for me. Peace.
Appreciate you. Tip Bellis, counter.
You may feel like
And
it's your
J
turn,
Mac, you got one from
but it's not your
Stainless when you're ready. Malik, counter as well. Tip, you haven't raised your hand, so we kept it moving.
Man, you might got just go to Tip first, man. Before I come back, let me hear what the fuck he gonna say before I come back, bro.
Tip.
Look, I'm gonna just say this.
We hard stopping at 11,
Yeah, bro.
FYI. So y'all
When
got 28 minutes.
when the history shows, you know what I'm saying, that the Bud and Keith fight could have been made, and the Earl and Keith fight could have been made. Y'all gonna realize that neither one of them dudes wanted to fight the best fighter in the division. And you know what I'm saying? It's gonna show. It's gonna show that, you know what I'm saying, even Terrence Crawford's own coach, you know what I'm saying, say Keith Thurman was the best fighter in the division. It's gonna show that
Keith Thurman did say, yo, let me get a tune-up before I fight you, Terrence Crawford. And Terrence Crawford went to go fight David Avenesian. It's going to show that Keith Thurman was calling for Earl Spence as his mandatory. And Earl Spence said in the press conference for Bud versus Spence that, yo, I sat out for the entire year because I didn't want to get injured. Because he knew if he stepped in the ring with Keith Thurman, he was going to get hurt. And you know what I'm saying? It's just going to show. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can say what y'all want. I know what's really up. You know
Hey,
what I'm saying? Y'all can sit here and
can I
protect your
ask you a
favorite fighters if
question?
you want. Go ahead, Ness.
How is it gonna show exactly?
What do you mean? How is it going to show? Because when you look at it, they're gonna be like, well, damn, these were the top 3 guys, but none of them fought this guy. This one guy is just one guy on this list that stands out. That only one person fought, and that was Pacquiao. Pacquiao was the only guy who decided to fight him. You know what I'm saying? When regardless of what it was, the fights could have been made. Just like AJ and Wilder could still be made. Thurman and Spence can still be made. Thurman and Crawford can still be made. But these guys don't want to fight. Look, Wilder is saying, look, I still want to fight. AJ is saying, I still want to fight. And they know the fight can still happen. But it just seems like when we talk about these other 3 guys, you know what I'm saying, 2 of them don't want to fight this one guy. Like, for what? I'm I'm confused, bro. Like, is Crawford not on Twitter talking about, yo, Thurman and Garcia, y'all will never get a chance from me. Hey, is Bud talking about? I mean, Spence on the internet talking about, yo, Keith Thurman will never get a payday off of me. Like, yo, what type of energy is this? Like, bro, y'all like these type of fighters? These are the type of fighters y'all like. The dudes who really don't want to go to war. I'm telling y'all, bro, y'all gonna see. It's like, watch. Y'all later on down the line, y'all gonna see that Devin Haney ain't gonna
Cut
fight
that
Gary
shit.
Antoine Russell, bro. I'm telling y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see. I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna be right here
Man,
calling.
and
Y'all gonna be like,
who
damn.
Russell gonna fight?
Y'all gonna be like, damn. We
And
gonna
who he
see, bro.
gonna fight? Who Russell
Gary,
gonna fight?
look. Gary got options. He over at the PBC. Gary got options. They got
I
a
mean,
roster over
cool.
there, so you know they can set something up for Gary. So don't even do that, bro. Meanwhile, your best friend,
So why
he about to go
don't
fight.
they
Your best friend about to go fight.
fight only world champs?
What's
He
old boy?
fight only
What's old
world
boy name?
champs.
He about to go fight Jack Catterall. Your best friend about to go fight Jack Catterall, motherfucking what's
I,
old boy that lost to Tiafimo?
I
Jack
don't
Catterall
know
was
who
just
my
fighting
best
dudes.
friend is. Then I don't know who
Jack
you talking
Catterall
about.
was
I
just
thought you
fighting a
was
dude
being
that was like
funny.
11
He
and
mean
30
he
6
mean he
years
But
means
ago.
Sandor Martin. He means Sandor Martin.
Come on, bro.
nah, he said Jack
You may
Catterall.
feel
Stop
like it's
changing
your
his
time.
words, Ness.
Cause he
But
said
it's
the dude
not
that
your
lost to
time.
T.O. Counterpunch Malik. Unmute.
So
You get me?
is his fault who his mandatory is?
So tip, bro. You literally just saying Crawford ducking fucking Thurman? That's your argument? He ducking Thurman? You honestly feel in your heart that man ducking fucking Keith Thurman? Like, come on, bro. Like, you still ain't answered the fucking question, bro. Like, who is a real fighter that you just love? Like, that's your favorite fighter, man. Like, who's good? Gary Russell? Like, that was your answer? Like, there is no way you sitting here saying that Gary Russell fighter of the year. That's basically what the fuck you saying. Because the topic is fighter of the year. But you keep talking about Gary Russell. So the only people that you can name is Gary Russell and Keith Thurman. That's your fighters of the year? Because I'm confused to why they in the topic, but you not answering the question of saying that, yeah, those the guys that we gotta watch out for, because that's the guys that they want to fight anybody and everybody and nobody gonna beat them. Is that what you trying to say? Because I really don't understand what you mean by just bringing up these 2 guys. Like, I'm really trying to see, bro, because Gary Russell, come on, bro. Like, I'm not saying the dude bad, but you don't like Dev, but you like fucking Gary Russell. You don't like Crawford, but you telling us he's scared he don't want fucking fight Thurman. Like, didn't we just have Thurman on the show and he just turned down the fight? Did you not? Did you or did you not, Ness? Did you just put him on the show and he turned
Yeah.
the fight down?
He said the Devin Haney fight didn't, interest him.
It don't interest him.
Mm-hmm.
So what interests him? He only want to fight Crawford. That's what he's saying.
Basically.
Like, it's like Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bro. Then it's like, why the fuck would Bud want to fight that clown, man? Why would he want to fight him? What he gonna get out of fighting him, bro? Tip Bayless respect? He only gonna just get your respect by just fighting Thurman? Come on, bro. It's bigger than that, bro. It's bigger than just getting one man to want to respect me, bro. Why the hell would I just go and fight Thurman out of all? Look, I'm trying to fight Canelo, but you want him to fight Thurman instead, because that's what's gonna prove to you that he good. Come on, man. You gotta stop, bro. You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop with that hate, and you gotta really just watch boxing and see the sport for what it really is, bro. Because you're not about to sit there and tell me that Gary Russell and Thurman are only guys that's stepping. Come on, bro. Come on. There's no way, bro.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Malik, you did earn a counterpunch from our alumni Stainless, and he sent 2 for J-Mac. Salute to Stainless for donating 3 counterpunches. So we're going to J-Mac.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
We hear you. What's the word?
Yeah, man. Hey, man. Speaking of steppers, man. I mean, shit. We know what the real steppers are, man. This dude, I thought it was he was infested with the sickness of hate, but it's more of a delusion at this point. You talking about the same Keith Thurman that turned out that asked for 10 million and overpriced himself when Bob was with Top Rank and they're trying to get him to fight? You talking about that Keith Thurman? Because I mean, I don't know how long you've been watching sport, but you sound like you know you've been watching sport because you're picking and choosing when people say things. Yeah, Bo Mac did at once upon a time say Keith was the toughest fight for Bud, but a lot of things is transpiring in that fight. That's the same time why Keith was trying to duck Errol and didn't want to fight Errol, but he wanted to fight, get a Floyd fight or get a he was running a Pacquiao fight, and then he fucked around and found out with Pacquiao and he lost that motherfucker. You talking about that same Keith Thurman? Because now you talking about the Keith Thurman that got on the show, and he sounds like a fighter that's just comfortable. He seemed like he ain't got no cares, he ain't got no concerns, he ain't got no worries. He just comfortable. That's why I say Bud has nothing to gain from it. If the fight happened, Bud go wax Keith Thurman ass, and then Bud go just get credit for beating a retired fighter. That's why I say he has nothing to gain. So when you was giving your update in your storyline, you left a few key things out. You talking about the same Keith Thurman that was retired multiple times, that took himself out of commission? That Keith Thurman, that's the one Bud and Errol ducked? Because I remember that completely wrong. And shout out to Keith Thurman. Once upon a time, he was the man at 147. When Bud moved up, he didn't get no action. Keith was looking for something else. Errol was on his heels. Errol took the reins and became the man. Got the 3 belts off of the people that Keith beat, but Keith still didn't want to fight Errol because I guess he was still looking for where the grass was green at on the other side, and he took himself out of commission. So shout out to Errol for unifying those belts. Shout out to Bud for going undisputed and moving up and beat the biggest, baddest man at 147. But let you tell it, it's still somewhere Keith Thurman. He's a retired, broken fighter at this point. We don't know what Keith Thurman looks like in the ring. So man, like it's the illusion at this point for anybody that's still talking about Bud Errol ducking to Keith Thurman when we've got so much history behind that. Keith Thurman, that 10 million, he likes to throw that number around because I think that's his ducking number. Cause he did it for Bud. He threw it at Jerron. Who else he threw that 10 million at? Ness. He probably go ask for against Haney. Like, I mean, like that's his number. You remember who else he put that number out there for? Ness, the 10 million.
Don't.
I just remember at one point in time, and I'm gonna take my
The
first one because I
top
want to see what
ranking
you
Bud
got to say.
one.
Okay, I'm gonna take my own. I'm gonna take on my first one because I want to respond if you got something else you want to respond to. That's my common post.
All right, all right.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Jay Billy.
Yo,
Yo.
get outside real quick. Excuse me, bro. Yes, sir. Shout out Ness. Shout out Danny putting in that motherfucking work.
So I'm gonna go ahead. Let's get to it. Fight of the year. I got Dev versus Loma. Honorable mention. I like Resendez and Angel Garcia. You still got me? Am I cutting out?
Yep.
Yes, sir. So like Resendez and Garcia, I really like that fight, even though it was two kind of borderline prospects coming up. It was still like a show me fight. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't along the line in terms of belts and accolades, but it did mean a lot. The guy that won that fight was going to be next up. So I got Resendez and Angel Garcia, but Elijah Garcia, my bad. But fighter of the year, gotta give it to Bud. You got to give it to Bud. Like he said in the tweet, he's the only fighter to top 5 pound for pound fighter. And what we've been seeing lately, when you step up in competition, especially when we think it's kind of equal, the competition you go against, you don't usually do the things that you usually do. So for Bud to extend that knockout streak against Spence, that's big. You know what I'm saying? That's big. We got the honorable mention with Devin Haney, undisputed, defended undisputed against Loma. Then went up and got that WBC belt from Regis. You got Inoue also. Went up and took 4-2 belts, then got the other 2 belts and became undisputed. So what else we got? What else we got on the docket?
That's it. Just who's your fighter of the year?
Okay, well, I can most definitely say Bud for right now, with Haney a close second. Inoue's up there too. And then people say we don't know the names. Nobody knew Topalis. That just speaks to you. That you don't know Topalis. You know what I'm saying? You need to educate yourself on fighters below 126, because if you only watching 126, 130 and up, you missing a lot of fights, a lot of good fighters that are in contention for these accolades. So most definitely just educate yourself on the guys below 126 and educate yourselves on the guys above 175. You feel me? Not just heavyweights. Look at the cruiserweights. Look at Jai Obataia. He up next. You feel me? And then they said Usyk can't be on the pound for pound because he's a heavyweight now. So that diminishes everything he did at cruiserweight. So if Jai Obataia does his Usyk run, undisputes, and then goes up and fights a heavyweight, we can't put him in a pound for pound list. Like, that's crazy to me. You feel me? Once you're a heavyweight, you have an argument. But if you're a cruiserweight, light heavyweight, moving up to heavyweight, you still got those accolades. So, yeah, man, y'all keep on putting in that work. I'm going to get back to it. I'm going to tap back in. Wait, you said y'all going to be done in a little bit, huh?
Exactly.
Yes,
Yep,
sir.
10
Well,
minutes he
wait,
said.
All right.
it's going to be a nice show, Ness. It's going
Yeah.
to be a nice show.
Yeah.
We be in that night show. We love that night show
I'm
regardless.
here every day.
Man.
Y'all the one gotta show up, bro. I'm back.
Hey, we here every day too. If you see us or if you don't see us, we gonna be back. Y'all keep on putting in that work.
Tip counter.
Man, yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like some people must be confused talking about 10 million. You know what I'm saying? Knowing Keith ain't even asked for 10 million. Keith ain't even asked for 10 million. And as a matter of fact, there's audio of Bomac in a conversation talking about the 10 million, saying, "Oh, when the 10 million was allegedly offered, they didn't even want to counter it." So they show him right there they didn't want to fight because they said, "Look, Keith Thurman ain't got nothing for us. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got a belt no more. I mean, shit. If you can still make a big fight, why not make it? So you gonna fight one time a year? Motherfucker, Sean Porter ain't had shit. What the fuck did Sean Porter have? Like, come on now. But you gonna fight Sean Porter? You gonna fight David Avenizia? But you gonna fight Keith Thurman? Like, bro, like, no, they be telling on themselves, man. And y'all be sitting here falling for the bullshit. If y'all want, I can send a video. I can send a video to Ness, and we can play the recording of Bomac talking about the situation. If y'all want to be real, I gotta stop that shit, bro. Like dead ass, y'all gotta stop that shit. Y'all gonna keep protecting these fighters. But look, I hope y'all still have Devin Haney on y'all pound for pound list next year after when he fights Ryan Garcia. You know what I'm saying? Because that'll keep you on the pound for pound list. Fighting a dude who ain't fought a fucking natural 140 pounder yet. I hope that keeps him on the pound for pound list. You know what I'm saying? Dude chasing big
I
money fights
mean,
because he don't
wouldn't
want to take no
there be a
tough fights.
title defense?
He taking big money fights because he don't want to take no tough fights. Look, satisfy your little mandatory with Sandor Martin, bro.
I
Then you
mean,
got
6
Gary
world
Antoine out
champions
there.
in a row.
You
He
got
got
T.
some
You got T.
Nobody
serious
else in the
hate for your
sport.
boy
Nobody else in the
Dev.
sport has done that.
Look. I'm just
Nobody
showing
else
you. I'm
has
just showing you.
currently done
I'm
that. 6
showing
world
you. I'm
champions in a
showing you how
row.
your. I'm
7
showing you
straight
how your favorite
fights.
fighters are gonna move, bro. I'm showing you how you. Come on, bro. George Cambosis,
What the
bro.
fuck you mean? A unified world
Cambosis, bro.
champion.
Come on, bro.
The one
Cambosis, bro.
that
Let's be
beat the
serious.
guy.
The dude
The
who
one
just
that
lost to
beat the
Maxie Hughes.
guy.
The dude
Fuck you
who just
mean?
lost to Maxie Hughes. The dude who just lost to Maxie Hughes.
Don't say that
The dude
now.
who.
According
Come
You
to
on,
wasn't
bro.
who?
saying that when I was
According
saying
to
that.
who?
Cause I was trolling,
According
man.
to
You know I
who?
was trolling, bro.
Now
Come on.
you was
What you mean
trolling.
according to who? What you mean according to who? Everybody and their mother saw that shit. Come on,
According
bro.
to you?
Look.
Man, Google the
Let's even
shit.
know Cambosis.
Google the
Let's even know
shit.
Cambosis lost to
Google
Maxie
the
Hughes.
shit.
It looks like a
According to
bad
who?
loss, bro. It looks like a bad loss. I don't think a single person in this chat right now will have Cambosis being Teofimo. We all know why
Bro,
Cambosis beat Teofimo,
Cambosis
bro.
is about to get a
We all
Loma
know
fight.
why.
Regardless of
Come
what
on,
you
and it
think,
looks
he's
even
about to get one of the
nastier.
biggest
It looks
fights in
even
the
nasty.
sport.
It looks even
He's about to
nastier
get
that
one of the biggest
Cambosis.
fights in the
It looks
sport.
Is
even
you picking
nastier
him
that
though, Danny?
Cambosis and
Is you
Loma.
picking him though?
No, he's not picking him. No, he's not picking
Huh?
him. No, bruh. It looks even
You
nastier
know,
that Cambosis and Loma
I
are
got
fighting for a title.
sources
Why are Cambosis
inside.
and
I
Loma
got
even fighting
sources
for a title,
inside.
bruh?
You got to keep in
Come on,
mind. You got
bruh.
to
Danny
keep in
gotta
mind.
pick. He gotta
Loma's
pick
coming off the long
Cambosis.
layoff.
He
Long layoff for Loma, and Loma was hospital. You know, he was in the hospital after the last fight.
come
So
on, bruh.
Yo, either
you
way,
never
it looked
know.
good for Haney because both of them his victims. So either
That's
way,
nasty. That's nasty, bro. It's nasty that they
Tip,
even.
stop
I mean,
hating, Tip. Stop hating, man. Come on, that was your call. You out here hating for no reason. You gotta let it go, bruh. You gotta let your favorite fighters do some shit other than just, get your love and admiration. You feel me? That's crazy. Who we got? Let me see. So J Mac, we still owe you one, courtesy of Stainless.
On the phone
We
line.
got Rob in Vegas with the counter.
Yeah, man. Let me go on and squeeze up in here while this nigga Tip Bayless taking everybody time fucking trolling, bro. Stop wasting everybody's time. Nigga killed you. Nigga Water Walker killed you on his first call. You call back in with your silly ass arguing the same fucking point he just murked you on. He didn't argue if Bomac said the shit. He told you when did he say it. You sure you're not mixing up the timeline? And you come back in and regurgitate that same bullshit. Get the fuck off the line, dog. Listen. Joseph Parker, 4 fights, 3 fights, whatever you fought, that's beautiful. But you won no belts and you did nothing special with the exception of the Deontay Wilder win, not fighter of the year. Uh, Bud Crawford, yeah, you beat Spence, but how Spence pound for pound and he never moved up a division. Like, soon as he got a chance in his same division, his style lost. He's not pound for pound, bro. That was it
Well, you
looks to be
can't
high
say
fine.
you can't say soon as he
It
fought
looks
a champ because he had fought 2 champs before that.
I didn't say as soon as he fought a champ. I said as soon as he fought in his same division, like another motherfucker that was arguably pound for pound, he lost. But I didn't say another champion. He had won a champion. I think his best win was either Danny Garcia or Mikey Garcia, depending on how you want to, argue the politics of boxing. You know what I'm saying? But that's here nor there. Like Crawford beat him. That's all I'm trying to say is Crawford beat him. And he, you know what I'm saying? He didn't even move up no divisions. Dev done moved up 3 divisions, won belts in 2 of them already. Inoue done moved up 3 divisions, won belts in every division. It's clearly between those two, however you want to pick it. Yes, Inoue did undisputed. Dev defended undisputed. Then Dev moved up and won belts out another division. So I'm like, shit. It's between Dev and Inoue. That's all I know. The other niggas really don't got no claim to it. Like, can Parker get comeback fighter of the year? Absolutely. I do agree with you on that. But it's between Devin and Newey, and it's a toss up for me. It's really just about, what I'm saying, who you like, because one would argue Dev opponents would smoke his opponents, but I know they had different weight divisions, but shit. You know what I mean? He would probably Loma was a smaller guy. Do we think Tapales or Fulton beats Loma at 26 or what they fight at 22? Do you think they would have beat Loma at any point? Like no. So yeah, I'm going Dev or New, and I really can't give it to either one. They both got like for me, it's kind of similar. Like they both got the same shit. Um,
fuck it, I'm gonna ride with the black guy. I'm going with Dick. But just know it's between the two of them. But the rest of these niggas, the rest of them niggas don't got no claim to it. Like Crawford, you only fought once. I know it was against a great opponent, or what we thought was great, but yeah, it was just you fought once, bro. The other niggas fought one more time to you, and unfortunately, you know what I'm saying. What have you done for me lately? And it's been a while since that win.
Word,
Dev
word.
or Inoue for fighter of the year, man. But I'm gonna run with Dev. Thanks for
I
the call.
I love that Crawford win too, but yo, it feels so like yo, July 29th feel like so long ago. So long ago. I feel like that win was a gift and a curse, you know. It got him all the fame and recognition he deserved, but it slowed him down. And I know in theory it really didn't. I mean, technically it really didn't because he only fights once and twice a year, if that. But it just feels like, bro, he should have jumped on that momentum so much better than what they did, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. You feel me? All right, we got a couple minutes for a few more. J Mac, you got
Who
one.
we got, champ?
Barrow City E, you in the building. Let me see. We got Barrow City. What up?
Yo,
Malik, don't forget you got one from Stainless.
yo.
Okay, Truth, squeezing you in.
Yo, hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
good morning. I mean, it's not morning anymore, but hope you guys is having a good day, TBV. I just had to respectfully say, Robin Vegas, you full of shit, trying to say that Spence was really a nobody because who the fuck did Inoue beat for his first undisputed? That guy that he beat, nobody really know him.
Who,
People say he was going to
Butler?
be top competitive, huh?
You talking about Butler, Paul Butler?
Yeah, he's not comparable to Spence.
Nope.
So I don't even know why you trying to shit on Bud now. Like, come on. Come on, but Bud already has more names than Inoue. All Inoue had before he had got undisputed is what? Did he have undisputed before he beat Donaire or after?
After.
Exactly. So he
Right,
he didn't
Danny?
really have nobody.
Right, Danny? That's how it
Yeah.
went. He beat Donaire, then rematched him, then undisputed.
Done it.
Right? Or I'm saying it wrong, Danny?
No, I think he did it in between the rematches, like before the rematch.
I don't remember
My,
him
well, my
fighting Donaire as an undisputed champ.
Yeah, I don't remember that either. But my whole point of that is just like nobody really knew him until he had them
Don,
matches with Donaire, and nobody knew who Paul Butler is. He didn't really start getting named until we was all down with him until he beat Fulton
yeah, but
for real.
remember,
So it was like, come on,
one caller's
come on now.
defense to that.
Yeah,
Remember,
it
one
was
caller's
the
defense
fight
is that
after.
you can't be mad that you don't know somebody. I think it was Jay Billy said that like you can't be mad that you don't know Paul Butler. You gotta educate yourself. You can't say Paul Butler ain't good or don't deserve recognition because you don't know him.
I mean, he still wasn't to the tier of Spence.
You right about that.
Okay. So I mean, I shut all whatever he was talking about, trying to throw Bud off the number one spot. Cut that shit out right now. Niggas is talking bullshit. And Tip Bayless, he on some other shit. I don't know what he talking about. Trying to talk about Keith and bro, Keith. What do I say? Keith, that's his duck number, 10 mil. He just throwing out numbers. He don't want to fight nobody. How could Spence want to fight him being as mandatory when he did the same thing to Spence when he was in this position? Didn't Spence want to unify when he had the IBF and Keith had the WBC?
What? Maybe Spence unified when what?
No, I said didn't Spence want to unify with Keith when he had the IBF and Keith had the WBC?
I'm pretty sure that was practically impossible.
I mean,
When
why was it impossible?
Because whenever Keith only had the WBC, you know, the unification with Danny
Oh,
was
I'm talking
bigger.
about. Then he had WBA too.
But that's what I'm saying. He had the WBA unified with Danny, so you know, Earl wasn't bigger than Danny. And then when they stripped him of the WBA, I mean of the WBC, he only had the WBA. So there was really I never understood what Earl was talking about, bro. Like Earl was calling out Keith, who was ahead of him. Keith looking at Robert Guerrero and Floyd, not
Yeah, I mean, he
Earl.
wanted
I mean, but
Earl
respectfully,
wanted
we
an
knew he wasn't gonna get
opportunity.
that Floyd fight, so it's like,
I mean, we didn't know because remember, respectfully, Keith was the regular and Earl, Mayweather was the super. Like they created the super for Mayweather. It didn't even exist.
hey man, I'm just saying Keith wasn't going. He wasn't looking at Spence. That's my whole point. He wasn't looking at Spence to even for
Of course
Spence to
not,
even get the position to fight.
because he was looking at bigger names like Mayweather, Danny Garcia,
And
and
and, and,
Sean
and look
Porter.
where the fuck he ended, beat up by Pacquiao, and nobody know what he's doing now.
I mean, but that's because he got married, bro. Listen, the way
Man,
things
that's not
went,
an excuse. Come
it
on, Nat.
is.
We
It
can't do
is.
that. He got mad.
Listen.
How many fighters is mad? Oh,
Listen to
come
what I'm telling you. Listen to
on.
what I'm telling you. Listen how it played out in real life, right? He unified. He
Okay.
beats Danny in the biggest fight of his career. He goes to watch Earl fight Brooke.
Okay.
So he's out there with his boys. They on a country-to-country trip. He stops in England. He watches the fight. He goes to his future wife's country, falls in love. End of the story. It ended right there. He went to the fight as a unified champion. He went with his boys. He was a single man. He met the woman on the trip, champ, and it was over. It was over. Love at first sight. But
Hey
look,
man,
gotta go.
keep the boy that cry wolf, man. But I'm gonna go, man. You have a nice day.
You too. Borough City E trying you again.
Yo.
Turn that radio down.
Yeah. I got you.
Yo.
I got you. Yeah, man. I've been listening to everybody making pretty good points. For me, yeah, I mean, fighter of the year. I mean, it just has to be Bud, man. He the only one. He was the first one to turn undisputed twice, and he did it beating a top 3 pound for pound fighter, and he dominated that man. Flat out dominated that man. That's fighter of the year. Like ain't nobody else can say they did that on their resume, period, point blank, period, in the sport of boxing right now, at all. You go from him, comeback fight. I mean, fight of the year. Was that Fundora? That Fundora Lubin fight this year?
No.
That wasn't this year. That was last year.
Yeah.
Shout
Oh,
out
I
to the
thought that was
Almanac.
Fundora Mendoza was this year.
Fundora Mendoza was this year. Man, I wouldn't get that one to fight of the year. If I had to go fight of the year, I'd go Jaime Drevenchenko. Like, you know what I mean? Them boys was trading some leather, man. Yeah, I mean, that felt like that fight should have been a draw, if not Drevenchenko getting the win. But as far as back and forth action, flat out action pack from round 1 to round 12, it gotta be Drevenchenko and Jaime. Comeback fight of the year. I heard somebody say Anthony Joshua. That was disrespectful. I might give it to Joseph Parker because the way he got beat down by Joyce, and then to come back and reel off 4 straight wins, and then you beat the hardest hitting man in boxing. Period. You got to give a man some credit for that. Like even I don't care what excuses you got for Wilder, you got to give Parker credit for that because even though I probably was standing on an island alone, it seemed like. Let Ness tell it. I was on that island alone. I didn't seem like too many people gave Parker a chance except for me. I knew he was going. Me myself, I knew Parker would be up. It's just his style, Deontay's style. Deontay's style is how it's always been. He got to land that right hand, and if he don't, he'll lose. So, comeback fighter. What else categories y'all had?
We
What
actually
was
was only doing
that was all
fighter.
Fight of the
categories?
year. Yeah, we was doing. We
We
just
was
doing
only
fight
doing
of the
fighter.
year.
Just do a fighter.
Yeah, everybody else was just doing extra
What is
shit, but we
next on
was only
time?
doing fighter.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, fighter of the year, Terrence, man. That's my call, man.
All right. I'm gonna take one more because we got to go. I think I'm gonna go to Malik. I think I've seen him. What up?
Whoa.
What up? What up?
Hey, who the counterpunch from?
Stainless in Detroit.
Man, shout out Stainless, man. I appreciate that, dog. But hey, if you gotta go, Ness, y'all can hop off, man. I was gonna just come back and just tap. Well, you know what? I got 3 minutes to kill anyway, bro. I'm gonna let you know. But hey, Tip, I don't want you to feel like I'm just coming at you because you don't agree with me, bro. Because that ain't it. Like I don't want to call you a hater and all that shit. Because motherfuckers like calling people haters when they don't agree. But you entitled to have your own opinion. But if you gonna have your own opinion, you gotta at least know what you saying about that shit, bro. Like you gotta at least have all the facts written down so you know. So when somebody questioning that shit, you could come back with it. But it's like, bro, you're not really giving us no points to why you feel like that about all of these fighters. So I'm just trying to see like for you to, I'm not even gonna call you a hater. I'm just gonna call you delusional, like J Max said. Like you just delusional, maybe. You just stuck in your own world to where it's like it's nothing that they could do to change your mind. Cause Bud could literally go and whoop everybody you say, and you gonna find another guy to say, oh, well, he ain't fight him, and he ain't fight him, and he ain't fight him. So it's like if that's just how you feel about certain fighters, then that's just how you feel. Like we not gonna be the ones to change your mind. But we just saying, man, if you gonna come with the Gary Russell shit and the Thurman shit, it's like it's just hard for us to say, yeah, that's some good fighters. But Bud Crawford, we gotta look at him and say, well, he picking and choosing who he fights. And who else? We gonna say you say Inoue he ain't really deserving it either. So it's like, who gonna be the fighter of the year to you? That's all I wanted to know, bro. Like that's all I wanted to know, because you never answered that fucking question. Like we done went through all them calls, and you still never answered who the fighter of the year. Only thing I ever heard was Gary Russell Jr., man. So we just gonna leave it at Gary Russell Jr., man, till tomorrow, y'all. This is a good show. We'll be back tomorrow, man. Next, you can wrap it up, dog. All right, Danny.
All right, Tim. Appreciate the call.
Bro, dude made an excellent
Ness,
point.
any
Tip never said who his
insane?
fighter of the year was. Nah, we gotta go. I got an appointment. I'll be back 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern. Arrivederci.